because he's a 35-year-old who likely will be overpaid to stay. He'll play, maybe third or fourth line. He's a forward that's been productive throughout his career. He has some history too. He played, his 1,000th game at the United Center for the Bruins. He's also one of the only father-son duos to have played in each 1,000 games apiece. The only other one, the Hulls. So I think that's interesting when you look at his hockey credibility, what he brings to the dressing room. And so this was a win-win move. Boston needed to dump its salary. The Hawks need to take some on. They needed some experience to surround Bedard with. So this was a great headline and the first, I think, of several this week.
I'll be able to answer that question to you in about 6 months.
Yeah, that was the voice of Kevin Warren. How well did you think Bears president Kevin Warren handled a public meeting in Arlington Heights where Warren was pretty transparent in discussing specifics about property taxes as well as Lake Forest calling him on his way to the meeting about another potential site?
I think this was one of those stories that kind of can fly under the radar a little bit because it's going to be one of a series of public meetings. It's going to be a long process, and this is another part of that process. His transparency, I think, is somewhat calculated, but it is respected because telling everybody that Lake Forest, by the way, wants to know about, maybe building something there. Yeah, I think a lot of these possibilities are intended to be used as leverage and will be from the Bears' perspective. Kevin Warren said all the right things. He talked about the stadium having a pulse and it being different and it changing Arlington Heights. He also seemed to be more willing to bend on certain things. It's a good gesture, but maybe it's only a gesture. It's part of the process. He seemed in command. The only time, according to the reports, wasn't there, but the only time he kind of went far afield was when he referenced Taylor Swift. And he said that she could possibly have a residency if they had a stadium with a dome. That's the oddest rationale I've ever heard for a dome stadium. Even though I'm a Swiftie, I think he went a little bit too far.
Is that what they call it, a Swiftie?
Yeah. If you're a Taylor Swift fan, you're a Swiftie.
Never heard that before.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right. Yeah. So this is why you brought Kevin Warren
David,
here.
First of all, I hope you're watching on Twitch because he's sharing the Taylor Swift heart.
Just giving people an idea.
I mean, what in the name of God was that? I tried to do. I can't. My hands don't work that way.
Mine don't work either.
I don't love anybody.
This is why you brought Kevin Warren here. I mean, he brought everything to the table. I like the fact that he's not stuck on Arlington Heights. I don't mind him looking at other options around, and I do agree with you, David. It is leverage, but I feel like at the end of the day, they're going to be at Arlington Heights. They put that money there. They're just trying to work out a number that the Bears agree with, and the stadium will be built in Arlington Heights.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. Everybody has to understand this. Everybody connected to the Bears. Nobody wants to give you money. Nobody wants to give you public tax break. Everybody wants you to move in because they need the business, and that would be great. But a lot of people who live in these Tony suburbs do so in order to live in like a beautiful green suburb that has nothing to do with playing football once a week. And I think no matter where you build a stadium, there are going to be people mad that you're moving in. There are going to be people that want their piece of the pie in order to cooperate with you. It's not like anyone wants to pay for your stadium. So with that in mind, you got a thing going. You got everything lined up that you need at Arlington Park. It makes me sick that that's coming down. I hate it. I've had many a good day and a good night at Arlington International Racecourse. What are they doing with the John Henry statue, for the love of God? It just makes me nuts to think about it. Not happy to see the state of racing. That really does bother me. But, you're a big boy team. So go out there. That's great. Go ahead and have all the meetings you want with all of the pro stadium committees, but understand there are plenty of people that want nothing to do with it. And the idea that you now want the tax breaks, we didn't expect this to happen. Hey, everybody's got their hand out. That's the way life works. So you want to wet some beaks? Go ahead, build your stadium. But no one's building you anything.
There was a great op-ed I referenced last week in the Tribune on a Sunday from somebody who just spoke to what you're referring to. There's a certain tranquility that you seek in suburbs, and there's a piece that people in Arlington Heights enjoy that's going to be disturbed if you start to bring in the Bears or
on a Monday
concerts
or a Thursday or Taylor Swift in residence.
Right.
Holy mother of God.
Wow.
Yeah. There goes Brandon with the heart. Why don't, guys, can we exchange friendship bracelets before we get out of here?
Please.
Excellent question.
What do you make of White Sox prospect Jose Rodriguez heading back down to Double-A Birmingham without getting so much as a single plate appearance? Since he was brought up because of Major League and Triple-A injuries, does the choice of outfielder Adam Hazley mean that Tim Anderson's shoulder is good to go? Or is there a secret outfield injury that we don't know about?
I don't think there's a secret outfield injury. I got to tell you, I think, David, you kind of captured the essence of it. This is just some goofy White Sox stuff, you know. You come into every year, you don't really have a right fielder. Oh, we got a guy in the minor. Okay, forget it. We'll send him back down. You don't really have a second baseman. Oh, well, you know, Elvis will be willing to play it if we throw some money at, and not even much money. You got holes in your roster. You got a team full of first baseman DHs, and then you wonder why you don't field the ball. Well, I mean, give me a break. This is just the White Sox. There's nothing else to say about it. You brought a guy up. You didn't need him. You didn't play him. You know, we explained it already with the injuries and all that. We don't need to keep picking apart the scab. This is just White Sox baseball. This is what was the term, poorly constructed? Was that not the buzzwords at one point? Yeah, okay. Poorly constructed. Bad roster.
Yeah, roster construction is another one. I mean, I'm with you, Mully. The Sox just frustrate me. Like, why do we always bring up like minor league players with like low ceilings? Like, it's like journeyman minor league players. I'm so tired of it. Like you got Jose Rodriguez, you got Sosa right there. Those are young players that you probably want to develop and see anything, so we can see anything from this farm system. But yet we got the same players playing the same type of positions. Oh, we got this guy, he plays shortstop, maybe he could play a little second base. We got a bunch of DH first basemen. We don't have no right field. It's just a mess. The Sox just frustrate me with every move that they make. It's truly frustrating.
And they have no pitching, right? But they're going to trade all their pitching, but that's okay because they're going to find guys on the street. Will Tukey up this operation.
Tukey. If Jose Rodriguez returns to Birmingham and goes into the clubhouse, are they suspicious? Like, where have you been, young man? Can you document your leave of absence here? Because, like, there's no proof that he was actually on the White Sox roster. Did anybody see him? Has anybody account for his whereabouts? There's no record of his existence since he was called up. He didn't play.
He wasn't really called up. You're right, because he never.
He didn't really. Was he ever here? If this were a service clock, nobody plugged it in.
Yeah.
It never started.
If a tree fell,
nobody heard it. This is not noise. This is not growth. This is not development. This is not the way you develop players in your minor league level. You don't bring them up and give them a seat and say, watch. You bring them up, you put them in the lineup, and you say, play. I don't know what they're doing. They did it again. If this were just a one-time deal, you'd be a little bit less annoyed. But they did it with Lenyn Sosa last year.
Right.
And now they're doing it again with Jose Rodriguez. I don't think there's any outfield injury that Adam Hazley is going to address by coming back. And by the way, the forgotten Oscar Colas hitting .292 in 43 games at AAA Charlotte, only 5 home runs, 25 batted in. I don't think he's coming back, though.
No.
But he's actually there.
Great question.
The Cubs resume tonight with a rough stretch of the schedule that includes 13 straight games until the All-Star break against the Phillies, Guardians, Brewers, and Yankees. What record do the Cubs have to have in this stretch to justify remaining in the buyer mode that their top executives have confirmed in the past week?
You really want to go into the All-Star break at 500? you really would like to be 8-5 in this stretch, because it's tough. These are some good teams. They're not going to be, you look at the Sox, for instance, and I think they said last night they've got the easiest schedule the remainder of the way. I think the Cubs, this is a tough stretch because you go into the All-Star break, you come back from London, and you play 13 straight games. And you don't know if you can talk yourself into that having an effect on you if you talk about it all the time or if you let it become a thing. Remember the one year there was like 25 games in 25 days and everybody kind of got paralyzed by that. Don't focus on how long the stretch is. Take it proverbial one game at a time. But they're going to be difficult games. I think you want to go 8-5. You would settle for 7-6. You want to be in a position where you avoid a collapse going into the All-Star break. So some of the things we've heard on this station in the past week from Jed Hoyer, Tom Ricketts, and Crane Kenny can come true, can come to fruition. They're back in the winning business, according to Crane Kenny. Now they've got to win. Win more games than you lose through this stretch, and we'll be talking about the Cubs being buyers at the deadline.
They should win every series, probably except for the Phillies. They should. They need to. I mean, I'm with you, David. 7-6 is where I got them right now. It's a little bit above that, so that still put, right now to 37-39 at 3 games back. So that puts them still in the hunt right now. So I think that's good. I would love 8-5. 8-5 mean that you had to win at least like 2 to 3 of your series right there. So 7-6, 8-5. You're right there in that buyer's mode. Go get you an ace. Go get you a power bat.
Yeah, I think 8-5 is the answer. Frankly, I think that gets you over 500, and that makes you feel like you're in the mix. Beat the hell out of the Guardians, please. That would be great. And you kind of have to beat the Brewers because you really need to win in the division. So, how about an unexpected sweep of the Phillies, followed by series victories over the Guardians and Brewers, and hopefully by then the Yankee Giant is back on the injured list, and you can cruise through them too.
Because that's in New York too.
The Sox beat them in New York.
Yeah.
Beat them a series in New York,
but without the Giant, man.
June 6th to 8th. But you're right. Yeah, there was no reigning MVP. Mr. Home Run himself. Now he can't even catch Luis Robert. Ha ha ha. What?
And that's a pick 6.
Guys, what is going on with the Bulls' proposed extension for Nikola Vucevic? With just another day to get a deal done, will one get done?
This is a real oddity, isn't it? I mean, I thought that I actually saw numbers. That's like a 3-year, $68 million deal, someone reported. I mean, what's the holdup? I thought they had talked to him, they had negotiated, nothing was going to change. Has he decided, you know what, maybe I'll talk to everyone. Maybe I will let that clock run out on an extension. I think it's weird. I kind of like it. I kind of hope that maybe something changes. Wow. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, would that be the worst thing that ever happened? It was a bad deal. And there is a part of me that believes they're bringing him back because they made a bad deal for the guy. Is that rude to say? They got a guy going from Lansing to the league by way of Ann Arbor, and I'm sorry, I keep hammering that one. But honest to God, this is a real difficult one to figure out. I thought they had resolved to sign him, they had negotiated with him, and they were at the finish line. I'm not sure what the holdup would be, frankly.
I mean, AK would disagree and probably say he thinks the Vooch trade worked out well, apparently.
He did say that.
Yeah, like so, which makes it kind of weird that there's no deal done yet. Hopefully something gets done this week, but I'm kind of with you, Mully. I hope not. Like, I need to see a change. I don't want to see this again. I don't want to see this same bull season again. Like, maybe they're like thinking like maybe we might have to trade Zach. Let's see what else we can get. Let's see. I really thinking they want to see what options they have to see if they want to blow this thing up or change anything. But if they don't see anything that they like, then yeah, let's just run it back and find that buyout point guard or whoever, like, the buyout 3-point shooter and just Do it all over again.
I hope you guys aren't investing too much hope that this pipe dream comes true. They're signing him. There's no way you heard from AK when we heard from AK last week, and they're not signing him. AK endorsed the trade that nobody else in town endorsed. He's the only guy, besides Mark Eversley, in Chicago that thinks that that trade with the Magic was a good one for the Bulls, okay? There's no way he's letting him go. You can't let the guy that you believe you got good value for in a deal walk out the door because you couldn't afford him. The Bulls are actually in a position based on AK's love of Vooch to overpay. They're going to get him back. I think it's just got to be a bookkeeping thing. Maybe Vooch is riding a horse with the Joker. They can't find him to sign the contract. I don't know. But this is going to happen. It's got to happen.
Do you think that was almost like a gotcha question? Hey, that trade's completed. Now, what do you think of that? and he like shocked the world by going the other way. It declared a desire to win. Like, what?
I think that he's basically...
That was a great answer.
It was Mully, it was the answer everybody nodded their head in agreement with the day that it happened.
Exactly.
But things have changed since the day that it happened.
Well, and it ended up being a disaster.
Well, because of everything else that on the ledger. You had Wendell Carter Jr. that made a step forward. You had the other guys added to the mix, and you had the guy going from Lansing to the league. Via Ann Arbor.
So this is a question I struggle with.
Two Cubs, Pete Crow Armstrong and B.J. Murray Jr., as well as one White Sox prospect, Jonathan Cannon, will represent their teams in the Futures game in Seattle on July 8th. Any surprises based on both teams' systems? Is this PCA's last year as a prospect, and has the Futures game become more newsworthy and interesting than the All-Star game?
Well, I do think we maybe talk about the Futures game a little bit more at times, especially when you have teams that aren't producing all-stars on a regular basis, like maybe the case here in Chicago. And who doesn't love the Futures game? Everything is about potential. Everything is about people on their way up, not what are they doing here and some of the other conversations that surround the all-star break. I think I'm not terribly surprised. I thought maybe the Cubs might have a few more, but I do understand the need to get everybody involved and every organization involved. I thought the Cubs might have another player or two as part of the Futures games. Jonathan Cannon is a name I needed to look up and remember exactly where he came from. The right-hander in the Sox situation and as organization, in the situation he's in, played at Georgia, I believe, and somebody who is, obviously off to a very good start in their organization with the best possible name a pitcher could have. He's got a cannon.
To answer the question, yes, I think this is PCA's last Future game. So I think that's it for him. Now, I do like watching the Futures right now because I want to see the potential. I'm very intrigued I'm going to watch for BJ Murray. I really want to see this guy. Could he be a future, maybe third baseman? We've been talking about that with the Cubs. So who knows? I want to see what he can do. Maybe he could be an interesting prospect that you want to take and trade for maybe a bigger name. Who knows? Now, the Cannon guy intrigues me. I had to look him up to myself. I mean, drafted in last year? He was a third round.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I mean, it's good for him right now. Like, hopefully he'll come with the Sox, but who knows? He might get called up and then never have an appearance and then get sitting down. You never know with the Sox.
Yeah, you hear B.J. Murray and you think, is he any relation to Bill? He's not, and he's from the Bahamas. So there aren't a lot of baseball players out of the Bahamas, but apparently they have like a new instructional league, or they've built up some, not the Cubs, but MLB has built up some facility and is going to be trying to create more players out of the Bahamas, which is fascinating to me. I mean, I think like Buddy Hield, right? Can the guy hit a tray? But that is, there's only been 5. There's 7 players out of the Bahamas that have made MLB. Pretty cool.
I think we should investigate that
well,
further.
I also think that, have you been to the Bahamas?
Show trip.
It's
Yes.
better there.
It's
and
better.
and it's also it's like growing up in paradise, right? I mean, I don't know. It's a beautiful
It's a lot
place.
to like.
It's a lot to like. And apparently, if you want to like lose yourself in the world, you just get a ticket. You book well ahead of time. You take a cruise ship into Nassau, and then you don't get back on it. And then you just kind of hang around and you know, work on the tourists. There's a lot of marks.
Is that a movie
coming
or a
off those.
lyric or a hope
I mean,
and a dream?
again, I'm going to have to come up with some follow-up to my movie about NASCAR.
I know. That's going to be the sequel.
So maybe the B.J. Murray story, only in reverse with some guy going missing about it. Do you like it? It's going to be good. All right, we've got the extra point next. Very pumped up about Jonathan Cannon. He might have to play by the end of the year if they trade everybody. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
You want to talk Cubs? Well, we can.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp poster day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of
Let's
here!
go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp poster day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love
It
this.
is, and it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub,
yeah.
and a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp,
Yep.
right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver.
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
.340 with a 1342 OPS, 2 home runs, and 5 RBI. He hit for the cycle on Friday night as well. Both were MLB players of the week in their respective leagues. Which guy would you rather have right now? Will your answer be the same in 5 years?
Interesting. Interesting question, because I think that we all are prisoners of the moment. And I think when you look at De La Cruz, you strain to find a player that's emerged as quickly and as loudly as maybe he has. And it's tremendous. He's so much fun to watch. And the Reds are a great story, even though they may be getting in the Cubs' way. It's a great thing for baseball when Cincinnati's having the kind of year that they're experiencing with all of these young players, and De La Cruz being at the top of that list of exciting new guys. But he's been here 5 minutes. And that he's going to be great, but I think it's harder to project him staying healthy and available and hot and exciting as long as he needs to answer this question and say it's got to be him. You could take a gamble, and certainly he's a great prospect. You're not going to have a wrong answer here. But I think with Luis Robert, yeah, you look at him and what he's doing this year, what he's been unable to do is he's staying durable. He's already played in 77, 78 games. And his career high is 98 last year. He's not been able to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, this is an easy question to answer, I think. In 5 years, I'd still want him. Right now, I'd want him. He's got 22 home runs. He's 25 years old. That's what we kind of forget. He's 25 years old. So in many ways, he's still developing. And if he can develop without chasing in the way that we've seen him develop this year, the sky is literally the limit. He's going to hit the ball there and beyond, because this is somebody who is dangerous, a power bat in the middle of your order, playing a Gold Glove level center fielder. He might not only be the best White Sox center fielder ever, he's going to be a perennial all-star. And that's going to be something you don't want to pass up. And I think the answer now and in 5 years is Luis Robert.
David, I'm with you on you can't really go wrong with either person. However, I'll be that prisoner of the moment. Give me De La Cruz. I'm sorry. Just off impact alone. Like when he joined the Reds, I mean, look at him right now. They just red hot. Now, I'm seeing that week that he did with them. I mean, the Sox were like 500 or something like that. Now, I do get it. And you also said something about De La Cruz. You don't know if he's going to be healthy or not. Another thing, we do know right now that Roberts Jr., he can't stay healthy to save his life right now. Granted, he's been healthier this year a little bit better, which is why he's an all-star. If he could stay healthy, yes, he'll be an all-star for years to come. But that's the thing. We don't know if he's going to stay healthy. And in 5 years from now, the older he gets, I know, still for him, he's playing like he's almost 30 years old to me because of his injuries. So just the fact that he would get older, I'm going to go with De La Cruz right now, just off impact alone, excitement. He got the swagger with it. It's just something I wish the White Sox, what they used to have.
Yeah. I'm afraid I'm with Brandon. I hate to say it, but this guy's 21. I know Luis Robert is only 24. He's yet to play 100 games in a season. And I hope he stays healthy, and I think it's been fantastic to watch him get hot and show that power. We always talk about 5-tool player. But when you're talking about a guy who's a shortstop, third baseman, who's a switch hitter, who comes up and just takes the league by storm, I mean, I don't know that Luis Robert is MVP material, because I don't know if the Sox can be good enough for that to matter, right? I mean, to be the MVP, you got to be the best player on the best team, and it's got to make everyone around you better. I just think that they've got so many problems. I don't see him being on a winning team. He's certainly not right now, and I think that Cincinnati has become a winning team because they brought this guy up.
If you're asking me who's going to have the best next 5 years as an organization, that's a different question.
But it's going to be Cincinnati, and this guy could be an MVP.
I do think it's going to be Cincinnati.
Do you think Luis Robert's going to be an MVP in the next 5 years?
I think I'm not going to sit here and say no.
I hope so.
I don't think you can look at what he's accomplished this year, and we're all, again, prisoners of the moment. And you look at 22 home runs by June 27th, and look at the way he's improved. it's not outlandish to say that Luis Robert could put himself in a position to win an MVP in the next 5 years. No, I'm saying that's possible.
With another team. I don't see the Sox doing it with the Sox. They might blow that thing up in the next 5 years.
They could.
So I can't see, if that's the case, you can't have an MVP in
5
Robert.
years is a long time.
I'm just saying.
5 years is a long time, guys. I mean, 5 years ago, we're sitting there in 2018 and you're wondering what you have at the Sox and you're excited about so much. Yeah, a lot can happen. But it's a good point. I don't think there is a wrong answer
as
here.
a texter says, Mike Trout has 3 MVPs and the Angels have done nothing. So it's conceivable. And we've heard people compare Luis Robert to Mike Trout in the past. But unfortunately, he's got to play a year first, doesn't he? I mean, he's 25 years old. He's never played a full season.
That's the biggest challenge he has to overcome right now is availability. And in the American League, if you're talking about American League MVP, Trout and Ohtani, frankly, might be blocking him. So De La Cruz may have an easier path.
That's right.
Who's in his way? It's not as insurmountable in theory
when Ohtani signs with the Cubs.
Well, then he's going to be the National League MVP and number one in our hearts. That is a good way to look at the Luis Robert situation, easing, maybe making it easier to understand why he'd be the MVP if Ohtani's out of the league. Yeah, make that happen.
Luis Robert is supposed to be doing what he's doing right now. That's what we expected all along, and he's finally done it in the last week. That's my problem with the whole thing. So it's hard to project all that given the uncertainty of where we're at right now.
But that angst and baggage that you're referring to, imagine how much Reds fans probably have in looking at what De La Cruz is doing and wondering how sustainable that is because they have been down a road that they feel pretty fatigued right now. They're like, can we believe this? It's almost too good to be true.
I wish I was in their position as a Sox fan.
I mean, over the weekend, granted it was the Cubs, but because of the Cubs, but I was watching some of that Reds game just because of him.
Exactly.
I mean, it was exciting. Them against the Braves over the weekend, that was fun to watch. And mainly it's because of him.
He's a real big part of it. It's great. It's great. I mean, listen, I hope to God we're having this conversation in 5 years. I hope to God we look back on this and think that we're underrating Luis Robert. I hope he's everything that you hoped he'd be. I just don't know.
In the current context, to me, the question is debatable enough to make him untradeable now.
312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein at Home show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
The Cubs signed the perfect deal in getting him for the length of the contract they got him for. And Stroman has found a great...
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
I was
writing
telling
a thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
I always look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
You don't let brooms out.
and everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too. I
sure
promise
did.
you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left it.
Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, yeah, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On
Objectively.
a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
John
Feinstein.
Feinstein. Who's also a really nice
Fool me
man.
once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein. Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on. Can we do the fake, one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah.
We got
Do
one from
it.
Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, "Won't you be my neighbor?" with a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rogers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update.
It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
It was a close game, and sometimes that's just the way they end.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 the score. That was a tough one last night. White Sox lose to the Angels. Another walk-off loss, 2-1. They score 1 run, the courtesy of a Luis Robert home run early, and it went a long way. Shohei Ohtani homered for the Angels, and then they score in the 9th inning when Aaron Bummer had the wild pitch and Mike Trout scoots home after they pulled off successfully a double steal. How about this? Before we get to the phone lines, 312-644-6767. The White Sox now have 7 walk-off losses. The White Sox also have 7 walk-off victories. The White Sox make you watch until the last pitch. They're the team that makes it even harder to like for morning radio hosts because you can't look away. 7 walk-off losses, 7 walk-off wins. Last night, Aaron Bummer comes in after Reynaldo Lopez starts the inning walking Trout, and then you walk the guys on. They steal the base, the wild pitches. He was ineffectively wild, and the White Sox have another loss in a game that, Pedro Grifol is right. You're not going to win many games scoring 1 run. 2-1 losers to the Angels. Not a good way to start the road trip tonight. They're back in action, and it doesn't get any easier. Michael Kopech on the mound for the Sox. Shohei Ohtani pitching for the Angels. After hitting a home run last night, he's going to pitch against the Sox tonight. We'll see. They need to start winning. They need to get back. They're 12 games under 500. They are 6 games out. I know they have the easiest schedule left in baseball, according to the statistical data that NBC Sports Chicago shared last night during the broadcast, but I don't know if that matters what division you play in or how easy your schedule is if you can't be consistent like the White Sox. Let's go out to the phone lines. Ron, our buddy, joins us. Good morning, Ron. Welcome to Mully and Haugh.
Hey, good morning, guys. And David, you're not going to win a lot of games hitting solo home runs, and that's the result of having one of the worst on-base percentages in baseball. But first of all, I want to tell you, man, I really love John Heyman, and he threw out the names yesterday of Dylan Cease and Robert Jr.'s five trade. But prior to that, Mully even talked about, trading some position players. But here's my point, guy. If you trade Giolito and maybe Lynn, that's just tinkering with it. You're still – here's the problem as far as being untradeable. You have 2 guys, or possibly even now 3 with Tim Anderson, Eloy Jimenez. We only want to talk about Yohan Moncada. So that's my thing. That whole nucleus. You just trading the pitcher. Actually, the pitchers so far have been the strength. The White Sox are going to be faced with the same problem if they keep the same players. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Ron. Yeah, he's right. I mean, the problem is how many guys can you trade at their worst? And when you decide to do that, what really are you saying?
You're saying that you have given up on this plan.
Yes.
You're saying that you're changing plans and hopefully changing directions. But you're also saying that you might be this isn't what you're trying to say, but this is what way it would be interpreted. You're trying to get ahead of things by enacting a plan that looks like maybe you know what you're doing before you're being asked, what are you doing here still, Rick Hahn? Mully, do you think there's any part of the Sox front office that will want to preemptively begin a rebuilding project before they get to the end of the season when everything's reevaluated? You know what I mean? Could Hahn start the process now before they have to make a decision on his future? Or would that be something that is looking at maybe is that unrealistic?
Well, okay. Yohan Moncada, his contract is $18 million this year. It jumps to $24 million.
Well, he's not getting traded.
But I mean, you're going to pay him? See, the problem that happens in baseball in particular is the more guys you move, the more guys you're kind of forced to keep. So because his salary is so bad and his contract, as it turns out, is going to be awful, they've got to hang on to him when in reality, he shouldn't be the guy they hang on to. So you end up trading your better players because they're not making the same kind of money or they want the same kind of money, and you end up keeping a bunch of guys that are making the wrong money for what they contribute.
Yeah, that's true. I think, though, what I'm getting at is that the Sox are going to not have to, but are they going to decide to rebuild before they decide on who's rebuilding, who's making the decisions? And will the...
So you think Rick Hahn should get to that because then he secures himself?
If I'm Rick Hahn, I wonder
security.
if I'm thinking that way. I wonder if I face my own job jeopardy and I'm financial employment insecurity, right? Your job's on the line every year.
Job's in jeopardy.
Then I wonder if I'm going to try to show a reason to believe I know what I'm doing to stay and I'm worth keeping by starting the process next month.
But if what you're saying is accurate, if that's how he's thinking, then their loyalty to him is misplaced because he's not showing them the loyalty back.
I totally think that's true.
Yeah.
But I think that it is misplaced.
Okay.
Because any general manager, as you kind of facetiously reminded us yesterday, is it going to be a decade and done for Rick Hahn?
Yeah, it was just a joke.
I know it was just a joke, but it reinforced just how little has been accomplished in the decade since he's taken over.
And we had a texter earlier wanted to know why, the Cincinnati Reds are so highly thought of when the reality is the Sox are could be as good, but no one's people are turning on the Sox and not the Reds. Well, the Reds are starting something with all their young players. The White Sox didn't accomplish it with all their young players. I think the White Sox, you sat through a rebuild, and you got to a point now where they're 10 games under, whatever.
It's just not an apt comparison.
No.
The White Sox are coming off a season in which they were the most disappointing team in baseball. Or at least,
now they're more disappointing.
And now they have done nothing to change the narrative.
Yeah.
They've had a different manager. They've added some different players, but they are dealing with the same old story. And that's why when you look at the Reds, we're not suffering. We're not in Cincinnati, but Reds fans, to me, I don't think are suffering from the same type of fatigue. They may be tired of losing, but they're not tired of getting their hopes raised and then dashed. That's a White Sox experience.
Yeah.
Right? That's what makes it different to me.
Yeah, I think that they went through the rebuild and it didn't work. That's where we're at right now in 2023, right? This should have been where they were.
This is the winning. This is winning time. This should be winning time, not unloading time. And now I think
it's not even 500.
They're 12 games under. They've played 80 games. What makes you think something's going to change now? Maybe they can rally and win this series. I think the best they can hope for at this point is a split. They're going against Ohtani tonight. Does that make you feel good?
No, nothing makes me feel good.
So I think that when you look at, you're right. They're going to have to probably sell low on players if they do trade them, if they try to trade them. But why would they keep Giolito if you can get something for him?
Well, I think all those guys are gone. If you can get anything for Lance
Giolito, Lynn, Clevenger, Kelly,
no question, Graveman. Anybody running out of contract.
Those 6 right now could be guys on the way out.
I don't know about TA. I don't know that he fits the empty contract thing, right?
He doesn't necessarily, but he does potentially have value if you find a team that believes a change of scenery is going to bring out in him what they've seen in the past. And there are teams out there who are contenders who still need to address the shortstop position. I'm thinking about the Braves, thinking about the Dodgers. I don't know if they love TA, but I think those are the kind of teams when they get closer to the deadline, get to the point where they convince themselves we need one more piece. We need one more move.
Does Graveman have another year left on his deal? I would move him anyway because he can't pitch 2 nights running. I don't mean that as a negative. I just mean that as a fact. He's not a guy that you can rely on day in, day out. He's more like 2 days off day, right? I mean,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Unfair?
No, I think that's understandable. And his next year he has got a salary. Yeah, he's under contract through 2024.
Okay, so he doesn't fit the profile. I keep reading they're going to trade everybody that is out of contract. Anybody coming in. Yasmani Grandal, could you get anything for him? Just for his bat? Because I don't think you could get anything for him as a catcher.
I think you could. Clevenger, once he gets back, will have value in the trade market. Not much, probably, but somebody would, if he's pitching at the level he was before the injury, somebody may look at him and take a chance. Starting pitching is going to be, as we heard from John Heyman and others, in demand again. It always is.
All right, we're going to talk some Blackhawks because guess what? Tomorrow is the NHL draft, and it's already been a big week. They've already made some noise in the trade market, and now they're going to make some bigger noise in the draft market. and we'll see how they'll look. Free agency's right on top of that, right?
Saturday.
So, I'm just saying, this is a huge week.
Big week.
Yeah. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
You know I love Derrick Rose. He's one of my favorite athletes ever. If they're trying to win and they're going to sell us on Derrick being a piece that will help.
Can't help but wonder if it is a shift or if it's a ruse, if it's some sort of a real kind of eye-opening moment. Oh, they're not going to play ball. We got to get out of this. Or is it sort of just a movement to try to gain leverage that you don't have right now over whether or not your taxes are going up?
Well, that's a good question. I think a couple things. Number one, I think it would be naive to think that the Bears didn't anticipate this, or it would be naive if the Bears didn't anticipate this. They could not have started this process without the understanding that, number one, it is the largest in Illinois history, as they have reminded us. And by the way, the key part of that sentence is Illinois. You are in a state where you know you're going to encounter these kind of things.
Yes.
These political roadblocks don't have to be. They're obstacles, but you can get around them. You need somebody who understands the landscape. And that is who Kevin Warren is supposed to be. So I think it would be naive to think that this wasn't going to happen somewhere. Maybe not in Naperville specifically, but along the way, there was going to have to be some sort of leverage ploy.
Yeah.
Like this by the Bears. And maybe that's all this is. I don't know where this goes next. It does open the door to other municipalities. We heard from the Rockford, Dave Vella, a representative, a Democrat from Rockford, wants to jump on, and he said, hey, we'll take the Bears. We'll get in the mix. I don't know if you want to do that if you're the Bears, because then how much time are you wasting that could be directed in trying to get a deal struck so you don't have this tax assessment that you can't live with.
This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Nick Foligno is going to be a big void in our leadership core. He's a great person and a great teammate, and obviously someone that helped us to our season. Taylor Hall is a great offensive dynamic player that had a great playoff, and someone who always pushes the envelope to be an impact player every night for the Bruins. So we're going to miss them deeply, but this is also signals to me that we're moving forward, that it's next year, and we're starting to build, and what our team's going to look like.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the Bruins head coach, Jim Montgomery, and he's talking about the trade with the Blackhawks. He was at the NHL Awards last night. They had a remarkable season. They beat everybody. They won everything. They were the best team in hockey, and then they got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs.
They had a remarkably memorable season for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
They had the best regular season you could imagine, and then they went into the playoffs and choked. And that's a difficult reality to face in Boston or any sports city, but especially Boston. So now they have to move on, and part of moving on for them was that their window was wide open with this roster and this team, but they have salary cap issues. So part of the problem, the Blackhawks can help solve. That's why Taylor Hall is here now. That's why they made the move, and that's what it looks like when the NHL's best team has to unload to one of the NHL's worst teams. Taylor Hall had 16 teams on a no-trade clause list.
That's ridiculous that the Hawks were not on it, right?
Well, I guess, but I think when you have no trade clauses and lists like that, don't you look at cities?
Okay.
Right?
So that's all that is.
Don't you think it's partly, I wouldn't live there. Are you kidding me? I'm not, no way. But Chicago's like, okay, I could see that. He had a list of 16 teams, and then it was reduced to like 10. But what he does for the Hawks is he legitimizes their front line, their number one line, for when they get Connor Bedard. And the idea right now, before they fill out the rest of the roster, and they will continue to fill it out, but the idea of having Bedard, Hall, and Reichel on your top line is exciting for a Hawk fan to consider.
Yeah, I don't argue with that at all. I think that, first of all, I think Bedard is a generational talent that everybody is looking forward to seeing. And the thing that they have that not every team has is money. Mm-hmm. Boundless, endless supply of money. They've got to probably sign guys just to hit the minimum of the salary cap. So this is one move in that area. And when you have money, I mean, I get it. This is from a Boston Bruins perspective is a salary dump because they've got guys they want to keep and they're abutting the cap. So now they clear out two guys and whatever it is, $11 million in cap space. That's all they're doing. They don't care about the restricted free agents they brought in. I mean, listen, good to have young players try to work it out, but this is more about getting rid of salary than anything else.
This is really more about the Bruins than it is the Blackhawks from a league perspective, because they're clearing out space. The Hawks still, even after absorbing Taylor Hall's $6 million contract, they have $10 million more to spend to get to the floor, to be at the lowest possible threshold they can be. They likely will sign Nick Foligno as a free agent. He's unrestricted. They have his rights. That's Saturday. He could be expensive, and they're likely to win that bidding war because they can. Foligno's a 35-year-old who's played in more than 1,000 games. He's going to be one of the third or fourth lines as a forward. You don't know how he's going to fit in, likely, but he will fit in because of his example and experience. That's what they're trying to do now, is surround Connor Bedard with dynamic young players, but also solid veterans, and have that mix be, something makes them competitive. And that's the idea as early as next year.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, Foligno's a little bit older, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess they want to keep him, but they could eat that salary and let him go. I mean, his contract's up. You wouldn't.
Yeah,
have to
he's
pay him.
unrestricted, so he could. But they have negotiating rights apparently, and I think it would make sense only because of where they are now. Depending on what they do between now and Saturday or now through free agency, let's wait and see. The focus now shifts, I believe. Maybe today there will be another couple deals, but the focus quickly will shift to tomorrow. And tomorrow is as big of a day for the Blackhawks as they've experienced in a very long time, at least from the positive perspective. They haven't had a day that tomorrow, in terms of positive news, it will be the biggest day for the franchise since they won the Cup in 2015. Because getting Connor Bedard opens up the possibility of them doing that again. They will come or begin the process of coming as close to winning a cup again tomorrow night when they make it official and they bring in this young 17-year-old talent into the organization. They will immediately become closer to winning a Stanley Cup championship than probably at any point since they began this massive rebuilding project, and maybe even since 2015.
The Blackhawks just did this kind of scorched earth teardown, and it paid off because they got the number 1 overall pick. But I don't know that they are I don't know how quickly it will take them to get better again. Right now, it looks like they may be a one-line team, frankly, because Bedard will play immediately. Mm-hmm. He will come into the NHL, and he will, I imagine, start the first game and begin his career as, I don't know, is he the centerman in that group?
Yeah, I think you hear different projections, but the most consistent one is that he would be playing center on that line and be their, the top line center. That would make sense. Now, yeah, you're right. It's going to take a while. I don't want to pretend or even project. It would be totally naive, and you're not going to immediately become a playoff team next year. You're going to be more competitive, but they bottomed out, and there are several reasons, why, and we don't have to revisit all of them. But I think that you understood what was going on there. This was definitely an orchestrated effort to lose, and now they can start to benefit from that. They've got 4 in the first 4 rounds of the first 99 picks. They have 9. They have 9 draft picks tomorrow night or this next 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. Of the first 99 picks, they will make 9 of those selections. That's a ridiculously high percentage of draft picks to add to, as you know from researching this, I know you have, last year's draft pretty good. The young talent in this roster, pretty good. So the arrow pointing up for the first time in a while because of what's going on with Connor Bedard. So that's exciting.
So technically Edmonton is $3,624,000 over the cap. Next to them before this trade was Boston, $1.5 million over the cap. And they just they've got a lot of guys headed to, that are notable players who are unsigned, including Bergeron, who, if he wants to come back, they've got to make sure they can pay him. And apparently they want him back for a couple more years. So this gets them to a point where they can pay guys to come back if indeed that's what they decide to do. So this helps them. They had no choice. I don't think that they wanted to give up that player, but they knew that in order to continue, they were going to have $6 million and $3 million. So they save ultimately here close to like $10 million, $11 million.
And they needed to make those moves.
Yeah.
And Jim Montgomery, the coach of the Bruins, now will inherit, or Ian Mitchell played for him at Denver. The Hawks defenseman that is on the move, and Regula is a player that, the Hawks, you have to give up some talent to get a player of Taylor Hall's caliber. We're talking about a guy that was former number 1 overall pick, former MVP. He's 31 years old, and he's at the stage of his career that he's still going to be a good enough, dynamic enough playmaker that he's going to be a positive influence on the ice and off for Connor Bedard. That's what you're looking for from a Hawks perspective. You need players to fill out that can, frankly, keep up. You don't want to bring in somebody like Bedard, and we're getting a couple texters. Is he going to be playing from day one? It would be a disappointment if he doesn't.
Yeah, he'll play from day one.
He's playing from the get-go.
He's a young man. I mean, he's very young.
But that's what the great ones do.
Yeah.
You look at Connor McDavid. By the way, can I get this off my chest for a second?
Please.
Last night at the NHL Awards in Nashville, Connor McDavid obviously wins the MVP. He had an amazing year. There's no doubt in my mind. It should have been unanimous. Somebody voted Connor McDavid 5th on their MVP ballot. How do you do that? That guy should, whoever voted.
Who did they have as the MVP?
I don't know what that ballot looked like, but I know McDavid was 5th because McDavid, it was unanimous, all first place votes, except for one ballot where he was 5th.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous because he's clearly had the best season of anybody in the NHL, and it was historically good. But that is the kind of player you're getting in Connor McDavid. I'm sorry, Connor Bedard. Like Connor McDavid, like the other Connor, and like Jack Hughes, like guys who have come into the league. The easiest comp, Sidney Crosby, because that's his hero. I think the size is a little bit different, but we're talking about the comparisons. Why is everyone so excited? Is because those are the kind of players, those are the kind of legends to which he's compared, and that's exciting.
So do we feel we understand the type of player the Blackhawks are looking for? So in other words, while they take the best player, a generational talent with the first pick, are they looking for a speed guy at 19? Are they looking for athlete? Like what are they looking for? And I think this is fascinating because not only do you have the first overall pick, but you have 19 that belong to Tampa that with 4 second-round picks and with a couple more third-round picks, you could probably move up. I don't know if you're moving up to the top 10, but you can move up through to the top 15 fairly easily without kind of strangling yourself in terms of so I guess what I'm saying is if you fall in love with a particular player, you can get on your horse and go get him, given all that you have.
You could. I think that what you have to decide at that point is that, the quantity versus quality debate or, equation. Right. If Kyle Davidson believes that there's a player that he's fixated on or a prospect that he believes that in any ordinary draft, because this is not an ordinary draft, you got a chance to change your franchise. But I think it probably would take a lot for them to move up. There's more talk about them moving down and even getting more talent accumulated. I think that obviously it's easy to say to oversimplify it, but you look at the Golden Knights, you look at the way the Lightning has won, you look at the way the Avs won, speed, skill, and savvy. You need speed. It's a faster game than ever. You need to have the skill to keep up with a guy like Bedard. And you need the savvy just because it's the hockey sense that you want to have as many people with that sort of makeup and composition in your organization as possible.
Do you need forwards over defensemen? You got a lot of defensemen last year. You seem like you're kind of transitioning a little. Are they pleased with their goalkeeper? They just signed the goalie from Boston University, took his team to the final, to the Frozen Four. Are they looking for a goalie, or are they loaded up there?
I think that when you look at the depth at the defense position, they have enough defensemen to where they feel like a guy like Ian Mitchell was expendable and maybe blocked. The luxury is that when you have as many picks as the Hawks have,
right,
there's no really one area that you have to prioritize over another. When you have 9 picks of the first 99 available, then you're able to spread it around a little bit. You look at, they have veterans that they can depend on and under contract to play goalie, and you look at their future goaltender is maybe somebody in the system, but I don't know that they're going to fixate on a goalie. They'll probably draft one with 9 picks in the first 99, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. From what I've read, that there's not a lot of defensive depth in this group, but there is a lot of offensive players, and there's good depth to it, and there's a lot of good skaters. I just wonder, are you looking for bigger guys, smaller guys? You know what I'm saying? Like depth, when you start talking about good skaters and fast players, that usually doesn't mean big. Usually big means slower and stronger, and it's a different type of player. And I just wonder where they're at with that.
I think the Kyle Davidson prototype, I'm not sure that he's been here long enough and drafted enough players to know exactly yet, or maybe I'm just not aware of it.
Okay.
I think that will evolve over time. When you're talking about the young goaltender in the system, I mean, they really like Soderblom, and they have other veterans to back up in terms of, Mrazek, I think, is coming back, and he has one more year on his deal. So they're set there for a while. The only, you don't draft out of urgency or need when you're a team as bad as the Blackhawks were, and you need as many things to kind of rebuild and replenish your roster. It starts at the top, and that's why tomorrow is such a defining day for Kyle Davidson. He gets an opportunity, just like Dale Talon in 2008. When he drafted Patrick Kane, everything changed. So now it's an opportunity for Davidson to change everything for him. 312-644-6767. Are you excited about the Blackhawk draft? Do you think that we're the only ones in town, as some of the texters are asking, are fired up about Connor Bedard coming to town? We're going to ask Judd Surratt, who is a name. He's a longtime radio guy, used to be a score guy, spent a lot of time in this market broadcasting for the Blackhawks, also is now the play-by-play voice of the Boston Bruins. He can tell us a little bit about Taylor Hall when we come back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2. You want to talk Cubs? Well, we can. We'll talk with Ian Happ at 11.
That's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. And I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is like the first 2 steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
And I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter. But that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
Looks
wild.
nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up. And there's like a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
The Score. Mully a little under the weather. We are talking hockey with David Haugh here, and we're going to be going out to Boston. That was a familiar voice of Judd Surratt, a Score original, and Judd, like every guest, appeared on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Good morning, Judd. How are you?
I'm good, David. How are you? This is a great time of the year in the National Hockey League. It's award season. There's going to be a ton of trades in and around the draft, and then you have July 1st as the trade deadline, or the free agent, the first time that you can start to sign guys, and you're going to start to see a lot of roster movement around the National Hockey League. So this is going to be, at least here in the next couple of days, a busy time of year.
Well, it's great to have you on, and not just because you are a Score original and you can reminisce a little bit about being on the radio station where you started your career, but also because of the Bruins deal with the Hawks last night. And you are somebody well familiar with Taylor Hall and Nick Foligno, and you can help us understand, number one, why the Bruins would be in a position to need to execute this salary dump, and secondly, what kind of players are coming to the Blackhawks?
Well, let's start with Taylor Hall. First of all, I think that this is a very savvy move, really, for both teams. For the Bruins, they need to get some salary cap space because they have a lot of room that they need to create, and it's hard to do in today's National Hockey League. Believe it or not, there aren't that many teams that have a lot of salary cap space. The Blackhawks are one of them. But for the Blackhawks in particular, if you're going to draft a generational talent, and that's the word that's associated with a guy like Connor Bedard, you want to give him someone to play with. And by picking up a guy in Taylor Hall, you have an elite top six forward, a guy who's going to be able to play on the left side with a guy like Connor Bedard, who understands what it's like to come to a hockey mad market to be the first overall pick. So that will help insulate him. And a guy like Nick Foligno, assuming he's willing to sign there as an unrestricted free agent, because remember, his contract just ended. He was just paid just south of $4 million per season. They're going to be able to surround him with a character player both on and off the ice. He had a bounce-back year in Boston last season. His first year with the Bruins, he had some injury problems, but he's a guy who can still provide a lot of value both on and off the ice as a character player and in the middle six for the Blackhawks. And for the Bruins, it creates some cap space. They have to get out from under Hall's contract. He makes $6 million this year and $6 million next year. And if you're starting to forecast what else is going to happen here in the next couple of days, expect to see the Bruins names jettison some more guys off their roster, especially from the back end, because they have some guys they need to sign.
Judd, the Blackhawks still have to spend $10 million just to get to the salary floor. So they're in a very different position than the Bruins are. So they may make another deal or two like this to benefit from other teams' salary dumps. I wonder in Taylor Hall, who was a former MVP, who is a former number one overall pick, he can relate to a lot of the things that Connor Bedard will be going through next year, as we said. What's he like in the room, and what is he like as a teammate and maybe in this role as a mentor?
Well, he was well regarded in the room. Certainly a guy who was well liked. You got to remember that, go back a little bit here, and the reason that he wanted to come to Boston, and he essentially forced the trade from Buffalo, where he spent 1 year, is he wanted to come to learn from guys like Brad Marchand and Patrice Bergeron. In the same way, if you go back a few years, when Marian Hossa made his move from Pittsburgh to Detroit, he wanted to learn from guys like Pavel Datsyuk and Henrik Zetterberg. And I think it's going to make Hall an even better player as he comes to the Blackhawks. He was a reliable piece for the Bruins. If you look at his numbers last season, I think some of the numbers may be down from what a lot of people assume his numbers should be, but he's going to play in an elevated role with the Blackhawks. And I would expect, playing alongside a guy like Connor Bedard, who's going to play not only top 6 minutes, but top line minutes, number one power play minutes. He wasn't getting those opportunities in Boston because he was playing behind Marchand and Tyler Bertuzzi, who they had to acquire after Taylor Hall got hurt in Calgary, sort of late in the season, just maybe a day or two before the NHL trade deadline. But I don't see any reason why Taylor Hall can't put up 30 goals and 70 points. I think the experience in Boston and learning from guys like Bergeron, and Marchand, who, whatever you may think about Brad Marchand, he's still one of the premier left wings in the game, and Patrice Bergeron, one of the greatest leaders that the National Hockey League has ever seen. I think that has helped his game. What it will take for him to be an even better teammate to shepherd and help a guy like Connor Bedard, and at the same time understand what it takes from a 200-foot perspective as a guy who needs to play both with and without the puck in order to be successful on an everyday basis in the National Hockey League.
Joined by Judd Surratt, the fine play-by-play voice for the Boston Bruins here on Mully and Haugh. Mully under the weather this morning. So, Judd, when you look at what the Hawks are on the verge of, you spent a lot of time in this town covering the Blackhawks during the heyday. You know what it looks like from the top of the mountain, and you know from afar how far they have fallen. And now the climb is resuming in theory. Now they're going to try to get back to respectability and put themselves in a position to contend. From your vantage point, knowing what the organization has been through, how far away are they?
Well, it's a difficult. That's really difficult to be able to gauge and forecast. If you look at a few teams around the league that have drafted first overall, and they've drafted different players. Take Buffalo. They drafted first overall on two different occasions. Those were both defensemen, and Owen Power and Rasmus Dahlin. They're on the cusp of making their way back into the playoffs. Both of those guys were drafted first overall here within the last 6 years. Alexis Lafreniere went first overall to the Rangers. Now, he is not compared in the same way that a guy like Connor Bedard is, where, again, the term that's being used is generational talent. But they've started to surround guys around Lafreniere, and they also drafted a kid named Capo Caco second overall, maybe a year or two after that, and you see the Rangers in the playoffs. So it's difficult to forecast that. And I think you've got some really good guys at the top in hockey operations in Kyle Davidson and Norm McIver. These are really bright guys. You also have support coming from Danny Wirtz and Jamie Faulkner. But it's going to take some time to be able to build around those guys. Take another player in Jack Hughes, who had a fabulous season for the New Jersey Devils. It's taken the Devils some time, but all of a sudden this year they find their way into the playoffs. They win around. They surprise the New York Rangers before ultimately falling to the Carolina Hurricanes in the second round. So I think Kyle Davidson, what he's trying to do is build the organization up from the ground up. He's taken it down to the studs. There's very few players that are remaining. Some guys on some big-time contracts, and Seth Jones, and I know Connor Murphy is still there for the Blackhawks. But the other thing that you also have to factor in when it comes to some of these rebuilds is how patient is ownership willing to be. And at this point, because the United Center still seems like it's full, it certainly has in the last couple of years as they've gone through this process under Kyle Davidson, that as long as ownership is willing to remain patient and abide by the plan that I think Kyle and Norm have put in place, then I think that you'll see in the next couple of years that the Blackhawks will be competitive and have an opportunity to make the playoffs.
So, Judd, you look at when the Hawks won the draft lottery, and you go back to May, and in the first 12 or 24 hours afterward, they sold $2.5 million worth of season tickets. You have used the term a couple times, and it's a familiar one in town, generational talent. You know the sport. You're around it all the time. When you look at other players and the comps that we'll hear beginning tomorrow night, which I have said could be the most positive night for the Blackhawks since 2015, who is the comp? What do you think the Hawks are getting here in Bedard? Who does he remind you of, and what are the comparisons that make the most sense?
Well, full disclosure, I don't follow the amateur game as much as a lot of guys do, but from the people that I respect and the people that I talk to when it comes to Connor Bedard, if you're talking about a guy, and he's been talked about here for more than the last 12 months, he's been talked about for probably the last 24 months, the last 2 years, as a guy who's been coming down the pike. He's compared, at least, it's difficult for me to gauge this, but he is, when you mention names like Connor McDavid or Sidney Crosby, guys like that. Go back to Patrick Kane. I don't think that we used the term when Kane was drafted in 2007 as generational talent, but he was taken first overall, and that's ultimately what he turned out to be and helped lead the Blackhawks to 3 Stanley Cup titles, 2010, 2013, and in 2015. But if the Blackhawks have a guy that is reminiscent of Connor McDavid, who just won his 3rd Hart Trophy as the league's regular season MVP, there's a special player that's coming to the west side of Chicago.
All right, Judd, I got to ask, because what you witnessed this past season, which you presided over with the Bruins, was historic. You set an NHL record for wins and points in a season, 65 wins, 135 points, and then the playoffs happened. How hard has it been in Boston? How do they recover from this? And then you add the Celtics getting what's happening to them. It's got to be a very difficult sports climate in that city right now.
Oh, now you got it, David. So I think that everybody here in Boston and everybody here in New England was planning for 2 different parades this year, but instead they had their dreams crushed, first by the Bruins in the first round, and then the Celtics, obviously, and it looked like the way was paved for them, especially when the Bucks got eliminated in the Eastern Conference. So the guy who I think is most bummed, however, is Mac Jones, because the microscope now turns to him and turns back to him and Bill Belichick, and is Bill O'Brien going to be able to get Mac Jones up and running again? Can he get the offense functioning again? But it's been difficult to process, and I think my experience in watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, and congratulations to Bruce Cassidy and a number of former Bruins and the Vegas Golden Knights for what they pulled off in only their 6th season of existence to win the Stanley Cup this year. The only thing I could think about, especially after watching the season that the Bruins had, the roster that they had put together, including guys like Taylor Hall and Nick Foligno, is that should have been them in the Stanley Cup final. They should have easily won that first round. Maybe not easily. That's maybe not the right term, but up 3-1 in that series. They had 2 glorious chances, both in Game 6 and in Game 7. They had a 1-goal lead with 1 minute left in Game 7 and could not lock it down. The thing about the Bruins that made their run so historic, just to quickly digress on the Bruins season, is the backbone of the team, the foundation was basically the goaltending and the way that they defended, and that cracked and crumbled in the playoffs. So I think it has a lot of people here in town and certainly within the organization still mystified. They can't understand exactly why it happened. And now, because they had pushed all their chips into the middle, and because they basically kicked the can down the road from a salary cap perspective, they have a lot of bonus overages to be able to pay. That's in part why you see a trade like Taylor Hall, who, as valuable as he is, as talented as he is, he was playing on the 3rd line for the Bruins, and that made him a mismatch when he was in the lineup.
All right, Judd, before we let you go, I know that you have a lot of ties back here and a lot of memories probably when you're appearing on 670 The Score because of the way your career started. We mentioned that when we began. What do you miss about Chicago, and how often do you get back?
It's home. It's my family. And right now I could go for a combo right now, either from Gene and Jude's or since I was living in the city, Gene and Jude's is a little bit harder to get to than getting a Mr. Beef over on Orleans. Listen, it's home. And I think back to The Score, and you were talking about since I started there from the beginning, I used to turn the station on and off. So it used to be sunrise to sunset when the Score first came on, and when I used to end in the afternoon show, and the sunrise in the winter, if the sundown would be about 5:30, I would have to end the show, go back into the control room, and basically throw like a circuit breaker to turn the power off at the time. So, obviously times have changed, and it's been incredible what you, Mully, and everybody in the station has been able to accomplish for many, many years. The station came on in 92. I was so thankful to be a part of it and have that opportunity coming on as an executive producer, reporter, and a host eventually. But it's home, and I miss it, and I certainly listen to you guys all the time. That's the beauty of having Alexa or having a smart speaker that you can say, hey, Alexa, give me 670 The Score. So, I certainly miss it. As far as getting back home, we typically try and get back home every season. Every summer We did not get an opportunity to do that last year, but even yesterday, my wife was talking about the fact, hey, let's jump in the car, drive home, and get an opportunity to see some family because my mom, my wife's mother, still back in the area, along with plenty of cousins, uncles, sisters-in-law. So I'd love to be able to get back there.
Judd, it's great talking with you. I really appreciate your time this morning for your insight on Taylor Hall and just catching up with you.
You got it, David, anytime.
Jed Surratt, the play-by-play voice of the Boston Bruins. Judd, a Score original, as you heard. And we'll talk to some other original personalities when we come back. Dave Wannstedt and Tony Wise, they're in the house. And when that happens together, you never know what's going to happen next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
For the Cubs, you've been down a little bit. Things have changed. You've moved on from your...
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman, the Palatine Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff.
Quarter draft.
Super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing around,
break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh yeah, we got the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
When he hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay?
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you
Next
very
question.
much.
Dave Wednesday.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Mully a little under the weather today, had to leave and go home. That's okay. We're going to take it to 10 o'clock without him, and it'll be just fine tomorrow, I'm sure. And we're pleased to welcome in. It's time for Dave Wanstead to join us. Also brought a friend today, Tony Wise. Hey, Tony.
Morning, David. How are you today?
Great to see you in studio. Dave, always good to see you.
Yes.
Back from a vacation, I hear. You were comparing European travel vacation, the stories with Mitch.
We were, except Mitch took a lot more pictures than I did. So I
you were in Italy. And
I was
London.
a little bit embarrassed. Mitch kind of buried me on that end of it, but no, we had a great trip. Yeah, first time ever over in Italy, and so my wife and I went over with a couple buddies and their wives, and we had a fantastic trip. It really was. Everything went smooth, from the flights to the different places that we visited, and all the food that we ate and the wine that we drank. So just really, really good time.
Tony, you having a good summer? What brings you to Chicago? I doubt it's NASCAR.
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't know it was here. and I am a NASCAR fan, but I prefer being in the South. Martinsville, Bristol, that type thing. Anyway, so I had no idea. No, I'm here visiting Dave, Jan, Carrie, Jamie, the twins, Francis, and Connor.
If you're going to list all of Dave's relatives, that we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
We could.
And then he was doing some coaching with my one grandson on chucking, James, who's the hockey guy.
Hey, what isn't your? Did your nephew play for Florida in the College World Series?
He pitched last night.
Wow.
Ryan Slater. Yeah, he pitched.
He's the one got hit in the ankle.
He's the one that got hit with the line drive in the ankle, and we don't know how bad that affected him. And then he was hobbling around, and then he finished, and they jerked it. I mean, it was.
Congrats to LSU. They won that.
Boy,
yeah,
boy.
how about that?
Yeah, well, we were talking. Tony was on his thing, and he said either the pitcher or the center fielder for LSU's probably going to be with the Pirates next year as the first pick.
First overall pick?
Yes.
That's going to be the guy?
Well, the Pirates are one again.
Yeah. And that makes sense that he would be the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks the part, doesn't he? So, obviously, there's a lot to talk about. This is a slow time in the NFL calendar. We'll get to some football stuff with the Bears and Arlington Heights. I know you guys have
you
thoughts.
just covered a lot. We could talk racetrack. You just
we
opened
talk
up
NASCAR.
David opened up a lot of topics, Tony, you know?
We sprayed all fields here, Dave. You know that we have to.
Well, let's talk radio, please.
Well, you want to talk hockey. And I think that's good because it's a good week to talk hockey in Chicago. We just got done talking about the Taylor Hall trade to the Hawks. You have thoughts on Connor Bedard, but you actually follow the NHL. You're a hockey guy.
Well, I'm a Montreal Canadian fan, and when I was here, I obviously became a Blackhawk fan, and my dear friend Joey DeBono, who was tied in with a Blackhawk alumni, I got to meet numerous. Anyway, so the big thing is the fact that obviously in drafts, sometimes the guy's clear cut, other times he's not. So this is one of these years where I've read where there's no doubt about it. The number one guy is Connor Bedard. So that's tremendous.
There's no doubt about it. He's the number one guy.
Right.
This is the best news the Hawks have had since they won the Cup.
Yes.
The fact that they get a chance to draft him, and he models his game after a guy that you know well from Pittsburgh. I know Dave remembers Sidney Crosby.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I got to meet Sidney a couple of times when I was obviously back there coaching, but I really had a relationship with Mario Lemieux from playing in his golf tournaments and then again back there coaching. And that was the story. When they drafted Sidney, he actually lived, Mario put a extension onto his house. And he lived there, I think it was 5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
He was like, they won a cup, I think. He was the MVP, and he was still living with Mario Lemieux.
Yeah.
I remember a picture when they won the cup, and they had the cup physically with them, both of those guys holding it and jumping in Mario's swimming pool in the backyard.
I'm going to be out late tonight. Leave the door open.
Exactly. Who does that?
Yeah.
But you wonder when you're drafting a 17-year-old prodigy like the Hawks will be doing tomorrow night. And when Patrick Kane was drafted first overall in 2008, he moved and lived in Stan Bowman's basement.
Right.
Until he got acclimated. I mean, you as a parent, you wonder, even though Connor Bedard is who he is.
But as you know, they've done this their entire careers. When they go to, when they're going to junior hockey, they're living with families.
Yeah.
So they
billet
grew
families,
up.
that kind of
There
thing.
you go.
Billet families.
They grew up doing this.
So it's different when you're a professional.
You mentioned Bowman. Tony goes to an event every. What's the camp?
Well, it's not an event.
The
It's
camp. The camp. Who's your room? Go ahead.
My buddy Barry Smith.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
He used to run the Blackhawks.
Okay.
In name, nobody knew it except for Barry.
One of my thrills of a lifetime was when I was coaching here. Smitty and Scotty would come with the Red Wings. And obviously, this is back in Probert and all this stuff. This is in the high times.
This is when the Red Wings and the Blackhawks were rivals in the
exactly.
same
I mean, my
conference
goodness
and everything.
gracious.
Yeah.
So they stayed at the Drake, and Smitty says, "Tony, we're coming in about whatever." And I remember sitting at the Drake in the lobby, and bus arrives, and Redmond goes in first, and here comes Scotty hobbling up the stairs, and he sits down next to me.
Scotty Bowman had a lot of power and sway in this organization after those days. Barry,
right.
And Barry came with them.
Yes.
And still, that was always a funny thing about where his reach, how far it extended, because he was a guy that stayed very involved.
Yes. Now, anyway, so what Dave is talking about, we get together. Scotty still lives part of the year in New York because of his son, who's disabled. And anyway, so he comes over to our lake. We sit there and cook out, and I sat there with him last year for 3 hours talking hockey with Scotty Bowman.
And you can hold your own talking hockey with Scotty Bowman.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's awesome. It's a big hockey week here in Chicago just because of the draft tomorrow night. The Hawks have think about this from the NFL perspective, Dave. If you ever had a draft where in the first 4 rounds, the first 99 picks, you've got 9 of them. 9 of the first 99.
I did not realize that.
That's going to be a historic night.
Hey, I'm just thinking what you alluded to, and Tony backed you up on it, that this kid, there's no doubt that he's the first pick.
No doubt.
No
doubter.
Who would that be in the NFL? I mean,
Reggie White.
I mean, there was a debate, between Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf, but if you knew that Peyton was going to be what he was.
Well, there was it wasn't much of a debate. There was a debate with Troy Aikman and Tony Mandrich.
Yes. Yeah.
How'd that one work out?
Oh, gosh.
That's a really good question, Dave.
But I was thinking, if there was somebody, even this year with the Bears, and I know their situation's different. I don't want to get off.
No, but you're right. How many times in drafts,
there wasn't a quarterback,
professional sports organization,
you're right.
Is it so clear cut who's number one?
Yes.
It is this year in the NHL.
Oh, this year with the basketball.
Oh, yeah. This is right. Yeah.
You're right. Basketball this year. Yep. Basketball
this
seems
is
to be
this
more
is
that way.
Wembanyama. This is the version of him for the NHL, for the Blackhawks, and they're the lucky recipients of that. I need to think about the NFL comp, though. That's an interesting one. We'll talk more about the NFL when we come back. I want to get your thoughts. Kevin Warren showed up in Arlington Heights last night, the Bears president, made an impression, said some things, showed some transparency. I want to get the thoughts of Tony Wise, also Dave Wanstead, here for another segment. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score.
Like all these young prospects that they have on the way, theoretically, air quotes, is it wrong to look at the struggles of Matt Mervis? The inconsistency of Christopher Morel, maybe Hayden Wisniewski not being as Wisnasty as I would like him to be consistently enough. Is it wrong to look at some of these the stunted growth of some of these prospects and wonder if all of that success at the minor league is going to be all that when they become major leaguers?
Well, it's a reminder, I think. I don't know that it is wrong, but it's definitely a reminder that prospects are prospects, and that if you look at the Cubs and what they went out and did, they spent a lot of money and they changed the look of their team. But really, other than Dansby Swanson, how much has their team changed? How much better have individual players played other than Dansby Swanson? Now, you could argue Cody Bellinger, but he hasn't been there.
You can't make that argument now that he's been out a month.
He's been out too long.
He's been out too long.
And it's cost you a lot.
First base is a disappointment. Third base, Patrick Wisdom's a step back. I thought he was going to be fine.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to be okay. Seiya Suzuki, stay healthy, keep it going. But again, what does he do that makes him a $17 million a year player? I don't know. You're most excited about Miguel Amaya, but long may that continue because, as we saw, Mervis had a pretty good start. Morel had a great start. Is this an illusion with Amaya? I hope not. Jan Gomes has been their most consistent. No, I don't want to say that. Dansby Swanson has been the most consistent player. Jan Gomes has been the most consistent catcher. I just don't know how much to believe in the Cubs' youth when some of those youthful players that are now at the major league level haven't lived up to expectations or are more up and down than maybe than you'd like.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Dave Wunstead hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Thanks for joining us this morning. Mully under the weather, had to leave, but we are pleased to have Dave Wunstead and Tony Wise in studio. Having a lot of fun. We were talking hockey, but you guys are football experts, so we need to talk a little football. Not a lot going on with the NFL calendar. This is a time where I think coaches get a little nervous because everybody goes home or on vacation. Like, okay, I hope I don't read a headline.
Yes.
That's a bad one, right?
Absolutely.
Probably brings up some bad memories.
Well, it does. I mean, we used to talk, everybody talks about it. And, we are so itinerary structured people, coaches, players, that, what time are we meeting and what time are we eating and what time is practice? And and when that doesn't happen and everybody kind of just vanishes and you get home with all your buddies from college and you got a few dollars in your pocket and your high school buddies, boy, you really got to be a strong-minded person and stay on course because crazy things happen. More stuff happens in the off season by far than during the
Tony,
season.
would you get away when you were supposed to get away?
Oh gosh, I was away.
You were away.
Yes,
you unplugged.
I was hiking and doing all kind of things.
Where would you like to go hiking? Where was the best place
I was
to hike?
all over the place. I was Glacier and all through Colorado, Utah, Arches, and the national parks out there. And I was away.
Oh, the Moab is awesome. That's a
I
great
was
trip.
there a year ago.
Were you? I was there a year ago.
Yes,
I was there a year ago in May.
I took a river trip down a Cataract
It's
Canyon.
beautiful.
Yep.
That's a great vacation.
No, it's beyond
spot.
beautiful.
See, we don't have to go to Europe to have fun, Dave.
Yeah, I hear you. Tony's a traveled man.
Well-
He when vacation started, Tony would turn his cell phone off and he was gone.
It sounds like a little hint of.
But no.
Maybe that wasn't all right with the head coach.
Hey, one of the best vacation trips. Okay, we're at Oklahoma State. I think I was probably making 20. Tony was probably making 18.
Yes.
Huh? And so we didn't have any money, but vacation time comes. So somehow Tony's trying to save money on getting to New York, where he's from, and I'm going to go to Pittsburgh to see my parents, and they haven't seen the grandkids. They're just young, just 5 years old or whatever. So I said, I'm driving. And we had a gas credit card back then. So
You're driving from Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah, to Pittsburgh. Tulsa, or Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Okay, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Yeah. So I said, I'm going straight through. So Tony says, hey, I can get the ticket will cost me half flying from Pittsburgh to New York. Okay, so we jump in the car. I got 2 kids in the back, my wife in the back, me and Tony, and we take off.
Yeah.
And the smelling salts. Remember, that was the one that got you, okay?
The great one was we're crossing the Mississippi. We're crossing Mississippi. We just changed drivers. So Jan was driving, okay, switch seats. Dave takes over, okay, we go. And it's 1 a.m. So we head out, and all of a sudden, Jan and I are about ready to doze off, and we hear crack. Little crack, and the ammonia smell is permeating the car.
Because you're trying to stay awake?
Oh, Coach, I had a pocket full of smelling salts.
So Jan and I are sitting there. Looking at each other. So we were trying to get a little bit of sleep. So anyway.
Kids are crying. She was pregnant.
We made it.
You made it.
Yeah, we made it.
You made it. And then you had the cheap flight home. And
yes,
all
exactly.
well that ends well. All right, so back here in Chicago, last night, Kevin Warren did something that I think is all part of the process. It's also a good reminder that this move to Arlington Heights, the proposed move to Arlington Heights, where the Bears own the land and plan, ideally, to build the stadium, it's going to take a while. And Kevin Warren showed up at a public meeting, took some questions, made some statements, and basically the gist of it was he said he wants to bring, quote, the best building in all of sports to Arlington Heights. You saw some of that based on the news coverage, Tony. Just in general, what was your impression? And then do you have other thoughts on the Bears maybe potentially moving out there?
Well, I have David, all I was saying, I told Dave, I said, boy, that was impressive. Because as you know, the community meeting, and everybody's got an agenda with a lot of that stuff. But I thought he did a great job of explaining, look, the property is worth this. And they made the point about, obviously, Arlington school system wants as much tax money as they can get. And Kevin did a wonderful job of saying, look, this is what it is. And we're not going to just so I thought he did a wonderful job of explaining it.
Yeah, and I was explaining to Tony, I said, this was kind of a layup for George McCaskey and the Bears in a good way. I mean, think about this. Kevin Warren was the point man, as we know, in Minnesota for 7-8 years. I talked to Rick Spielman and George Payton and those guys who were with him, and that was his focus of dealing with community leaders, dealing with the NFL, dealing with financial people, anything that encompasses building a new stadium. that was Kevin Warren. So he has picture. He's got the file right there. So the Bears hire him. He just brings that file with him, puts it in his drawer, and here we go. So it's he's speaking from experience. I mean, I'm going to give the guy credit for that.
He does have that experience. He also projects that kind of strength and confidence that you want from a CEO type. I wonder if he anticipated some of these little hurdles that they have to clear before they can continue, because it's odd, Tony and Dave. They've already began demolition of the site. They have the 326-acre Arlington Park Racecourse is now beginning to be dismantled and demolished. That's because the Bears have started the process. By the same token, they're entertaining other options. They're considering other alternatives from Naperville, from Waukegan. He shared last night on his way to the town meeting that Lake Forest called and say, hey, what about us? There's going to be other people who say, what about us? Chicago may get into the conversation. Mm-hmm. Is that just part of the leverage, do you see, that they're seeking, or do you think that's just something that you would think is due diligence?
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you, if the new mayor, I know that he is a sports fan. He was in here, right?
He was in here.
And he's a follower. He's a fan. I mean, if there was property and if he wanted to put a positive feather, I think, in his hat, if there was parking and you could get in and out and everything involved, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago didn't make a run, if that was available. But I don't know. I still think it's going to end up in Arlington Heights. Is it leverage? Sure, it's leverage. I mean, they're trying to get what they want, and obviously when you got other people interested in you, that's the leverage that the Bears need right now. So I still think it's going to end up in Arlington Heights. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but I got to believe it.
Tony, do you like it from a coaching perspective, from a football perspective, the idea of changing a stadium in Chicago from open air to a dome?
I would say that's out of my pay grade. I understand now there's so many of these dome stadiums. I'm used to that waking up. All right, what's the weather today? Mm-hmm. And as the season progresses, from real nice and you go in and you start dealing with different issues. So I'm used to that. So I'm a bad guy to ask.
Well, I think you see teams, though, that it's way premature to project this, but you see teams that build their rosters around the idea of them playing indoors. The greatest show on turf.
Absolutely.
Other examples of teams that know the certainty. They don't have to worry about waking up and checking the weather. And frankly, the opposite is also true. In the Midwest, there's this kind of idea that you need a certain type of team, a certain type of approach, maybe a coach, maybe a running back, maybe an offensive line to survive in the Midwest in the late fall and winter.
Yeah, I think that's probably changed a little bit. Mm-hmm. I mean, just from the standpoint that
did you believe in bear weather?
Yeah, we used to talk
it's
about
a myth,
it.
Dave.
I mean, yeah, we used to talk about it, and it was probably just talk from the standpoint of when you couldn't throw the ball and it was terrible, whether it was wind or whether it was rain or whether it was sleet or snow. We've played in it all. I mean, you better be able to run the football. That is a fact. So, but I think you got to run the football whether you're playing indoors or out. So I wouldn't put much credence.
I kind of remember it as not bear weather, but bear attitude. I mean, we were there. Doug Buffone showed up, and all these guys. Peyton was around. All these guys, and they made it evident to you. Hey, look.
Well, you remember
you better be hitting people.
You remember I remember our first game where it was below freezing in Soldier Field, and Steve McMichael, Richard Dent, those guys came out. Mark Borge, those guys came out, and they had nothing on except the uniform from the standpoint of no long johns on their arms. They just put the Vaseline.
It was a statement,
and they went out and played.
Yeah, that could be intimidating.
Yeah,
that's the idea, right?
The other team had the hoodies and all that stuff, and no. So, like Tony's saying, there was a mentality with the players here going back forever that that's what we do. That's how we do it.
So, Tony, Dave is immersed in almost every aspect of the Bears offseason. He's one of the best analysts in town about what happens and why. From your perspective, though, as somebody who, visits every so often and pays attention from afar, how would you describe or evaluate what the Bears have done this offseason?
Well, I would have to say it's excellent. They've got the draft pick from Tennessee, who's again, it seems like a no-brainer. So you put him in there in a position of need, and the quarterback is everybody's excited about the quarterback. So I would say it's all hands on deck. Let's go. My only thing would be the curiosity, if it's an outsider, of who that running back is.
Mm-hmm.
I really haven't heard much about, okay, this is a guy that I recognize.
Well, they have a committee.
Okay.
They just don't know who the chairman of that committee will be.
And the committee thing is a little bit, I say the committee thing can be a little dangerous. Because this thing about who's hot on a Sunday, that's a bunch of nonsense.
Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson, and Deontay Foreman, who they brought in from Carolina. Those are the three guys that you think will make the biggest impact. Those are the three guys who will share the load. You'd like to have one guy emerge, right?
If you went into the coach's offices and you sat in the coach, all right, now let's cut the crap.
Right.
Who's the best guy? Well, they're going to come up with a guy.
What do you guys think about how the running back position itself has been devalued across the National Football League? You look at Dalvin Cook is an ex-Viking because he became too expensive for them to keep. You look in New York and Saquon Barkley is in the midst of the stalemate with the New York Giants because of his value. All around the league, there are examples of teams unwilling to pay running backs. And as a result, there are very qualified running backs still on the street right now.
There are. And I don't know. We come from a school where the running back was, the major part of our offense, maybe to a fault, to be very honest with you. But, the Titans, with Derrick Henry, when I think of the Titans and I think their playoff run, even Bill Belichick to this day, the best teams he's had with Tom Brady, they ran the ball. If you look at the statistics, they were a balanced team and they ran the ball. When they had to run it, they could run the football, so it has. It seems like it's kind of snowballed, and everybody's kind of, oh boy.
Ezekiel Elliott still out of a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. I as a fan, I hate that word devalued.
Yeah.
The position is devalued. Nonsense. The problem with the running game, it takes work. So it could be, well, we don't want to really work that much on it, and by that account. Sure, the running back becomes devalued because we're not working on it.
And they're not committed to it. And I've used this term, Tony, before. I said some of these coaches, and talking with North Turner, about some of these offensive coaches, either they don't believe in running the football or they don't really understand it.
Yes.
And so I think that has a lot to do with it.
Well, it's odd, though, and I don't disagree with you, Tony, but I think that when you use the term devalue, it only reflects the way teams have treated or how teams have prioritized the position and on their payroll, on their salary cap. Yep. They're more likely to pay a wide receiver a premium. It's not considered a premium position. Wide receiver is.
Yes. The quarterback run has taken a little bit away from that.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we didn't run the quarterback like they run today. Today, you look at a lot of teams, the quarterback.
No doubt.
Is
who's the best running back in the NFC North?
Yeah, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
Right.
Because Dalvin Cook's gone.
Right.
Montgomery's in Detroit. They got a rookie. Maybe it's him. The Packers, well, maybe. Justin Fields is the best running back in the NFC North.
And think about this. How many guys, these young kids that are getting these coaching jobs that haven't maybe been in the playoffs or haven't been a coordinator for any 6 months or a year, are they going to sit down and get a job by convincing the owner that they can run the football?
Wouldn't work anymore.
No, Tony. No.
I understand.
Owners
understand.
don't want to hear that.
I understand.
They want to hear that we're going to score 35 points a game. Right? I mean,
the reason that I object to the devalued, I would hate put a film on and Saquon Barkley and you watch a guy and then the defensive coordinator says, we can't tackle this guy. That is as scary a comment on a Monday morning getting ready to play Barry Sanders. My goodness gracious.
Yeah,
throw it all you want. Drop back and throw it. Just don't hand it to him.
Bijan Robinson was that guy in this year's NFL draft.
Right.
The whole debate was, how high would you go? Would the Bears take him, where they were drafting? And the Falcons removed that doubt, and they answered that question emphatically because they believe, like we're talking about, maybe they have the next Barry Sanders. Maybe they have somebody who's a Saquon Barkley clone. I don't know. It's a gamble, though, in today's NFL to put that much hope and invest that much money in a running back.
Well, you're going to find out Sunday when Bijan Robinson, again, like that, and he runs by your entire team and for an 85-yard touchdown.
Right.
And then you say, where'd they draft that guy?
Yeah, and Tony's, the first thing Tony's going to look for, because him and I have this conversation all the time, he'll say, Dave, did you see the offensive line? They don't even have their hands on the ground. How are they going to run? Right? I mean,
they never do.
How are they going to run?
That is correct. Yes.
How are they going to run block and knocks Aaron Donald back when you're
That's correct. Yes,
you're standing up and he's down with his nose 3 inches off the turf, and you're going to try to knock Aaron Donald off the ball? It's not going to happen.
Quickly,
guys.
Tony, what do you think about the Bears' offensive line changes? Tevin Jenkins, left tackle, left guard. They bring in a right guard from Tennessee, Nate Davis. They're moving Cody Whitehair to center. A lot of moving parts, but they have a rookie right tackle and they have a second-year left tackle, so they have some bookends that are young to build around.
Yeah, so it seems like they got a great plan with the Tennessee guy and Cody moving back to center. I was here visiting Harry Hestead back when Cody, as I remember, was playing there early in his career. So it seems like all the moves are right in line with what they're looking for. Now each guy's got to go out and get it done.
Before we get out of here, Dave, on behalf of everyone here at The Score, Mitch Rosen, Mully, me, everybody who is your friend, our condolences about the loss of your mom, Ginny. 100 years old. 100. Unbelievable. What a life well lived. I know that it just happened, and our deepest sympathies for you and your family.
Thank you. She had a great 100-year. Absolutely. I appreciate it.
So Dave Wanstead, Tony Weiss, thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you coming by. Not much going on with the NFL calendar, but we could always talk football or hockey. Can't wait for the
David,
draft.
very much.
Great to have you here.
Great to be in Chicago.
It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app. AUD.
Everyone agree Matt Nagy's getting fired, right? That feels inevitable at this point to the room?
Yes.
Are we 4 for 4 on that?
I mean, yes.
Okay, Shane?
I'm doing my own research right now about that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Call Joe Rogan.
You are immunized.
Do we think that there has been enough smoke around this fire that there will be an organizational restructuring for the Bears?
This is
smoke around the fire?
This is the big
that work?
There's no fire yet. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, yeah, right, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good, but
I think there's enough smoke around the fire. not on my solo stove.
I'm looking into one of those smokeless fire pits.
Tell you what.
Got a new deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you're just using fuel for one of those little tabletop fires.
Shane, keep laughing. I'm going to throw your feet right in the fire.
I like having a smoke around the fire, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And a drink, for that matter.
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay.
Do we think
there's enough smoke
for us to believe
that there's a fire
brewing? Because you brew fires.
And you heard my ears perk up on the Ryan Pace stuff a while back. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be some front office change. God, I hope there is.
I think so, too. You
Boys?
guys?
Yeah, we heard your ears perk up then, too. You know, I hope.
We're just saying things, Shane.
Yeah.
We're just saying
20 hours a week. Mike's open for 20 hours a week. I get it.
It's only 5:36
on a Monday.
You're bound to run into one every once in a while, but those are two all-timers in the last 3 minutes.
Doozies.
Heard my ears perk up.
You heard my ears perk up last week. No No, we didn't.
If I had bells on them, and they really perked up and they rang the bells,
Yeah.
might have heard them then.
Man, oh man.
That in Chicago, that we are in buy mode, that we're in growth mode, and that, we're in the winning business again.
Welcome back. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Mully a little under the weather today. That was the voice of Crane Kenny. Crane joined Bruce and I Saturday morning inside the clubhouse from London. The Cubs are back. And what stood out about that comment was the last part. We're in the winning business again. Thank God. Thank goodness we are not entering another month of July with an impending sense of dread and agony. And if you're a Cub fan, you'd had enough. Enough selling off, enough of this dismantling the roster and rebuilding and all of the stuff that came with the last 2 Julys. Enough already. You're ready to be back in the winning business. You're ready to see everything that's going on off the field translate to success on it. Let's face it, the time is now for the Cubs to be in the winning business. If not now, never. Look around. Crane Kenny, during the same interview on Saturday, shared that the Cubs are, Bruce asked the question and he started talking about DTC and all of these things that might be foreign concepts to a lot of people and Cubs fans of a certain age. But direct-to-consumer streaming services are here, and it's real. And Marquee Sports Network announced that they will have one next month. They're going to launch it. We'll find out some of the details later, the price points, the cost out of pocket, whatever it is for Cub fans, but it's coming. So that's one thing. Today, also, they're opening a sports book at Wrigley Field, outside Wrigley Field. They're printing money, people. That's a good thing. The business of baseball is booming at Clark and Addison. So when he says we're back in the winning business, they better be. This is the way the Cubs should behave. When you have all of this stuff going on around them, your own television network, a sports book that you can, basically get to between innings, all of these things coming to fruition, all of the dreams coming true. Around Wrigleyville, there's no doubt that the transformation for somebody who hasn't been there in 10 years or so, if they're visiting family or relatives or in town for the summer, they're like, oh my gosh, has this corner changed? So in that context, the Cubs better be buyers. You're close enough to justify it. You're close enough in the standings and in the right division to buy into the idea that you can flirt with contention, that you can consider a playoff berth. You've got the starting pitching that's been the best in the National League over the last month or so. You've got the roster that is deep enough to stay in it in that division. I don't think we need to get carried away here and start talking about October fantasy. They're not playing the Braves next week, but they're in the NL Central. And right now it looks very winnable. If you're the Cubs, the National League Central looks imminently winnable. And that's a mindset you've got to have. That's why I think we're here at this point this morning, as we sit here on Tuesday, June 27th. The Cubs have 13 games before the All-Star break. 13 in a row. Not easy. I think this is the most defining stretch of the Cubs' schedule right now. It will tell you just how much to believe this idea or this folly, if you think it is folly, sitting there in your car listening to me and say, Haugh doesn't know what he's talking about. The Cubs are not back in the winning business. They're still the Cubs. No, they are. And the next 13 games, they will tell you whether or not I'm right or wrong, whether or not you can believe in this. Is it sustainable? They've got tough games. Phillies here for 3. Guardians after that. Then you got the Brewers for 4. And then, oh, by the way, before vacation, before the All-Star break, go to New York, beat the Yankees 3 times, or win that series. That's going to be a defining stretch. 3 against the Phillies, 3 against the Guardians, 4 against the Brewers, 3 against the Yankees. 13 games. Stretch starts tonight. Jameson Taillon, he's got to be better. Love what the professor has done. Justin Steele coming back from the left forearm tightness. Great to see one of the best young lefties in baseball doing this thing. The Stroh show, outstanding. Get that blister healed, please. And try not to have anybody hit grounders to Trey Mancini, if you can do that next time. Trey Mancini. E3. Get it? No. Sorry. Brandon, I'm sorry. Jameson Taillon back on the mound tonight against Suarez, Ranger Suarez for the Phillies. First pitch, 7:05, 6:30 pregame right here on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And if you miss it, did you know that? You can also go back to the rewind, but you can get Cubs games on your smart speaker. Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. Alexa, play 670 The Score. How many kitchens have the Score just turned on now? So the Cubs-Phillies tonight, I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do over this next stretch. They've got to put themselves in a position to justify the aggressive approach at the deadline. What do they need? What do they need most? I think that's a good debate. Maybe you have a thought. 312-644-6767. Call or text. I would start with the bullpen because that's always going to be something you look to supplement. Also, with Brandon Hughes, the lefty, having knee surgery, with Cody Hoyer having the horrific setback of fracturing his elbow after coming back from Tommy John surgery. Your heart goes out to that young man because he's just somebody who was on the right track, was in a position to start to contribute, and then that's just awful what happened to Cody Hoyer. I would start with the bullpen, but I wouldn't finish there. I think that ideally, if you are the Cubs and you're looking at the trade deadline and you're making your priority list, if you're Jed Hoyer, if you're Carter Hawkins, heck, if you're David Ross and you want to fill out a better lineup, you need the bullpen piece. I need a power bat. And then in my dream of dreams, if I'm making my wish list, I want another starter. I want a starting pitcher. Or at least allow me this. If Shane Bieber from the Guardians, if Lucas Giolito from the White Sox, if put in your next starting pitcher to be shopped is on the market, the Cubs have to have conversations that involve them, that they consider these deals. I don't think that, pie in the sky, I'm not going to sit here and start beating the drum for Ohtani. I've got all off season to do that. I've got all fall to get you tired of hearing that mantra. Brandon's already tired of hearing that. I just think that realistically, a bullpen arm, a middle of the order bat, and then a starting pitcher that could give you protection against a Marcus Stroman blister, a Kyle Hendricks setback, a Justin Steele forearm tightness. Something like that would remove the doubt. And I think not only make you feel better, but if they got a starter like that, a front of the rotation starter, they would become the front runners in the division. 816, that rotation matters. Night after night, bullish on the Cubs. Absolutely. I think you've got to think it's still about the pitching. You want to protect your bullpen. Alzolay has been tremendous in terms of a revelation. He has seized the opportunity to be that closer.
Adbert Alzolay.
No. Stop that, Michael K. Enough. We have enough of those guys for a while. We're getting back into listen to the Cubs on The Score. Just tell your device, play 670 The Score. Or maybe that we can amend that. Play Pat, Ron, and Zach. That would be great. Let's get to the phone call. Derek is in Griffith. Derek, welcome to The Score.
Hey, thanks for having me. I would just like to touch on what you were talking about as far as what the Cubs need to do at the deadline. Besides, other than bullpen help, I think one area of need this year and going into the future is definitely at third base long term. I just don't think Patrick Wisdom or Nick Madrigal is the long-term solution there. They seem to be holding it down pretty well right now, but long term going into the future, I just don't think that. I think we need a serious upgrade there. We have nothing in our farm system at third base that's really going to be coming in soon. So looking at the trade deadline, I'm not really too familiar with what's going to be available. I know you guys have mentioned Candelario from the Nationals, who used to be a Cub. He would be a good solution, but I was actually talking to my father about it, and I know this isn't going to be a popular opinion, whatever, but what if the Cubs looking to bring in Baez back, potentially to play third base, if we can get some kind of deal that sent Arenado to St. Louis with, the financial backup that Colorado is willing to send to St. Louis. It was $50 million.
Derek, I love your thoughts. I love your ambition. I was with you till there. They do need a third baseman. I think that makes a lot of sense. You could justify. I think some people have been mentioning on the text line Matt Chapman. You look at Candelario. You look at a couple options there. I could understand that. I'm not in the whole let's revisit the past mode. Javi Baez doesn't make any sense for the Cubs. And plus, the Tigers are they're in the same position as the White Sox. They're in a division they think they can win. They're not going to start shedding Javi Baez. They just signed him, right? He just got there, basically. I don't think that's realistic, but I do like the idea of a power bat. I would counter it with this, though, Derek, and Cub fans. Where are you with Christopher Morel as your everyday third baseman? He's got the pop. He's got the power. He's got the arm. Goodness sakes, does he have the arm? Is he a defensive liability or too big of one to leave him there and consider him the everyday solution at third base? Let's get back to the phone lines. Bradley is in Northbrook with a trade possibility. Hey, Bradley.
Yeah. Hey, guys. I was just thinking about, the Cubs White Sox have made multiple cross-town trades, in the last couple of years. We were talking about, Giolito maybe going from the White Sox to the Cubs. And with Wisdom not really working out at third base, how about Jake Berger to the White Sox? And maybe, I'm a White Sox fan, so can we have Nick Madrigal back, please?
You want Nick Madrigal back for the White Sox? Look, I'll tell you what, Bradley. Call back on Saturday morning about 9:30, just so I can see Bruce throw his pen at the screen. That's what I want you to do. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Madrigal is not the answer.
Neither is Madrigal. He's not the answer either. Whatever you want to call him, he's not going back to the White Sox. He's not your everyday third baseman. He's a 24th, 25th guy who can get you a couple hits every now and then, but you have to know what you have, and frankly, you have to know what you don't. He can be a contributor, but he just can't be the main contributor. All right, we'll get back to Cubs talk later. We'll talk to Bob Nightingale, some White Sox talk too, at the top of the hour, and then we'll get back into baseball. But when we come next, it's our time with Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com, which has a new look and a redesign. We'll talk to him next about that. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Cub fans, today on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes.
Going here, I just want to know, what is the appropriate level of optimism to take away from this, knowing that AK was involved in not only drafting Jokic, but Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and putting this team together in sticking with Mike Malone, in the kinds of things that, you look at the Bulls' approach to running it back and embracing continuity. This is the Denver model. This is the way that they won, Mully. I think that I wonder what is the level of how much can you take away from it?
Listen, it's not working here, okay? Whatever happened with Lonzo Ball has sort of undermined or undercut whatever building was going on here. And unfortunately, because we've never seen that team capable of staying together, now you got DeMar DeRozan aging out a little bit. I don't know. I don't know that I take that much away from Denver's
That's a fair answer. I don't know if it's...
And you know why? Because what's happened with this team is very reminiscent of what happened with the previous team. The previous time they tried to build a team, they never got everybody on the floor at the same time.
Well, they were...
So it's almost like a curse of the Bulls.
An injury impeded the progress and killed all the dreams that they had.
Yes.
And it's interesting to look at Why did that happen in the Derrick Rose situation? Well, we don't need to revisit that. Why is this happening in the Lonzo Ball situation? It's repeating history, unfortunately. But you know what? And I know no two situations are alike, but it only just, I think, magnifies how special what the Nuggets have done, because they overcame their own catastrophic injury to a key part of their core. Jamal Murray came back from a very bad knee injury, and he's an NBA champion today.
But they continue to win while the Bulls kind of became 500. I got to tell you something. I often think about history, and it just brings back a lot of memories.
Okay, that's right.
I'm sorry.
NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We can't beat. Won't beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Mully out today, but time now to go to our weekly visit with Mike Florio. And like all of our guests, Mike appears on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you today?
Doing well. And Mike also joins us on the Twitch stream so you can see his reactions to all the questions I'm going to ask him. Let's start with your redesign, Mike, on ProFootballTalk.com. Very slick. I'm wondering what the feedback has been like, because you adjusted some ways that people can comment, and I wonder what the reaction has been early on.
Well, the reaction has been mixed, which to me is a victory, because in this day and age, everything is mixed on every issue that may come up. We removed the ability to comment entirely. It's something we'd had for maybe 13 or 14 years. It was just time to move on. We're not compelled to a platform for people who were, frankly, in my opinion, at times a little over the top, a little too much, a little hateful, and for the people who, frankly, were tasked with going through the comments and deciding which ones should and shouldn't get cleared. And the stuff that we deleted on a regular basis would be enough to turn your stomach. So we just decided there are plenty of other places where people who want to express those types of opinions can do so. We don't have an obligation to provide that platform, so that's gone. And the functionality is improved. A lot of the feedback I'm getting is just the predictable stuff that I would expect from somebody who doesn't actually look at what we now have and look at the site, complaining about this, complaining about that, too much video. Well, it's the same video as before. It's not readable. It's the same format as before. It just looks cleaner. It works better, and it will have more features as time goes by. So we tried this like 8 years ago, and the feedback was overwhelmingly negative, so we flipped it back quickly. This time around, it's here to stay.
I really enjoy it, Mike. I think it did a nice job. You pulled it off. It is clean. And I'm curious, I don't want to go too far afield on this, but I do think it's interesting because Pro Football Talk was so successful and it grew so quickly. I wonder in large part because of the amount of interaction in the comments, and a lot of websites were like this. And now it's come full circle almost where you see websites like yours trying to restrict that interaction because it has become so extreme. And I think that it's understandable, but it certainly is undeniable.
Well, we grew without a comments section at all, frankly. Our first 7 or 8 years.
Did anybody, no comments at all?
We had no comments at all for our first 7 or 8 years. It was something we added around 2008, 2009. So I think that it was a very small percentage of our traffic for people who were regularly commenting, and now those folks may never come back. You know, I've been threatened over the years countless times with, I'm never coming back to your site again. And then I'll hear from that person a month later on something else. So I really don't know, and frankly don't care whether or not people are telling the truth when they huff and they puff. But, you know, one of the things that was an epiphany for me, we've got this thumbs up, thumbs down feature. And when someone would die and someone would post a comment of condolences that someone had died, someone would hit thumbs down. A lot of people would hit thumbs down. Like, what is that? What are you proving? What message are you sending? When someone dies and there's a comment simply expressing condolences that the person has died and somebody clicks thumbs down, what is that? What is that? And that hit me one day, and it's like, those people have the ability to go to Twitter or Facebook or wherever and spew whatever nonsense they want to spew. I don't have to give them that platform, even if it's as simple as an up or down message. Why should I give somebody the ability to click thumbs down to an expression of condolences when someone connected to the NFL has died?
Great question. So let's move on to some of the news or rumors around the National Football League. Very quiet time, but Dalvin Cook still doesn't have a team. The Jets have now emerged as a strong possibility. The Dolphins are still there. Might be other teams that get into the mix. What can we expect from Dalvin Cook's next employer?
He has spoken multiple times since he was released. And at one point he said he wants to play for a Super Bowl contender. He was asked last week, I think on Sirius XM NFL Radio, what that means. And he mentioned the Dolphins and the Jets. The Jets are compelling, and the Jets are a team that's been percolating around for a while now because Breece Hall, who was great last year in the first month and a half of the season and then suffered a torn ACL, they can't be 100% convinced that he's going to be good to go right out of the gates, able to come back and play like he did last year. You add Dalvin Cook to a team that already has a great passing attack with the arrival of Aaron Rodgers, a great defense, tough schedule, competitive conference, ultra-competitive division with the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Patriots. Cook makes a lot of sense to go to the New York Jets, especially when you consider if the other alternative is the Dolphins. It's kind of like what I thought was going to happen with DeAndre Hopkins between the Chiefs and the Bills. One team tries to get him, so the other team doesn't, and it's an extra net gain if you're the one that gets him. But with Hopkins not connected seriously to either of them, it's not an issue. If Cook is connected to the Dolphins, it makes even more sense for the Jets to try to get him because it helps the Jets and hurts the Dolphins.
Want to get to an item that is fascinating to me and always has been, and you addressed it this morning on ProFootballTalk.com. The full 17 part-time officiating crews for 2023 have been disclosed, and you have a list of them, and you have also the inclusion of their other jobs because they have other lives. And there's so much at stake in every football game in the NFL because of the money at stake, because of gambling and all of those things that we could talk about forever. Are we any closer to full-time officials? And when lists come out like this every year, do they make you kind of, are you aghast as much as I can be because it just still, it reminds us these guys are doing this as a part-time job.
It's really jarring to see the full list of all 17 crews with every member of the crew with their other job listed as part of it. And I don't know that the folks at footballzebras.com were intending to send that message in doing it. They're very supportive of the officials. But to me, it was, wow, there it is. There's all their jobs. And anybody that's ever had multiple professional concerns at the same time, and I had my law practice and PFT at the same time, and PFT was the hobby that grew and grew and grew into a side hustle, and I'm making some money off of it, and I'm spinning multiple plates, and I'm burning the candle at both ends, and whatever other stupid metaphor you may want to add to that. And at some point, it's like, I got to pick a horse here because I'm not giving full 100% attention to one or the other. Now, with a law practice, it was easy because I just took on fewer cases. I was cutting down my workload. But if you have a regular full-time job, you can't go to your boss and say, you know what, I need to work less because I really need to spend more time studying film, reading the rule book, preparing for my other job that takes up a lot of my time 4 months out of the year. Why not make these folks full-time employees? Well, I know why they won't. They're too cheap to do it. The NFL is too cheap. For all the extra millions they're making from sports books, they still don't want to spend the money necessary to pay folks to be full-time employees and to pay enough. This is the key. To pay enough that they'll give up those other jobs, those cushy jobs that are far less accountable than the job that still grades them every week and the job they could lose if they hit a rough spell where they're not getting high enough grades and then they're pushed out and they don't have anything. See, they want to keep the safe horse that pays the bills and keeps chugging along that has less instant accountability. They don't want to go all in with that job that has real-time, week-to-week, game-to-game accountability. I think that's one of the real concerns. You got to pay them a lot to get them to do that, and the NFL doesn't want to pay that money.
Quickly before they let you go, Dolphins-Chiefs game in Frankfurt next season sold out in 15 minutes. Has Frankfurt or Berlin replaced London as the most likely European city to maybe have an NFL team? We're talking about London a lot in Chicago here with the Cubs and Cardinals having just played there, trying to grow the game for MLB. What about the NFL?
I still think that London is the first stop. Now, the commissioner mentioned last October the possibility of a 4-team European division, which would mean 2 in London because there's 2 NFL stadiums there and presumably 2 in Germany. But when you just look at the quality of the games that Germany got this year, they got the Chiefs. They got the Chiefs against the Dolphins this year. London didn't get that game. And I think it's a recognition that as this process of just a smattering of games, I used to compare it to the old variety pack of the little cereal boxes that I remember when, your mom would bring that home from the store. It's like, this is great. It's not one big box of cereal. It's all these little boxes. That's kind of what London and Germany get now. But the best boxes this year went to Germany. And I think it's a recognition that maybe the ceiling is higher in Germany than it is in London, that they can really move the needle more there. And I think that's why they got Dolphins Chiefs, and selling those tickets out in 15 minutes proves that Germany may be more fertile ground for the NFL than London.
Great stuff, Mike. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, pal.
Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com. You want to check out the new website. It's redesigned. It's slick. It's clean. It's readable. And it's always interesting. When we come back, Bob Nightingale from USA Today. What did he have in his notes column this previous Sunday that got the attention of some people in Chicago? We'll talk to Bob next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings. The Giants without a hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30.
But the reality is he just doesn't look like a very good baseball player right now. He does not look like a guy that is going to get through the first inning of a game. He doesn't look like a guy that that can handle left-handed hitters. And I think the more I watch him pitch, the more I wonder if, had you other options, and I don't know that they have any other options, would you want to be rolling him out? Like, wouldn't he need maybe a game or two off, or maybe he's done? I don't know, but it's just rough to see him the way he's pitching right now.
I don't know if he's done. It's kind of hard. I don't have the title to say he's done because you can see some signs in few innings throwing the ball a little bit better. But I think the problem is the command is very bad. His ball is very flat, very, very flat. This guy, when he got a good cutter, a good sinker, the change is working, it can be a different pitcher. But when you throw 92, 93, flat pitch around the plate, you got to give motor. This league, if you don't throw 90, 96, 98, you better start moving the ball. He's not doing it right now. I think he lost his confidence. I think he had to think a little bit more about how the ball more often and try to stay in the top of the ball and sink. I don't know too much about pitching. That's why when we're going to check our pitch, I have to be careful what I'm saying. But it seems like every time it's around the plate, my guy, you don't have first of all, you don't have velocity to get people out. That's for sure, no chance. But that's why I think it's depending how the ball moves around the plate. If it's how good it's gonna be. But right now, last 3-4 stars, that ball is flat. Is very flat, right to the plate.
This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Bouncing away from Yaz. Here comes Trout, and the Angels walk it off on a pitch that bounces away from the plate. 2-1. Los Angeles wins.
Yeah, unfortunate ending right there to a really good start by Dylan Cease. We're going to watch the replay right here. Slider down and in. Yaz can't get in front of it, goes off of his glove, and Mike Trout all over it. This game was over as soon as Yaz missed it. Unfortunate for Dylan, threw well. Offense could not back him up, and the Angels take a game where you almost certainly thought the White Sox were going to handle this out of the gate. Unfortunately for the Sox, they dropped the first game, and they've got Ohtani tomorrow night.
Oh, boy. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Thank you to NBC Sports Chicago for that highlight of the White Sox loss late Monday night to the Angels. Mike Trout scores on Aaron Bummer's wild pitch. 2-1 Angels. White Sox drop 12 games below 500, and the agony continues, which brings us to our next guest from USA Today, Bob Nightingale. And like every guest, he joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks, David.
Nice to have you. Appreciate you joining us. Obviously, when we're looking for a little bit of White Sox insight, your name is at the top of our list. There's a lot of other things I'd like to get to, but let's start with the Sox, because there's a very good debate in town, and I think that depending on the day, Bob, it's like if they lose a game like last night, you're like, they're 12 games under. They're in a bad division. It doesn't matter. They need to really hit the reset button. And then they could win 2 games in a row, and people will, around the team, try to convince people who are skeptical that, well, you know what? They're in the right division. Just be patient. Good things will come. Where do you stand on the White Sox? What do you think they're leaning toward?
I think leaning toward selling. I'm not saying, a total rebuild by any means. Not like, they're not trying to Dylan Cease or anything like that. But I think, but I've had half a season now. They're just not going anywhere. You look at this team, you can't see them, going on a 12-2 run or anything like that. It's more of a 500 team. So I think they're going to have no choice at the deadline but to trade, just about, everybody they want, except for a guy like Cease and try again next year.
Your notebook in every Sunday's USA Today and usatoday.com is must-read for baseball fans. And this week you had an item about the Sox and the St. Louis Cardinals, which a lot of people in Chicago pay close attention to as well because of the rivalry with the Cubs. And you say general managers are quietly rooting for the White Sox and the Cardinals to keep losing simply to enhance the commodities at the August 1st trade deadline, with the Sox expected to shop Lucas Giolito, Lance Lynn, and Mike Clevenger, along with Kendall Graveman and Joe Kelly. Bob, of those 5 pitchers, is it a gimme that Lucas Giolito would have the greatest number of teams interested, even as a rental, even if the Sox are asking for a small fortune?
I think so, yeah, definitely, just because there's hardly any starters available. And he's having a, borderline all-star type season. So, I think he'd be a great fit for a number of teams. And, he's a free agent, so he knows he has to pitch well down the stretch to enhance his own value. But I would think they could get a decent amount for Giolito. And some team, can say, you know what, if he's comfortable here, maybe he'll want to stay and they can try to sign him long term.
Lance Lynn's really struggled this season times, Bob. And I think you look at his last couple outings, and they've been encouraging. Certainly he had 16 strikeouts against the Mariners. That was historic. He looked pretty solid in his next time out. I just don't know if you know what you're going to get on a consistent basis, and how might that affect teams that might have interest in somebody who's veteran savvy you want, but whose inconsistency you wouldn't.
I think you'd have more volume than you think. I just think being a veteran guy, a team leader type guy, we saw what he did in WBC when he just dominated. I think in a case like Lance Lynn, you'll be much better just out of Chicago. I think a lot of times just that the losing permeates a clubhouse, and a lot of guys, you leave, you become a better player. I think the same thing with Tim Anderson, that he'd be a better player outside the White Sox. Just a breath of fresh air to kind of rejuvenate you, but particularly in Lance Lynn's case.
Well, let's talk about TA for a second, because Tim Anderson is somebody who, when you look at his production over the past year, it's abysmal. And it certainly is a dramatic change from the guy who we saw in 2019. And then certainly, injuries can explain part of it, Bob. But I wonder that idea that players benefit from a change of scenery. Is that the, perception of TA around the league? And would he have trade value for teams that might be looking for a shortstop around the deadline, despite the fact that he's been disappointing at the plate?
Yeah, I think teams would say, you know what, he'd be better off, with us. Say like a Dodgers. Obviously there's concern over his defensive problems right now. It's particularly some routine plays. But I think you'd think, you know what, get him out of Chicago, get him in a winning environment, and you'll see him step up. Another guy who performed great in the WBC, but we haven't seen that, this year or even last year in Chicago. So, the nice thing too is you have a club option on him for $14 million next year. If he performs up to his capabilities, that's still a very good deal.
Talk with Bob Nightingale here on the Mully and Haugh Show. Bob writes for USA Today and is plugged into the White Sox. Before we move on to the Cubs, a couple questions about them, Bob. When you look at the Sox and where this might be headed, if the things continues to trend in the wrong direction, do you think that there are any untouchables? There are any players that Rick Hahn would not consider moving? Because Luis Robert is having an all-star caliber season. Dylan Cease looks very familiar when he has outings like he did last night. Those are the two guys I probably wouldn't dangle in any trade talks, but I don't know if you're going to get anywhere, because the teams that you're going to be dealing with might want to talk about them.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, David. I think those are the only two untouchables. You can't trade Robert. I mean, he's a cornerstone of your future. Cease is a dynamic pitcher, phenomenal guy. I mean, they would get a ton for him, particularly under team control. But if you want to win, you're not going to go to a massive rebuild. You need those two guys. So I think just about everybody else would be available. But not those two guys. You just can't do it without telling the public, okay, we're going with a massive rebuild. We're going to lose 100 games the next few years.
Tonight it's Ohtani versus Michael Kopech. And Bob, this could go a couple different ways. It's Ohtani, so it's like, all right, he's the MVP. He's going to do what he does. But Kopech, every now and then, he looks like the guy that they thought they were getting. It was going to be one of the best pitchers in the league. I don't know if you know what to expect start to start. Where are you with Michael Kopech when you see him take the mound or you see him listed as a probable starter? What goes through your head?
Yeah, you don't expect. You're right, David. Just so erratic. He could easily outpitch Ohtani. Ohtani isn't having quite the year, on the mound as at the plate. But no, Kopech has got all the talent in the world. I think teams would be very intrigued about grabbing a guy like that. I mean, he's a guy who could just dominate down the stretch, or be 500 down the stretch. But with that arm and everything else, you certainly would like to take your chance on him. So no, he's an intriguing guy. I'm interested to see what they do with him at the trade deadline. I would think that they will not trade him unless somebody really steps up and gives them what they want. And I think the White Sox see the same thing. Like, this guy's got a chance to be, a Cy Young contender, one day.
So let's move to the Cubs, because they returned from London. They had an off day yesterday, begin a very critical 13-game stretch before the All-Star game. And in the last week on this station, Bob, we've heard from Jed Hoyer, Tom Ricketts while they were in London, and Crane Kenny as well. All three chief decision makers reassert the idea that they're going to be buyers. They're in the winning business again. It sounds good. This next 13-game stretch has to go well. But when you look at the Cubs, what do you see them needing the most?
Well, I think they need some bullpen help and another starter for sure. I think some of those things get overblown. When owner GM says, "Yeah, we're going to be aggressive, we're going to go for it." What GM doesn't say that? What owner doesn't say that? Because that's what the fans want to hear. There's not a whole lot out there to get, but I would think it would be, try to do at least a modest upgrade and do that. Since they've been going through the rebuild, you don't want to just disband everything and say, okay, all of a sudden we're going to go for it. Because realistically, you got Atlanta in the National League East. You got 2-3 teams, Diamondbacks and Dodgers, Giants in the West. We'll see what happens to the Padres. So it's not like you get a piece, and all of a sudden you think you can go to the World Series. You got to get really lucky. So I think they'll make some modest upgrades, but nothing outlandish.
Marcus Stroman has been among the best pitchers in baseball. He left the game in London against the Cardinals with the blister. He says he won't miss a start. Let's wait and see. But he's been great, Bob, and I think he maybe is obviously been in the news. He's began his contract negotiation publicly on Twitter by saying he wanted to stay, and there's been some back and forth. But there's no scenario, or is there, where you see the Cubs engaging in trade conversations regarding Marcus Stroman? Is there?
Only if they completely fall out of this thing next month. If they have just a dismal July and say, okay, we got no chance of going for it. Then you trade Stroman, you get a pretty good piece in return. I mean, if he's on the trade market, if I get more for him than any other pitcher that's going to be on the market. So, but yeah, they'd have to completely fall out of it. And I'm sure there's back and forth now that they do it quietly as far as what will it take, for you to stay. It'll be a tough decision for the Cubs if they're still hanging, in the race.
Yeah.
They can't sign them. Then what do they do?
You can't get back into the winning business by dangling your best starter. That just seems to be, two conflicting ideas. So I think that if they stay in it, there's no doubt that they will hold on to Stroman and take their chances later in trying to retain him in the offseason after he opts out. That makes the most sense.
It does. There's a question of what's it going to take to keep him. And I think the only way they would, even entertain moving if they think, okay, we got zero chance. What he's asking for, we don't want to give. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you'd have to be completely out of it and give up if you trade him.
Two other starting pitchers that will have some people paying attention. I wonder what you think. Jack Flaherty, you mentioned in your notes column from the Cardinals. They're not typically in a position to sell. They always think they're in it. I wonder how likely it is that he will be trade bait, and as well as Cleveland, who always finds a way to compete and contend. Is Shane Bieber a guy that might find his way into trade conversations and rumors?
I think Bieber could be traded, but only if they get back some bats to help them right now. Almost like hey, we'll get some offensive guys that we can put in the lineup. That's a team with that pitching. I mean, they can go deep in October, as long as they get in there. It's a scary team, just a bad offense. But I would think they'd only trade Bieber if they get immediate help, not just for some prospects. They got plenty of those guys. Flaherty's an interesting guy. I mean, he's been erratic too. Got a terrific arm, a freeze at the end of the year. I don't think he's going to stay in St. Louis. I think he's leaving. So he's an interesting one. But St. Louis is kind of a team like the San Diego Padres. A lot of talent, underachieving, but you give up. I'm not sure they're ready to give up unless they just have a free fall in July, just because the division's so weak.
Last couple of things I want to get to, Bob, involved around the league, things going on that are not necessarily in Chicago, but certainly interesting. Enjoyed your sit down with Pete Rose. The Reds are one of the best stories in the majors this year. Their emergence is good news, except to everybody except for maybe Cub fans because of what that means in the division. How would you describe your visit with Pete Rose, and is he still holding out hope of getting into Cooperstown one day?
He is holding hope, especially with gambling being legalized now and it being promoted, all over around every baseball game you watch. They're talking about different odds. But realistically, I think he knows it's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen either, as long as he's alive. I think when he passes, he actually has a very good chance. I think baseball is just a little worried about him doing something to embarrass the sport or him saying something. But yeah, he's excited about, as anybody with what's going on with the Reds, and this is how you do a rebuild. Now they got as exciting a team as anyone. They got the young pitching, but it's hurt right now. But that pitching's coming up, and certainly you look at 2024, you're going to say this team's got actually a chance to win the NL Central.
You think the Reds are for real this year?
I don't. Yeah, they don't have the pitching. They said the same thing. Will be aggressive at the deadline, but you went through this massive rebuild. You can't just give that up and try to go for it. I don't think they're for real now, but I think next summer for sure. It's fun to see the town excited again. I mean, it's a great baseball city, and they sold out all 3 games against Atlanta all three games were, great games, 1-1 games. It was fun.
Meanwhile, in Queens, the Mets are about the most underachieving team in baseball, given what they spent in the offseason, 16 games back of the Braves. I wonder, do you think Buck Showalter survives this?
I do. I don't think it's Showalter's fault. I think certainly he'll last through the season. I would think he'll still be the manager on opening day next year. But then on the hot seat, they got to start performing. I think it's almost a toss-up. If the Mets don't make the playoffs, or the Padres don't make the playoffs, which team is the most underachieving team in baseball history? And I think these two teams are by far the biggest disappointments of anybody if they miss the playoffs. It's amazing. The Mets are going to have about a $500 million payroll if you include all the luxury taxes and everything else. Padres have 11 All-Stars. Got Bob Melvin as their manager now, and there's no team that gives up more when they get down a game than the Padres.
Bob, I was intrigued by any mention, especially yours, of David Stearns, the former Brewers general manager who is not affiliated with a team or running a team right now. You've heard him rumored to a variety of different organizations, the latest being the Red Sox. What do you think is ahead for David Stearns?
Well, he grew up in New York. I think he's going to the Mets. I think they want someone to run the thing. Maybe he can oversee, Billy Epler, who's a GM, and just a sharp guy. We saw what he did with a small payroll in Milwaukee. I think he's head there. Now, if the Red Sox say, you know what, we're going to blame Chaim Bloom on what's going on, then I think they'll make a spirited run at him. He's definitely leaving. I think the whole thing was just kind of a fallout with what happened last year after the trade deadline with the Josh Hader trade. That thing blew up in their face. He took a lot of heat for it, and it was up to him. He probably would have left after last season, so he was still under contract for a year. So I think as soon as his contract's over at the end of the year, he's gone.
Last thing before I let you go, and really appreciate your time, Bob, really have a lot of respect for Kevin Cash, the Rays manager, because Wander Franco has had a very interesting year. He's an unbelievable talent, but he has maybe a maturity issue. I don't know if you want to go that far to call it that, but he was benched for 2 games for his behavior, for maybe not being the greatest teammate. Where is that headed, and how much did it take in terms of, you don't see every manager willing to take the chance that Kevin Cash took by benching one of his star players?
No, I love the fact that he did that. And obviously you got to get approval from front office and ownership and everything else. But, it wasn't just sitting on the bench. They sent him home and said, you're gone. You think about what you're doing. Obviously things had to be building up big time. Almost reminds you of a year ago when Miami Marlins had a team meeting that lasted 2 hours. It was all about Jazz Chisholm, but not being not being a good teammate. I think the same thing here. Too many guys were complaining. So I love the fact they did it. It shows, other guys, hey, we don't care how much money you're making or how big a star you are. We're not going to accept this behavior. So there's probably a lot more things behind the scenes that, we're not aware of or hasn't surfaced that just, reached a tipping point and said enough is enough.
Bob, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you joining us, and we'll look forward to talking to you next time.
All right. Look forward to it. Thanks, Dad.
Bob Nightingale from USA Today covers the league, covers the White Sox, good insight on the Cubs, and there's a lot going on with both teams. And we'll talk about whether or not you would have Luis Robert or what about De La Cruz for the next 5 years. Today, we had an interesting debate on that earlier. We will revisit that because we're going to talk White Sox next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports.
When you're observing what Justin Fields has done, you're not necessarily criticizing it. I think that there's a tendency to want to overreact to an observation or a statement that says basically he has to be more accurate or he has to throw the short ball as well as he throws the deep ball. So I guess in that context, objectively, what are you seeing and how much room does he have to grow?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, David. I mean, it is what it is, and any miss by Justin Fields out on that field is magnified, and, there's this, like, interior cringe, I think, that goes on with reporters and, I think everybody watching is like, okay, we want to see this guy sprout, but it just hasn't. It's some of the same stuff, like that. Dare I say the footwork is better? I think that is the case. I think that there is still some indecision from Justin Fields. I think there's a little bit of just enough hesitancy to notice the hesitancy in him, and just a tick late still. And those are some of the same things that he's been working on for a while. So I guess it's good that if the coaches see it the same way we do, and I don't know if we're going to know after today, and we certainly didn't know from the way anybody is talking about Justin Fields, coaches included, as well as the players. But I just think it's one of those things where there's enough time in this camp today, and then training camp coming up, and then the preseason games to tighten up some of those basic things. These aren't complicated issues, I don't think so, Haugh, as far as what he has to clean up. So I guess that's the good news. But the bad news is he's got to clean it up, and he still has not completely done that.
early in the night here on the West Coast in a 1-0 lead.
Welcome back, Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Mully out today. That was Jason Benetti on NBC Sports Chicago calling Luis Roberts' home run against the Angels last night just after they had talked about Reed Detmer's throwing four-seam fastballs. And then it was like Jason was talking to Luis Robert. He had something in his ear, and then boom. Not that they were doing that, but it looked like he knew it was coming, deposited it in over the left field fence into the stands, and he got his 22nd home run. And what a way to celebrate being the American League Player of the Week. He is on a tear. He is playing games. He is staying healthy. He's not chasing pitches. He's being everything that we had heard and glimpses have seen Luis Robert was supposed to be. Luis Robert Jr. is the real deal. And in the past week, he had a .444 batting average, 1635 OPS, 4 home runs, and 5 runs batted in before last night. So make that 5 home runs. He's on a tear. But you know what? So was Elly De La Cruz, the Red shortstop, who was a National League Player of the Week. That's why the comparison is apt today. He hit .440, 1342 OPS, 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in, hit for the cycle. I think he was the youngest player to hit for the cycle and have a stolen base since like 1901. It's a long time. Elly De La Cruz still also the real deal. But he's not played as long, but the legend is just as, I think it's growing. Great prospect. Great player. So we asked during the Pick Six a question, and maybe this was the extra point. Who'd you rather have now? Who would you rather have in 5 years? Is the answer the same? Well, right now, there's no wrong, and by the way, there is no wrong answer to this. So, there might be a little of provincialism in play. I think I answered. No, I shouldn't say that. When I say it that way, I'm backing into it. I'm not necessarily backing into it. Luis Robert was my answer. I say there's no wrong answer because I don't want to be wrong. But I believe that only because he's 25 years old, he's been in the majors longer, I think there's more of a larger sample size. With De La Cruz, it's just because he's been here 5 minutes. He didn't even begin the month in the majors. But he's going to end it being compared to some of the greatest in terms of his starts because of the numbers. So I think that's probably my rationale. It is somewhat flimsy, and I could probably change my mind tomorrow if De La Cruz hits for the cycle again tonight, which he's capable of doing. But I don't even know in 5 years, is he going to be the best shortstop in the division, let alone what Major League Baseball? O'Neal Cruz, once he comes back from, you thought I was going to say, Brandon's nodding his head, you thought I was going to say Dansby Swanson, right?
I did.
O'Neal Cruz is the real deal, too. He's injured. Dansby Swanson, he could have the highest WAR just because he does everything well. What a division full of shortstops. What a great division full of guys playing such an important position. But I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think we're getting some, obviously some reaction on the text line. I'd rather have De La Cruz because he doesn't have the same injury problems as Luis Robert Jr. The ceiling is also higher and he's younger. That's true to a point. He is younger. He might have a higher ceiling. I don't know about that. Luis Robert Jr. has been compared skill set wise. I don't want to go there. I don't want to be Eloy. He has been compared to Mike Trout, though. And I do think he has the complete package, every tool in the box. So does De La Cruz, but he hasn't been here as long. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because O'Neal Cruz, you could have the same conversation about him a year ago, and then he encountered the unfortunate injury, and then things change about the arc of your career. Luis Robert Jr. has been, in my mind, a little bit injury prone. He's overcome that this year so far, knock on wood. I mean, he is a White Sox player, so he could get injured heading to the airport. But I think when you look at his ability to stay in the lineup on the field this year, he has shown you what he's capable of if he can stay healthy. And you project that over the next 4 seasons. Yeah, in year 5, you're going to be thrilled to have somebody who's going to become a perennial all-star. The extension to that conversation was, is he the best center fielder in White Sox history? Daryl Van Schouwen wrote a nice piece in the Sun-Times this morning asking that question. It's a good question. I think we look at, that position. It hasn't been full of a lot of all-time, guys who are headed to all-star games every year, guys whose careers you look at and you hold up that high. It's not the best position in White Sox history. Is he the best center fielder since who? Chet Lemon? Aaron Rowan was different. That was he was a great player on the right team at the right time. Lance Johnson, Luis Robert Jr. has more skills than those guys. He's going to be better longer, you would think, if he can stay healthy. Going back to Chet Lemon, yeah, I think so. Somebody texted in, Ken Griffey Jr. No, he's not a White Sox. He was here for a time in his career where you don't think of him. That doesn't count. Luis Robert Jr. is somebody that they have had from his first major league at bat through whenever they keep him. And let's hope it's a very long time. 331. Come on, Robert has proven to be injury prone. Proven! All right, fine. No need to use exclamation points, people. You can make your point without using the exclamation point. But that's okay. Luis Robert has taken away at least 3 home runs in center field. He's having a great year in the field as well. Thank you, 785 Texter. You're exactly right. That's the other part of it. Luis Robert is not just a bat for hire. He's just not a guy who, if he doesn't chase, is going to hit 40 home runs. I think he could hit 40 home runs this year. They've played 80 games. He's got 22. Do the math. It's not that inconceivable that he could hit 40 if he can stay in the lineup. If he plays 145 games, I think he'll hit 40 home runs. And he'll have 40 doubles. And he'll have the kind of season that we expected him to have since he, came here from Cuba. This is what the White Sox expected. This is what they really need. Now they need other people to realize their potential in the way that Luis Robert Jr. is. That's not happening. That's why you got to keep him as these trade conversations heat up. That's why you got to keep him and Dylan Cease, who deserved better last night. By the way, Dylan Cease struck out 10 in 6 innings. Gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run. Ohtani homered. You're forgiven. That happens a lot. That happens more. He's Ohtani. So Dylan Cease gives up a home run to Ohtani. Deserved better. The Sox couldn't score. It was 1-1 until the 9th, and then Ronaldo Lopez walks Trout. Aaron Bummer has control issues. Ohtani and Trout pull off the double steal. I love that. I love when your 2 best players, when baseball's 2 best players, known for their power and their versatility, are stealing bases and making things happen and forcing mistakes. 773, Jim Landis. Good one. Go Sox. Go White Sox. 1959. I looked at those numbers. They're good. He was great defensively. Wasn't around to see it. But I think Luis Robert Jr. can be better. Luis Robert Jr. is going to hit a ton of home runs if he stays healthy. And yes, 802, I did say Aaron Rowan was a great player. Please rethink that. He was a great player on that team because of his defense and his wall crashing and his leadership. He was an all-star. He went to an all-star game, didn't he, with Philadelphia? He might have even with the White Sox. Or maybe I'm just inflating his value because he was on a championship team. We tend to do that sometimes. Aaron Rowan was a great teammate. He was a great grindy player. He was a consummate White Sox player for that time. For Ozzie Guillen's era. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Ozzie Guillen deserves an era before you start texting with exclamation points. Stop. Back to the Sox. So tonight, Kopech against Shohei Ohtani. That's the second game of a 4-game series Tomorrow night, they got Giolito and Lance Lynn. They have a chance to still win this series. It's going to be tough to beat Ohtani tonight in Anaheim. They can maybe hope for a split. You can't lose this series. You can't lose this series and expect anybody to take seriously this idea that you can contend in the division. Right now, it feels like a reach. You're 6 games back. You're 12 games under. You've played 80 games. You're smack dab in the middle of a season headed to nowhere. It feels like the writing is on the wall. Not everybody wants to read it. That's okay. Optimism is good. It's encouraged. I just don't know if it's appropriate with the White Sox right now. Tonight, the Cubs begin and resume their little mini bye, if you will, but they continue against the Philadelphia Phillies. It's Jamison Tyone at Wrigley against Ranger Suarez, and Tyone is 2-5 with a 6.71 ERA, and he's got to get better. And this 3-game set with the Phillies continues Wednesday and Thursday with Drew Smyly and Kyle Hendricks going for the Cubs. And they need to start this stretch, and they need to definitely make the most of these 13 games before the All-Star break. And pregame begins at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7:05 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Kyle Schwarber's in town too, along with Nick Castellanos. A lot of ex-Cubs on that Phillies team. A lot of guys that do you miss Castellanos? I think I miss Schwarber more. Schwarber to me is the one core Cub guy that got away. The other ones make sense. All right, 773. I'm not having any of it. Joel Borchard, no. Very funny. Very funny. Okay. 562. They would rather have Luis Robert. Ellie is so new to the majors, he hasn't had to adjust to MLB adjustments yet. There are many players that go on a tear when they first come up. That's true. That's a very good point. How do you adjust to the adjustments? De La Cruz is on fire. De La Cruz is, although been Major League Baseball's top prospect, and oftentimes we say that when guys start fast, and we tend to ignore the fact that they are guys who have succeeded at every level. I think that De La Cruz will adjust to the adjustments. My hesitation, and it's just minimal reservations, is about health, not productivity, not potential. I think Luis Robert Jr. and Ellie De La Cruz are going to be all-stars for the respective teams for the next 5 years and beyond. So maybe I will give Robert a slight edge in projecting, but it's only slight because of his experience level. And I reserve the right to change my mind, which kind of goes without saying on Sports Talk Radio. Don't you always reserve the right to change your mind? I know 2 guys who never change their mind. They're locked in and loaded. Dan and Lawrence, Bernstein and Holmes. We'll do transition next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
Would you dress up like a mascot for one of your children's birthdays?
I would, for them.
I knew you would.
I went as Elmo to my daughter's first birthday party. I went and rented a costume from a place. It was called Big Red Suit, though. That was the character.
You were as Elmo?
I had the whole damn thing on.
I did the same thing. I've dressed up as Elmo before too.
I want pictures.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I had the whole suit in the car.
That's awesome.
And the parking lot at Hallis Hall, I put on just the head, and I did a little dance for Moon in the parking lot, and we were like doubled over laughing.
Did you do the voice?
No, I can't do Elmo. But I it was so funny because it was a huge hit. Only one of the kids tripped me, and I went down like 3 flights of stairs.
Why you gotta blame a kid?
No, the kid did it on purpose, and I went down. One of my daughter's cousins, he tripped me, and I went down, and I literally, like, you could hear Elmo, and it wasn't in the Elmo voice, but it was like a son of a like there was a
Mommy, why is Elmo cussing?
Elmo went blue when he went ass over.
Do you hear what Elmo just said?
Down we had a townhouse at the time. It was only about 8 steps, but let me tell you something. dumb arse.
Elmo's clumsy.
You do anything for your kid.
Exactly.
That's the reality.
Special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden. Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets also on sale. LiveNation.com. I have a lot of people to thank, beginning with Evan Thomas, who kept us going this morning on the Twitch stream, especially when Mike Florio was on, sharing his knowledge with us. Also, thank you to everyone for calling and texting and emailing. Most of all, thank you for listening. Thank you to our substitute for our executive producer, Alex Kuhn.
You know, we're in the winning business again.
Alex in for Dustin all week and doing a great job, and the rundowns are impeccably put together. Thank you very much, and thank you to Brandon Fryer. Ninth inning, what a bummer. That was not my finest moment this morning, but what a bummer it was. Time now to bring in Dan, Bernstein, Lawrence, Holmes. Hey, guys, how you doing?
So Dustin Pip, is that what we're
I'm
finding
just saying,
out that
Alex doing a tremendous job.
that you get a good quality rundown and you go, hey,
it's a quality rundown.
Hey, maybe I can live my life a little differently and better. Hold that up when Dustin gets back and go, this is what I need.
I don't want to be that guy.
This is what I need every day.
But Lawrence, a few strong sentences, a little good syntax and structure. I'm impressed.
That's right.
It doesn't take much.
I think that you should just hold it. Don't even say anything. Just hold it up.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin comes back. Look at him. Point at it. There it is. This is the standard. They give him the Mike Tomlin. The standard is the standard now.
Did you ever have to make an agate for Dana?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is ridiculous because he never looked at it.
Right, and it's just the newspaper,
right,
which you could just hand somebody.
Yeah, and he never looked at it.
That's what I said when I subbed, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they spent all this time like cutting up the newspaper and then pasting everything onto pages that they then Xeroxed and stapled together." And I said, "I got a better idea. Why don't I just have the newspaper in front of me? That way I can find it as I need it."
Remember those things?
Yeah,
newspapers.
Instead of putting it on the half of a manila folder that you're going to throw away.
Right. It's one thing if someone for your play-by-play, if you put together your notes, your board, and the whole purpose isn't to necessarily use it. The purpose is to organize it in your brain by writing it down.
You write it out.
It was like when in high school, when a physics teacher would say, you get a 3x5 card that you can bring into the final exam with all of the equations you're going to need written on it. Really? And then we would get the tiniest little, the thinnest possible ballpoint pen, and you write everything down, and you finish the exam, and you never looked at it. But
because you didn't need it,
right? But for this kind of thing, where you make other people put it together for your purposes, I always found it a little strange.
Yeah, I always find it interesting too, as just maybe a thought exercise of what those what producers in this case think are most important. The news value, the news judgment, what's first, what's next. And sometimes it's just a matter of, well, whatever's easiest. But if it gets to the point where, because in our head, if you're trained, in my case, if you're trained in newspapers, you have this mental front page of the way it would look on any given day. So like today, okay, Hawks big trade, Sox lose late, Cubs back home. And then what?
Bears begging.
Thank you. See, that would be the story. That would be maybe the bottom strip.
And somewhere has to be NASCAR's coming.
Yes.
Road closures starting. That's
a section.
It hasn't affected your life yet.
Yeah.
There's a good chance it's going to start affecting your life, especially when they shut down southbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive.
It's going to be, you're right, Dan. And I think there's a lot of reactions you could have, and people are having at the even thought of that. But in all reality, in seriousness, when you look outside right now today at the air quality in Chicago.
Don't go outside today.
And that's out of your control. And what's coming this weekend. It's a huge event for the city because of all the publicity surrounding it and all the things that they're doing to change the city because of it. This is a unique situation this week in Chicago.
Dan, I tell Dan this all the time where I'll leave here and I'll be like, yeah, today's a Hyde Park day. Like today's a day where I'm not leaving my neighborhood. And I was having a conversation with Scoop Jackson last week and we were talking about NASCAR, and he's a South Sider too. I think Scoop's in the South Shore. And he's like, yep, not leaving the neighborhood that whole weekend, because how are you going to get around? If you do want to come north, it's just going to be a problem. It's not a bad thing. Like, one of the great things I think about our city, and one of the things that I think is underappreciated, right? That's the term you like, Dan, instead of underrated, underappreciated. Our neighborhoods are great.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to leave them much of the time.
Like you can kind of find in a lot of them, not all of them, because they're definitely food deserts and all sorts of other stuff. But for the most part, our neighborhoods are pretty awesome. So I know that in my head, I know that this weekend is a Hyde Park weekend. Like, I'm not leaving Hyde Park at all because of everything else that's surrounding it.
Is the biggest concern, do you think, objectively, about safety or about congestion or about...
I think safety is an issue.
Yeah, safety is. I don't think
is that
that's
overstated.
I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. I do think the congestion part of it, and not just because you have to also think there's other stuff too. Like it's strange as it sounds, it's 4th of July weekend, even though the 4th of July is on a Tuesday. So there's going to be people that are coming to the city too, and the folks that are coming to the city for the NASCAR race because they want to see it. Because it's never been done before here, like that sort of thing.
I hear the concern, though, and I haven't spoken to them, but you read comments attributed to drivers who are concerned about the safety because this has never been done before.
Oh, you mean the actual safety of the
road
of the race itself?
Talking about like safety in the city.
Oh no,
yeah, because we're hearing that from a lot of the out of town goobers who are coming in who can't believe they're coming to the hellhole war zone
I'm
of
sorry
Chicago.
if I misrepresented it.
Okay.
I don't have that concern at all. I think that's understood. I mean the race itself. If you were going to where would your concern level be? And as you watch it with the drivers, how worried should we be that something?
They're not going fast enough.
Well, they could be, Dan. I mean, these guys are trained to go at this speed. Their simulations are trying to go at over 100 miles per hour at a spot where that typically doesn't happen unless you're in a hurry at 5 a.m.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a spectator.
That's the other thing.
That's if I were interested in this race, I would want to be watching it from like the 11th floor of our building.
I wondered that. How good of a ticket would that be? How good of a site level would that be?
Like I'd want one of these rooftops over here on Michigan Avenue or something like that.
The building actually sent something out about the 11th floor. You're not going to be able to see the race at all, I think. But I think they are letting people go up there on Saturday. You're just not going to be able to see like any of the race.
You'll catch a vibe, but you won't be able to see the race.
Exactly. Yes.
You'll probably be able to hear it though.
Based on the air quality, I don't know what you'll be able to see on Saturday. Unless this changes. It's only Tuesday.
It's bad.
It does look bad. It's a bit ominous.
But to get back to what your original premise, David, I'm always fascinated by like the different modalities of our business. And like, for example, both of us do TV, right? How big of a dynamic is it, like change between host and producer on the television side versus host and producer on the radio side?
It's a very different dynamic. I've noticed that, and because not being trained formally in either, you kind of follow the leads of others who have, and you notice that, as you point out, it's not the same.
It's not the same.
But you assume maybe it's the same title, but it's a different medium.
It's very like,
but it doesn't. Yeah, you're right.
It's always, and I noticed that like coming up as a producer and having worked as a producer in television, like I could scream at Dan Roan or Rich King if they got something wrong. Doing that here in the 90s and early 2000s, you're probably going to have to fight somebody, you know? And it's a different dynamic. But now I do think that I'd have to ask the producers about this. Don't worry, Brandon, I'm not going to put you on the spot. Studs, I'm not going to put you on the spot. But I do think that it's become a little bit more collaborative, where what you want is you want producers to take ownership of your names on the show too.
Right.
You know, like you're saying Brandon's name at the end of a show or Dustin's name at the end of the show. You want there to be some ownership from the producers and them saying, this is not what we need to do. Like we should be doing this or we should be doing that. But in TV, if you have a show produced by Ryan McGuffey, you are going to be told what you're going to do.
Right.
This is what you're doing. We're going to do this. And the host is like, okay, great.
Your input is, I don't want to say reduced to, but somewhat limited by it's just the presentation.
And there's a difference
that's okay,
in the way that the shows like break down too, and the timing. Like we have a little bit more grace with time, even though that
little.
I mean, I know that Mitch is probably cringing hearing us saying that, but if you've got a 30-minute show on television, it's got to be produced to the second.
Yeah.
And we don't necessarily have to be produced to the second.
No, you're exactly right. And people, who aren't in the business may find, oh, but what's a big deal? But it is a subtle but significant little detail. Because
for sure.
If you are either 30 seconds or 15 seconds light in television there, you're sitting there looking very awkward as the show ends. Or if you're talking really fast at the end because you got to get everything else.
I remember when I interned for Channel 2 News that summer when I would work all day and then I would go get to sit in the control room for the production of the show and watch how tight it was, where the producer, she would have
stopwatch.
She had an actual 60 minutes old-fashioned analog stopwatch. And she would tell the director bump or no bump, depending on where they were on time and if they had establishment shots of coming in with music and a shot of the city if they needed to pad. But she's watching this thing and the tension, and she, especially because
was there tension? I mean,
there could be. Yeah. Remember, this is Bill Curtis and Walter Jacobson.
Sure.
So you had big presences.
But they had clocks in their head.
Well, Bill did.
Yeah.
Walter, and that's the thing that she'd start screaming, Walter, read faster, because he had this weird pace of reading, and at the time the teleprompter was not on a computer. The teleprompter we had was still it was a dude with a camera pointed down at a table and pieces of paper literally scotch taped together. That he it was a union guy, and he'd pull the paper with his hands, and he would know that for Walter there was a certain way to do it to get the words in front of him, and the producer sits there and said, come on, Walter, no stumbles, read faster. And it would get, but you couldn't say anything to him.
There's a dynamic, though. I mean,
you couldn't say read faster. So he'd yell at you.
Lawrence, you're right, and it may be too much inside baseball stuff, but I think those are the kinds of things that, for me, I find really appealing about television, and even to a lesser degree radio. Now that I've done it a little while, but those are hard things to learn.
Yes, and
at different stages of your career, you kind of look for things that you want to try to learn because of the challenge it presents. Not that you think, boy, I just love being on TV or I love doing this. It's like I want to do something different that I don't really think I do that well. So you want to do it better. So you try it as much as you can.
And if you notice, as sports media has kind of grown and some would say mutated, that they are looking for people that have what I would call radio skills exactly for what we're talking about. Where if a show is 10 seconds light, you have someone who can think on their feet and can stretch that 10 seconds out so it isn't awkward for everyone. Or if a prompter goes down,
you can hold your own without it because you're not dependent on having every word handed to you on a regular basis.
Now, there's danger in that too. Like
totally.
there's a lot of danger in that.
Yeah.
But you'll notice that in a lot of cases, you're looking for people who have skills to be impromptu speakers. And especially as the shows change, where some of the shows have moved away from being scripted. Like what Layla does every night, like she's got to have a tight script.
Yep.
Like she's got 3 minutes to get everything that you need done in her 5, 6, and 10. But on Football Night in Chicago, there's a little bit more room to
everything's
do
relative.
Stuff.
So from 3.5 minutes to 23 feels like, oh God, I get to stretch. Whereas from 4.5 hours to 22, it's like, oh my gosh, I have to really, if I say
tighten up.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you got to make sure that I'm not tightening up. Am I really tightening up? No. Well, you're on camera. Yes, you're tightening up. It's a different muscle. There's different muscles for the same exercise.
It's just so fun because I was around really strong producers like in television, like coming up, like, and to go from watching Krista Ruck, like just command the sports and just have her.
I think she still does that.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Like one of the best teachers I ever had in this business, and see her like control, and you see the talent just be like, okay, yeah, you're right. Yes, we're going to cut that story and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And then you come over here, carts are being thrown at producers, for making suggestions.
Did you guys work with Judd Surratt?
Yeah, I was here towards the end of Judd Surratt, and you worked with him.
Briefly. Very briefly. He was mostly done at that point, but he was doing some fill-in hosting here and there. I never saw because it really wasn't that long. It was really just the first 2-3 years of the station.
Yeah, he was talking about that this morning. We had him on.
Seeing the dynamic between him and Jesse Rogers. My God.
The territorialism and
the nickname that he had for Jesse.
Probably can't say that here.
No, I mean, you can say it, but I don't want to disrespect Jesse.
He has fond memories of those days. He reminisced a little bit this morning. He's a play-by-play announcer for the Boston Bruins who made the big trade with the Hawks, so we had him on.
Jeez, man, how many play-by-play people have we launched here?
Well, let's see. Benetti,
Judd,
Wayne,
Alzamora.
No. What was the what was his name? Old producer Jason Griffin.
Ooh.
He does some minor league hockey.
I think he for a while was doing like Columbus too for a while. So you got him. I mean, we're not counting you, are we?
No,
because you had already done it before.
Right.
You got here. I guess me and Zach.
Zach.
That counts.
Spiegel.
Ranji
play-by-play?
Yeah, Ranji's done some play-by-play too. Because remember, he was doing
Some White
Sox
Sox
pre and
stuff,
post.
yep.
And
oh, yeah.
So
That's
he Connor.
Yeah, he did play-by-play before here, though. He did minor league baseball.
Connor?
Yeah.
I was thinking about Connor because I forget which play. I think it was one of the players was Ashita, and I started thinking about all the guys that Connor bested in Score Search. Chip Egan and Michael Oshita and Javier Cervantes.
Isn't that a great story? Great origin story? All right, I'm sorry, we digress.
Sorry, David. We're keeping you. You've been doing extra duty and stuff.
It's been it's fun. It's been a fun morning. Hope Mully's feeling better. What else do you guys have today?
We are going to feature Ian Happ and David Ross amid everything else we discuss regarding the White Sox, the Cubs, the Bears, and all that's going on.
Have a great show.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Swing and a miss. Strike three, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache.
Yeah.
And pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
I
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this
and like props and stuff.
Oh my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God!
You can do it again after
All
this.
right,
Ready?
yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye! The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye!
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah,
Man,
Louis
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean. He's talented. He's a talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what I'm
how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
And his son was also British, and they were talking about, isn't baseball great? And that's how you grow the game. And if you listen, you can hear the game growing. Look at all this growing of the game. Aren't they growing the game? Isn't Commissioner Manfred growing? Look, let's just listen.
Forget it, he's rolling.
It's like corn in midsummer. If you listen at night, you can hear it. It's growing. Baseball's growing. Look how much bigger it is. We have a growth chart. You go to a closet right off the kitchen with little pencil marks. And you stand there. We said, baseball, stand there. And I took a ruler, and I put the ruler on baseball's head, and I marked it. It said, look how much you're growing, baseball. Look.
Hit me. I want your notes. No notes. No notes. No notes. No notes? No notes. No notes. No notes. No notes. No notes. It's perfect.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. And here we are amid all the Canadian wildfire smoke. Seriously, be careful today. Don't just dismiss what all of the scientists are warning you about today. This is not fog. This is not mist that you see out there. Why the sun looks weird and why as you're driving downtown you can't see the buildings. That's smoke from wildfires in Canada. And going outside and breathing it is bad for you. If you can avoid doing that, avoid doing that.
Not a bad day to pull one of your masks out, honestly.
Yeah, seriously. If you happen to have something,
you got your K95, it might not be a bad idea if you're going to be walking around to go ahead and use that.
Yeah, it's really nasty. So just be careful. I don't know why we got to deal with this, but this is
because Canadian wildfires.
Well,
that's why. It's nobody's fault, I don't think, unless there was someone
set the fire.
Unless someone didn't put out their fire or whatever, it's fine.
We didn't start the fire.
It's true.
Yeah, so just watch it as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. You know what I forgot? You know what do you have today to give away?
Dave Matthews?
Yes. We got a pair of tickets for Dave Matthews Friday,
and
July
his cat,
7th,
Dave Matthews,
at Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island. So you got to be listening if you want the chance to win. You want to go see Dave Matthews.
We were having a robust discussion about that yesterday. And you and Studs were talking about the musicianship of Dave Matthews.
Yeah, and he just seems, I'm not, like, first I thought his music was fine, and then there was sort of a backlash to his fans, and I thought, oh, God, he's so annoying. He's really not. He himself is totally normal.
I mean, the dumping of the bus.
Well, that wasn't him. He didn't say to the bus driver, dump a bunch of poo on people in Chicago.
Didn't he, though?
I don't think so.
He didn't stop him either.
I don't know that he has any involvement because he's in the back with all his groupies. I don't think he has any groupies in the back.
Oh, I'm sure there's groupies.
I don't think so. He's been married to the same woman forever.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there aren't groupies. It just means that he might not be, doing stuff with the
then
groupies.
There's no point. What do the groupies do? Sew your socks?
They hang out with the other people that haven't been married for 25 years.
Well, okay. I mean, maybe they're in a different bus then. I presume he has his own bus. They're not all packed into one bus.
Hey, well,
right?
then it is his fault that they put the poopies in the river.
Well, was it actually his bus or was it the violinist's
I don't
bus?
care. I don't care whose bus it was. They put the poopies in the river, and that's
what
not
in
going
the river.
to work.
It was on the tour boat. It was on the architectural tour boat, right out of the open deck. It wasn't just in the river.
Poor Jeffrey Bear had to deal with all that nonsense. I don't know if Jeffrey was doing the tour at that point, but let's just say that he was. So I blame Dave for that, but you should go see him. And he's had a really fantastic career. And from what people tell me, I've never been to a Dave Matthews show. You can have a good time. Studs has been
great time.
The texters are trying to program the show now. The texters say that when you talk about the wildfire, you should use the 1970s song "Wildfire." No, we shouldn't. That song's annoying. That's about a song about that horse that ran away, isn't it? Ran calling wildfire. Somebody lost their horse.
I don't get the reference.
It was a song for the 70s, and it was like some woman had a horse, and then the horse left and was on fire. I don't know if the horse is actually on fire. I think the horse was named Wildfire, but the horse left. And then it was supposed to be sad. Where's my horse? I don't know. The horse is gone. Get a new horse.
This is the only song we should be playing.
I can't breathe. My throat is just a mess. My chest is burning up, and now my lungs are in distress. Should we blame the imbeciles ignoring climate change? Oh, who's to blame for making the sky so strange? I know. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. It seems our friends up in Quebec have made Manhattan a stinking wreck. Blame Canada. Shame on Canada for the fog and the smog, the haze and the blaze, the Ontario smoke that's making us choke. We must escape, but folks, fear not. Get off the streets and see some like it hot.
That was Mark Shaman, the actual co-writer of Blame Canada, who then updated his song for the recent Canadian wildfire smoke air quality issues in New York.
Well, I do love Canada.
Oh, I do too.
I just don't love this.
Oh, we'll be fine, I guess.
I think we'll be all right.
Blame Drake.
I ran outside this morning. Should I not have done that?
No, you should not have
Absolutely
done that. You shouldn't be running yet anyway.
I wake up.
Mr. Plantar fasciitis and back pain.
I feel fine. Back's fine. Back's good to go.
Oh, so you ran this morning, but strange you weren't at softball last night.
I had a dinner for my future father-in-law last night.
I mean priorities.
Yeah, that would have gone over well.
We only had 10 people last night.
You had a command performance for your father-in-law?
What? We were going out to dinner for his birthday.
Okay.
What do you want me to do here?
Just making sure. Okay. You couldn't have said, "Hey, I have more
Do you
important
think
things
it would
to
have
do?"
gone over well with my fiance if I said no? I can't go. I have to go play 16-inch softball and drink beer.
I have a previous commitment to my team.
I made this commitment a month ago.
Okay.
See, the move, Studs, would have been you make some fake tickets and print them out, and then you say, "Hey, I got some front row tickets to watch me do my thing in softball."
Should have invited him. We played a really good game.
That's what I heard.
Played really good. I mean, coincidence? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see what happens?
Hey, excuse me. I saved us like 2 weeks ago.
It's true. He did.
Did you stay up for White Sox?
Yeah, it was great because I had a chance to make it home. Our game was at 7, so I made it home before first pitch.
Perfect.
It was worked out really, really well. I even stopped off and got tacos because I had that thing in my brain, like I was telling you, and I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I am going to go to Carbone, and I am going to get fries from Riccobene's. And I did that.
Carbone. I used to live in Bridgeport, man, back when I ate meat, and that's a spot right there.
Yeah, Carbone is fantastic, and the guys are super nice, so,
So wait, so you double up. You do like a food court bit that I used to do when I used to cover the Bears, and we'd go to Hawthorne Mall for lunch. And you'd get like potato cakes from Arby's, and then you'd get a little something from here and something from there, and put your tray together.
Well, Riccobene's right there.
I know it is.
And so while I'm waiting for my order at Carbone, I walk over and I go get my fries, and I walk back over and pick up my stuff.
I've never had Riccobene's fries.
They're so good.
Are they as good as Al's?
I think they're better, but that's just me.
All right, I like a very potato-y fry.
Yeah, like it's got like they've been able to figure out how to make the fry simultaneously, like they're hand cut, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're simultaneously got a little bit of crunch, but a lot of potato.
Mm-hmm. I like them potato-y. That's why I like Al's, even though Al's are really expensive.
Well, these are too,
God,
but
are they
it's worth.
expensive.
Like every now and again, you just go, "Hey, I'm over here. I'm doing this." So that's what I
reminds me,
did.
my favorite fries ever were a place in Highland Park called Stosh's.
Why were the fries at Stosh's
because
good?
They were the best fries ever. And you'd go the old Stosh's before they redid it, just this little wooden place, and there no tables, and you would get them. They'd put them in a paper bag and salt them, and then you shake the bag, and then you walk around whatever, and and no ketchup, didn't need anything. And then you see the bag would slowly turn translucent as you walked around, and you'd get the oil stains. But that's the bag itself soaked everything up. And man, by the time you're reaching all the way in, my childhood memories of that, I don't think I've got sort of these rose-colored memories. I think they really were that good. But that's what I'm always chasing with fries.
So they were like, that was the move. And then I was at home and I was watching the White Sox game. I'm like, okay, little West Coast baseball, crackling pitching from both sides yesterday. I got everything that I could have wanted other than a White Sox win in yesterday's game. I got to see Ohtani do his thing. I got to see Dylan Cease be a dominant pitcher.
And I like my catchers who can catch.
Well, when Aaron Bummer is just flipping it out there.
Yeah, but still, he's got to have confidence that you're going to be able to block something because that's the wipeout pitch. So the 815 says the song that was invoked, Wildfire, was by a man named Michael Martin Murphy, a.k.a. Mike Murphy. Hey, no, I wrote a song about a horse. The horse left. I don't know where it went. I think I'm lost. I went to the remote. I can't find my way back. So I gotta call my producer. I was only 2 blocks away. He didn't tell me how to get back. Then I walked out of the remote and I started throwing stuff. They told me to leave. There's a horse. I don't know where the horse went. Who cares? Iron Horse. Lou Gehrig used to call him. He used to play stuff for the movie. You remember that? The Lou Gehrig story. They used to chant for him, Lou Gehrig. It's a horse. You're a pro bowler? A pro bowler. You're working the side circuit. Let's talk White Sox when we come back on The Score.
Cub fans, today on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes, then manager David Ross
every night.
at noon,
But
and finally
it's like a
second
30-minute.
Okay.
Multiple books, multiple songs, brushing of the teeth, going to the bathroom.
Oh, I mean, that's
what we do. It's what you do. Right. Of
Hang
course.
on. Let me write this down. Go a little slower. For us new parents.
No.
When he said elaborate, I thought it was like, does someone show up and do a comedy routine? Is there a nightcap involved?
Guys.
Before I put him down to bed, I would make sure Owen goes to the bathroom.
We gotta say, I love you.
Yeah.
Come
I used
on.
to do that for Ruben all the time.
No.
I would say, Rube, it's potty time.
No. Okay, it's much more elaborate. Broad strokes. I can't turn off the light. He has to turn off the light.
Okay.
The animals have to be on the floor, and then we have to put them into the bed one by one.
Ooh.
Then you put the diaper on him after he goes to the bathroom, and then as soon as you turn off the lights and you sing him the songs, he says, I feel a poo coming. And so then you got to go into the bathroom, and you got to take the diaper off, and now you're in the bathroom a second time.
Did you have to dump that or no?
And so it's elaborate.
Okay, so have you considered that your son's going to be on a TLC show about OCD?
Well, right. So there's, and it's always just asking for more things before. So the bedtimes. So then you get him down, and okay, fine. Between midnight and 1:30 in the morning, he woke up 4 times. He will be screaming, top of his lungs, blood curdling scream, and you walk in, screaming. Oh, hi, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I have some Vaseline, please, on my lips? And you're like, that's why you're screaming?
That was the emergency?
And so you go in there and then you give him a little Vaseline, rub it on his lips, and he goes, oh, one more baseball song? Which means sing him, take me out to the ball game. And you're like, okay, fine, but lay down. And so you sing him and he's like, hush, little baby. And then you're like, so I want you to sing Hush, Little Baby. And so then you're like, all right, so now I'm like, all right, Owen, good night. He goes back to sleep. 28 minutes later, you're kind of falling back to sleep, but your blood pressure's all up. It's kid was woken up. It sounded like needles were in his eyes.
Yeah.
Now the wife goes into the room. Hey, what was the issue? He needed a diaper change and a little bit of Vaseline. It's all right, diaper change is legit. 15 minutes later, screaming at the top of his lungs. One more song? He's playing me. He's just manipulating me. He's not really mad. He just knows that if he screams, I'll come in.
Yeah.
But if he screams, I can't sleep. And if he screams long enough, the baby won't sleep. So what do? He's got me completely trapped. He owns me.
Do you guys have any kind of monitor or camera or anything in the room?
Yeah. Well, again,
so when you got eyes on him, does that help? Or when you can, obviously you can.
He's in the next room. He's standing. He's screaming. He's, Dada! Mama! I feel a poo coming! That's a good drop for you.
I already got it once, man. I need 2 different versions, but I appreciate it.
It's just insane. It's insane.
Rambling grimace.
Oh my God. I'm never going to sleep again. And people are like, oh, Shane's right. You got to just let him cry it out. Okay. Awesome.
Hey, you want me to sleep train your kid?
Advice.
I'll stay over there for a few weeks, and you go take care of Willie for a little while. I'll sleep train Owen.
All right.
I'll get him a crate.
That's page 1, by the way. Raising a Boomer 101.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him.
Away from the plate, 2-1. Los Angeles wins.
Yeah, unfortunate ending right there to a really good start by Dylan Cease. We're going to watch the replay right here. Slider down and in. Yaz can't get in front of it, goes off of his glove, and Mike Trout all over it. This game was over as soon as Yaz missed it. Unfortunate for Dylan, threw well. Offense could not back him up, and the Angels take a game where you almost certainly thought the White Sox were going to handle this out of the gate. Unfortunately for the Sox, they dropped the first game, and they've got Ohtani tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's just losing it that way, and you saw it, you're like, oh, great. I mean, you thought it would probably be a medium-distance fly ball somewhere, but at least that you give it a shot, you know. But to have it be a no-chance bounce away, come on.
Yes. And you like catchers that catch the ball.
I like my catchers who can catch the ball. And when you hear Stoney talk about Rick Dempsey, that no matter, you can bounce it anywhere, he's going to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
That level of trust to be able to use your wipeout stuff and how much it changes a pitcher's approach when he's worried that a ball's going to bounce away.
Yeah. I mean, that one was pretty, like, you would have had, Yaz would have had to have been a much better blocking catcher than he is to come up with that one. And you're right, they're probably going to lose that game on a fly ball anyway. And let me just say, I want to echo something that David was saying during Mully and Haugh this morning. I do love the fact that you end up in a situation where Trout had been handled all night. Like, Dylan Cease had him in the spin cycle all night. 3 strikeouts for Trout. But what does he do at the end?
And there are people muttering about Trout's bat speed, that for the first time he's getting a steady diet of fastballs on which he's late.
Yeah, he's late on 95 and 96, and those are usually balls that he deposits into the left field bleachers. But even with all of that, the guy gets a walk, has a great at bat. Ohtani has a great at bat. Then the two of them, these two guys, two of the best players in baseball, maybe 1 and 2, decide, hey, how about this? Double steal. When you've got guys that are capable of hitting the ball to the moon, and also they're capable of taking a base and putting you in a position, like those guys, like they're just complete ball players. Like everything, like those two guys can do everything that you would want a baseball player to do. Actual 5-tool players like Madrigal, where
stop it.
What?
Some people will believe you. They don't know you're being sarcastic. You have you have to stop.
You don't think that people don't realize that?
Stop.
Mike Trout is different.
You're making people dumber.
I'm not A-Rod.
You're violating the rule. Stop doing that.
Well, how about if I gave you some information that's going to make you smarter, but it's also going to upset you?
Okay.
Over the last 10 games, going back to June 10th, because there have been games that have been missed, Tim Anderson has 2 hits and 34 at-bats with 7 strikeouts. He's got 2 hits. Here's my thing, and it was my thing yesterday when we were talking about it, and it was exacerbated by yesterday's performance. There was the play where it rightly got called a hit. I still think that Tim should have at least picked up the ball. He's not going to make that throw because the shoulder is all wonky. Who does it serve for Tim Anderson to play right now?
This is the one. I'm trying to remember which one. This is the 8th inning where he the infield single.
Yeah. No, it was earlier.
It was Drury?
Yeah, on the Drury play.
Yes, it was Drury. Okay.
Yeah, on the Drury play where they called it an error, and it's a tough error. Like that's
I think they changed it to a single.
They did.
Yeah.
But for a couple innings it was an error, and then they turned it into a single. But even if he comes up with it, I don't think that he throws him out. Right now, Tim is a 552 OPS. His OPS plus is 53. Who does it serve for him to play? Because even if you're talking about, let me put, for whatever you think of Tim defensively, if you think that Elvis Andrus is a better shortstop, even if Elvis is not hitting, it makes more sense for him and Gitchy ya da da to play second base.
Let me just put this in context for a moment while you're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
There are 24 shortstops in MLB who have had a minimum of 220 plate appearances, just to establish a minimum here. So that gives you your full time and your guys who have played the position enough over the course of half a season. So that's what I used as the cutoff, 220 minimum plate appearances. Of those 24, Tim Anderson's WRC plus of 53 is the lowest by 9 points.
Explain to people what WRC plus is so they can understand how bad this is offensively.
100 is average, league average for this year, this run environment, adjusted for park. Any point over 100 is a percentage better than average. Any point lower than 100 is a percentage worse than average. He is half of an average player. Where, for example, Bo Bichette is at 137. Geraldo Perdomo, 134. Wander Franco, 129. Dansby Swanson, 113. That's just offense. That's just offense. The fact that Dansby Swanson is also 11.3 defensive runs above average and 1.6 base running runs above average is why Dansby Swanson is a 3-WAR player right now.
And my thing is, I don't think Tim I'm not looking at this as like a punitive, like benching situation. The guy's clearly not himself physically. And yet the White Sox keep putting him out there. And I can't figure out why. James did a nice job of trying to explain and saying, look, well, he wants to be out there. I appreciate that he wants to be out there. I am in no way questioning Tim's desire to play. If you did have questions, you shouldn't have questions anymore because he's been out there and he can't move and he can't hit right now. I don't think that's a player falling off the shelf when they hit 30. I don't think that's player regression. I think it's a hurt guy that continues to play and he can't be his best self. He can't even be his medium self right now. He is a -1 wins above replacement, according to Baseball Reference. And the position itself lends itself to you being a positive player.
Because of the significance of the position,
yes.
There's a positional valuation factor.
So who does it serve that he's not on the injured list? It's not going to help Tim. If Tim is looking at this offseason or the trade deadline as a way for him to get someplace else, his health is really paramount and him being healthy is paramount. But he's not. No one's going to want a player that's playing hurt and playing, more significantly, playing injured. No one's going to want that risk. To me, from just, if I'm being selfish, if I'm looking at this as just like Tim's career, he should be like, put me on the IL. I need to get right. And then I've got a month or 2 weeks before the trade deadline that I can prove that I'm healthy again. Him going out there and kind of fumbling around, and DJ was talking about it on the pregame last night, where he's seen too many times where Tim's turning over on pitches and grounding them to the shortstop, and that he needs to get back to letting the ball get deeper and trying to take the ball center right. Like that's his strength as a hitter. But you're not seeing any of it. It doesn't benefit the White Sox either, because it's almost like you're playing with 8 guys instead of 9, because he's not himself. Now, they made a really nice double play. Andrews and Tim made a really nice double play off a glove flip from Elvis Andrews to Tim, and Tim threw it flat-footed and got the runner at first base. But overall, you're watching a player that's just kind of limping around. And it doesn't help him. It doesn't help his future earnings. And it doesn't help the White Sox.
It also just cuts out the emotional heart of the team.
Yes.
And that's the other part of the problem is he's a shell of himself. Physically, mentally, when they talked about the energy and what he's supposed to bring, that was your heart and soul. That was the engine of what this was going to be. And now he's a husk. Like there's nothing going on there.
Right.
And teammates see that. He's supposed to be the source of a lot of this stuff.
La Chispa, he's the spark plug. That's what that's his claim to fame. And if you look at the history of the White Sox with and without Tim Anderson, the record is absolutely in favor of Tim being on the field. And I get all of it. I just don't think that he's helping you right now. Let me put it this way. I don't think Tim's capable physically of helping the White Sox right now. And I hate that the White Sox either haven't recognized it or unwilling to do anything about it because it ends up hurting them too. You'd be better off with a replacement level shortstop than playing this version of Tim. You'd be better off with a 4A person playing shortstop.
But if they think because he's Tim Anderson, there's something special there, that's my point, is that I don't see that. I don't see it like, well, he's still out there. He's still TA. That's our guy. That's the spark that he's going to do things that aren't being measured. He's not. So if you have some other reason other than inertia, other than name and inertia, and you're concerned that he's you're gonna lose him, or you're trying to keep trade value up. Like there's some of these things here that with the way you talk about the other value or immeasurable value above and beyond, I don't see that either.
This is the thing I want to just point out too. The trade value idea. Doesn't all of this hurt the trade value?
It wipes it away because everyone, considering that you had Tim Kirkshin when the White Sox were playing the Dodgers a couple weeks ago, talk about how, like definitively, not speculative, definitively talking about how Tim's knee is still bothering him.
And on the Peacock broadcast, 2 national broadcasts.
Right? We had that happen on the Peacock broadcast, and now we know that the shoulder has been an issue, and that's why the White Sox are like, well, we'll play him at second base because the throw is not as difficult on his shoulder. Forget about the throw. I think that everything that's happening with the upper and lower with Tim is affecting what he's doing at the plate. And it bothers me that I feel like the White Sox are valuing the idea of, well, let's support Tim. Let's do what he wants to do. He wants to play. This feels like one of those situations.
It's like what they've done with Liam Hendricks.
Yes. It feels like one of those situations where the team has to protect the player from himself. And selfishly for the White Sox, I did selfishly for Tim. Let me do selfishly for the White Sox. You're not putting the best 9 people on the field because this version of Tim is not the best. And everyone loses. Tim will end up losing value. The White Sox are losing trade value. On top of that, they're losing games. Everyone loses with this philosophy. Shut the man down and let him get healthy. And then if he's good in the back half of the season because he's actually healthy, then as whatever it is that you're going to do as far as rebuilding the White Sox, you can start to talk and trade him in the offseason. It honestly makes me sad. Like I feel like I'm watching one of my favorite White Sox players of all time just deteriorate. I'm watching him deteriorate game after game. I'm like, why is Tim playing second? Why are we still doing this with the at-bats? It's the same. It reminds me so much of what happened with Robert last year, where the guy clearly couldn't swing a bat. He was out there with one hand trying to hit 95-mile-per-hour sliders, and he couldn't do it. And everyone who was watching the games was like, why is that guy playing? That guy's hurt. It's the same thing with Tim. I'm watching a guy who's hurt and he's still playing, and he's still, give him the credit for trying. But I just think this is a big failure for everyone involved.
The White Sox will be facing an opposing pitcher tonight named Shohei Ohtani.
He's pretty good.
Pretty good pitcher they'll be facing tonight. Let's appreciate him next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
No,
Well,
we
you!
want to hear your exit
I
today.
heard about Bernstein leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
at 10:15?
All right.
Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
Like, can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear
Let's
it?
hear it. Let's hear
Let's
it.
hear it.
Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
And you're fired. All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh my God!
So
that's amazing.
All right, so look,
you couldn't even wait for the break.
The concept of weather?
No, this is what happened.
Does
We're
he not
sitting
know how
there,
planes work?
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like, that's all he's doing
During the segment
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the Matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
he's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way.
But
I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context, too, because isn't he going for...
It's like orientation.
Orientation.
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Nah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go
downstairs. You take over. Okay.
to spinning on finely tailored suits.
Hey, getting yelled at for dancing.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Bernstein and Holmes show at its finest.
Yeah, that's what we do, Jay. That's what we're doing over here.
A lot of different categories, but 255 is much lower.
And Shohei Ohtani has just given everyone a thrill. That uppercut swing that goes to Neptune ties the game.
Shohei Ohtani absolutely unloads on this ball. Wow. I mean, this ball, if you were here in the stadium, it went out like a rocket. I was going to say it got almost to Jupiter or Jupiter, as my son Jet would say. An absolute bomb.
Wait, what would his son say? Jupiter?
Jupiter?
Jupiter? I like that
good
better.
with that, yeah.
Yeah, I like that better. That's cool. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani does that a lot, and he hits balls at angles that others don't. And the physics of some of his home runs seems to defy logic sometimes. But he's got a lot of them. He's got a lot of those home runs. And you have to really, on his Fangraphs page, you have to toggle in between his batting stats and his pitching stats because he has separate pages for both. At the moment, he's a 3.4 win player because his slash line is 297, 379, 630.
That'll work.
That's a WRC plus, the number discussed before, of 171.
That's really good.
He has 26 home runs. He's driven in 62. He walks 11% of the time, and he only strikes out 22% of the time.
He also steals bases.
Oh, yeah, he's got 11 steals. Yeah, there's that, too.
He's so ridiculous that if you tried to build him, they'd be like, no, you can't.
And then on the pitching side,
you can't do that.
He is striking out 11.83 per 9. He has
it's the ERA with 3.5, a little lower than 3.5.
3.13.
Oh, everybody in the 3.13.
xFIP 3.47. He has been worth 1.6 wins above replacement as a pitcher alone.
Yeah,
it's pretty incredible. And I thought there was no way. That somebody could come over here and be both a full-time hitter and a pitcher. But what he's done to clown all of these diva pitchers with their I threw yesterday. I have to lie down.
I need my fainting couch.
I need my 4 days, and I have to be massaged, and I have to be fed grapes. And wait,
I have to be fed grass.
Can you have your bullpen day tomorrow?
Let's do it tomorrow.
I'm resting. Where he will go pitch tonight, and he'll throw 90-some pitches. You know what he'll do tomorrow? He'll DH. He'll bat third.
Or play right field.
Because
he can do that. Because he can also, field a position.
Yeah, there's no bump life, as the T-shirt says, for Shohei Ohtani.
Meanwhile, Michael Kopech's like, I'm so tired.
Exactly. Michael Kopech, have you played a full season? No, I've played half of a season of regular work. How are you? So tired.
So tired.
I'm tired. I go out there and I throw and I sweat and I throw, and now I'm tired.
I'm just so tired.
I'm tired of playing the game. Ain't it a crying shame?
I loved her.
Oh, everybody did. And Shohei's like, yeah, I'll go throw 100 pitches and then go hit 2 home runs the next day.
You need me to hit 3 in the lineup today?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Benetti and Beckham were talking about launch angle.
Okay.
With it. Or was that the cut? That wasn't the cut coming in, right?
No, that was just the home run coming in.
They were talking about Ohtani's launch angle because it was so ridiculous.
Speaking of launch angle, Chris Kampka did the numbers for us in the break. The average launch angle on an Ohtani home run this year is about 26 degrees. So this was epic.
36 degrees, it might not sound like a lot, but I can tell you visually it was completely different than anything I've seen.
Yeah, it was visually bracing. Like you stopped and you said, oh, that ball's doing something that baseballs don't normally do.
Like when you see Giancarlo Stanton hit a home run, generally it's of line drive variety that goes 500 feet. This was a literal moonshot.
Well, figurative moonshot. but I get the point that Gordon is making, especially when I was watching Sunday Night Baseball and I was checking in on Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu hit a ball 111 miles an hour on an 18-degree angle. It just went and it was gone. With Ohtani, you're getting these home runs that you might think are too high. You're like, oh, that ball's too high. No, it's also been crushed. So it's going to be 460 feet of home run. And he's going to smile and walk around the bases and just be the best player in the game. Like, he's amazing. Like, we're very lucky to be living in a time where we're watching this guy do this at this level.
Have you guys seen last week or 2 weeks ago when he went on a tear of opposite field home runs that were going 450 feet, which is just ridiculous?
Well, he almost got one last night. He had hit a ball to left field that went foul. But even with that, you just go, this dude is unreal. Like, no one should be able to do what he's doing. And he's doing it consistently. And he's not getting tired. And he's going to get $500 million.
Maybe from the Cubs.
Maybe.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's speak that to existence, please.
You heard it. Maybe. But he's going to get $500 million to play baseball.
He's probably more than that.
He might.
600.
Fine. Sure, the White Sox will be in on it. We had a meeting. Sure, you did.
Jerry really stepped
We
up.
thought about giving him this offer. It was heavily laden with incentives, and if he reached all of these incentives that we were offering, it would have been worth more. But he actually somehow wanted
his wife
money.
wanted to play someplace else. Is Shohei married? I don't know.
Jerry really stepped up.
So Shohei, here's the contract that we're offering. $200 million. I mean, you're going to get
but
that.
a chance to make $500 million.
But a chance to make.
This is like the contests we do for like the Dave Matthews Band ticket giveaway. You have a chance to win.
But a chance to make a gazillion dollars, Shohei. Oh, I've never heard of that number. How do we get to gazillion? Well, you have to have 600 plate appearances in every single season that you play for us. And you also have to have 35 starts. The pitchers who have the most starts in a season only get 32? Yes, but that's not important right now. What's important is that's how you will get to gazillion dollars.
Why don't you just give me the gazillion dollars?
You can just give it to me.
Right.
Because the Cubs are going to offer me a gazillion dollars.
Yeah.
Yes, but then do you want it handed to you, Shohei, or would you like to have earned it? Huh?
Plus, you have to be the sixth caller to the special number. And then, only then, could you maybe get the money.
See what we did there? We're placing a premium on you earning it. I've already.
No, I earned it. I earned it already.
Earned it.
And you're going to give me the actual money.
You can project out what I'm going to do for the next 5 years. Well, I guess you're just not Southside tough. I guess I'm not. I'm going to go get this gazillion dollars, though, from someone else. And they're just going to give it to me. And then I'm going to play baseball for them. And it's going to be awesome.
Ian Happ's going to join us next. We got a lot to discuss, so don't go anywhere. You have the score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons,
King
2 to
Cobra
6 on the score.
40.
You know I love Derrick Rose. One of my favorite athletes
right
ever.
now.
If they're trying to
Okay, so here, because what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put
That's
some
right,
respect
baby.
on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New
While
look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double them. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and
I'm
he
telling you.
already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe
Sorry,
it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the two 40s, and you are that, and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand, and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
The talent that's here and the talent that is continuing to develop here. We obviously have some mainstay guys like Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, Cubs all-star outfielder.
Deep drive to right. Back to the wall. It's got a chance. Gone. 3-run homer, Ian Happ.
Absolutely crushed that ball.
Really solid at bat there.
Gold Glove Award winner.
Ian Happ with a sensational diving catch.
Host of the Compound Podcast.
Post game, I'm talking to my high school coach. Jamison Tyon is talking to someone, and he yells over and he goes, "I love the Compound. Pod's awesome." He is someone that JMO has played Fortnite with, I guess, for years, and was just meeting him. He's a professional Fortnite player and like one of the best in the world, and loves the pod.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Here's a man that probably has 5 fresh pots a day.
Ian Happ with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Once you've made it with the professional Fortnite crowd, you know now you're officially a somebody. There's no doubt in my mind. They're back. They split. They had fun. Ian Happ is on Twitter at Ian Happ, or IHapp_1. And he joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. So, how was it?
It was awesome. It was an amazing experience, kind of start to finish. I think the Thursday being able to get in, explore the city a little bit was great. And then the ballpark, everything that they did to get the stadium ready was really incredible. The atmosphere was great. I think we had 54 and 55,000 people for the 2 games, and it was really a lot of fun.
What were you able to do with the extra day that you guys had? Like, was there stuff that you wanted to check off your list, and will you go back over there to do like a proper vacation?
Would definitely have to go back to get everything checked off the list. Thursday was great. We were able to, we got in, I got to the hotel around noon on Thursday. Traffic, London is, there's a lot going on there, a lot of people, but we were able to walk around, explore a little bit, and then had an amazing evening at Westminster Abbey, which was fantastic. Thursday, and then after that, Thursday was a full work day. We were buses to the field at 9 a.m. And we were there until I think we got back maybe around 4 o'clock. So we were at the field all day on Thursday, and then obviously games Saturday, Sunday. But would have to go back to really get the full experience. But it was awesome just to be able to be there and explore the city.
Ian is joining us on Twitch as well at twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. So what was your plan to maintain your sleep routine? And even though you kind of lay it out, everyone would like to say, hey, we'll sleep on the plane or stay up here or hydrate here. Were you able to do what you planned to do?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the biggest thing, was sleeping on the plane on the way in, hydrating a lot, and then staying up all day Thursday. We were able to get on the schedule for the most part, and I think it was kind of like Thursday night, Friday night, it was important to prioritize sleep. Obviously when you're in a place like London for a couple of days, like, you want to explore, you want to do everything, you want to take full advantage, but we were there to work. We were there to play games that really mattered. And so, at some point there, Thursday night, Friday night, had to prioritize sleep. And the families were able to treat it a little bit more like a vacation, but I think the players really had to prioritize that. And then getting back, just sleeping on the plane on the way back, got in early in the morning. And so sleeping that was Sunday night, Monday morning, and then trying to get back on the schedule for today.
How quickly did you guys get on the plane from the game Sunday? Was it like you were leaving town on a regular road trip where just pack everything up, everyone goes to the airport, and we're out of here?
Not quite. With both teams going out, there was a lot to coordinate with the buses and then getting out, getting through customs. Definitely different than what we were used to in the States. So it was a pretty long process to actually get on the plane and then get back in early in the morning. But that's part of the experience. That's part of what it takes to kind of go to those different cities and grow the game in the way that both ourselves, the players, and Major League Baseball is looking to do.
So, of course, you have the earpiece in on the broadcast on Sunday. And, of course, a ball is hit, and you've got to run over and make a play. And you tell them, hey, the earpiece fell out. I kicked it somewhere. I can't find it. And then those of us watching the broadcast immediately hear A-Rod start to continue the conversation. And we're like, dude, he just told you he can't hear you. And the man goes, oh, I guess Ian can't hear us. Like, you dumbass. He said he kicked it. He doesn't know where it is. And then they're wandering around looking for it. So I don't know. I was just enjoying how disconnected it all was.
Yeah, I guess I didn't do a good enough job of saying that I couldn't hear them. I said that I had it had fallen out and I kicked it. I don't know if I said, hey, I have no idea where it is, but I didn't. And like in that moment, you can't go searching for it, right? You're locked it on the game. I felt pretty bad that I had punted it and they were looking for it for a few innings before they finally found it. But my gripe with those earpiece they give you to wear, my ears aren't great for any kind of headphones that they don't stay in very well. And that little one, man, it's always trying to sneak out of my ear. So as soon as I went for that ball, it popped out and I punted it. I felt it. It came out. And as it was coming out right to the foot, I felt my foot hit it. And I was, oh man, I don't think I'm going to be able to find that one. But at one point, I don't know if it was last year or a couple of years ago, one of the networks had one that actually wrapped over the ear and would stay in a little bit better. But that one, yeah, I was amazed that they found it in that turf because the way it would shine from the sunlight, I couldn't see anything.
Well, the turf was weird, right? It looked like some of the hops were very, very strange.
Yeah, I don't know how they laid it out. We didn't really get a great explanation of that. I don't know if there was still the original field grass like way underneath and then they laid something over it and laid the turf, but it was a very bouncy surface, as I'm sure everybody saw on the broadcast. And then the heat, man, it was just radiating heat. And what happened was because of the way the stadium's built, I think they built it for, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it was for track and field events during the Olympics. And so they didn't want wind in the stadium to affect the times. So they wanted to keep the wind out of the stadium. And that's why they built this kind of overhanging circular oval shape. And so there's no airflow in the stadium. And the sun was directly in the outfield. And as the game went, the sun was setting a little bit, the infield got shade, but the outfield had zero shade. So it was roasting out there with the rubber turf. And one of the pitching changes, I think when Stroh came out of the game, I called Morel over because there was some shade if you walked basically towards third base where the umpire would stand. So we were standing off to the side in the shade because it had to be 15, 20 degrees cooler over there instead of the normal, center field spot where you would wait for the pitching change.
Wow. That I mean, they were talking about it on the broadcast, like Coombe was bringing up that he had walked on the field before the game, and he was saying how I think the air temperature there was like 85, 86 degrees, and he said it was like 20 degrees hotter on the field. I'm like, geez, like I wasn't expecting that, but that makes sense where you're lessening the airflow because you want the times to be genuine in a track and field event.
Even the soccer stadiums there, even the ones that are built expressly for soccer, that's important to them too, because they don't want wind blowing the soccer ball around either.
Yeah, and I think just the way that it was designed, it's not something we're used to with baseball stadiums. Most of them being open and wind playing a role, and then obviously you're playing baseball in a soccer stadium, so there's no thought for where the sun is. And so the sun for the game, man, if I was pretty lucky if a fly ball didn't go up right in it, because it was like if somebody hits a normal fly ball at me, it would have been a real battle for where the sun was. But they did a great job of putting it all together. With the stands, the atmosphere, the surface itself, and the infield, I think played pretty true for everybody. They did a good job adjusting day 1 to day 2 on just kind of the moisture of the field. It was a little muddy in the box the first day, but overall, to put that venue on was super special.
There's a little bit more slug going on with you lately. Why is that?
Just a matter of time. I think, you gotta, you ride the ebbs and flows of the season, just able to get a little bit of a good feel there from both sides. We're a couple doubles righty, some balls in corners for triples lefty, and then being able to slug a couple homers. I think it's just, to get the pitches you can handle and take advantage of it. It was nice the last week or so to be able to hit some balls hard and get that production. I think the ability to kind of keep the on-base percentage up, continue to walk kind of through the stretch where, the doubles weren't landing or the homers weren't leaving the yard. I think that's a big part of kind of putting together a full season.
It's starting to feel like these games are mattering. This win streak has pushed you right into the thick of things in the division, and still 2 games underwater relative to 500. But I think, what are we, 3 or 3.5 out in the Central? And I wonder if you're feeling that a little bit now. I guarantee you the energy at Wrigley is going to start to shift, coming off of here and giving people some reasonable hope. And with Tom Ricketts' comments over the weekend where he said it, he said, as of right now, we'd be buyers come the trade deadline. That's got some people excited.
Yeah, I think we were able to play just really good baseball for 10, 14-day stretch there. Offense is doing a great job of putting up runs and kind of adding on to leads. The pitching's done just a fantastic job. And so it's a great combo. And when I think you guys saw early in the year how well we can play, and then obviously tough stretch there, but we have a lot of belief in the clubhouse. Guys have a lot of belief in the roster and what we can do. And so for us, the ability to rattle off a few wins, get ourselves right back in it. The division's not out of hand. We're still right in the thick of things. And I think that's the biggest thing for us is just, keep going out there day by day and doing our jobs and giving ourselves a chance to be right in the thick of the division.
A lot of people, when they make that trip across the Atlantic, they say that coming back is more difficult. What have you been keenly aware of in trying to make sure that you're ready to play tonight?
Yeah, that's what, Talkman's kind of been our team expert here because he did this with New York in 19. And so, the trip back, I think is known to be a little bit more difficult. I think prioritizing sleep is a big one. For us, you got to just make sure you get back on the schedule as much as you can. I think that you're ready to play at 7:00 and not kind of losing energy is definitely a huge part of it. So, that's as much as we can do, I think, is hydrating, eating right, sleeping, all the things that put your body in the best chance to perform. But that's to be determined how everybody's going to feel today and tomorrow. But I think it's not going to be, a crazy thing for us to all get back and play these games at our peak energy levels.
Yeah, last time I came back from when it was Ireland, right? And I did nothing but drink every bit of Irish whiskey I could on the flight back. And I would not recommend that for a professional baseball player. It made for a really fun flight. But other than that, I don't say that for somebody whose job it is to hit 100-mile-an-hour pitched baseball for a living that I'd recommend it.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference just between what we're trying to do and if you were working a normal 9 to 5 is that because of the time change, like this morning, 6 a.m. rolled around and I was trying to fight to stay in bed and get back to sleep. If you were working a 9 to 5, you get up and 5 o'clock would roll around, and if you wanted to go to bed at 8 or 9 and try to get back on the schedule, you could. For us, we're trying to play at 7 o'clock, right? And that will feel like what would be 1 and 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, and so it's trying to get yourself to back on that, or feeling like 7 o'clock you're at your peak. And so, I think I'll probably try to take a nap during the day today at some point. Maybe even at the field for a little bit before the game, just to try to get that extra sleep and make sure that at 7 o'clock I'm feeling really good.
So I wanted to ask you this. You know that Nico Horner has been doing a regular appearance with our afternoon show. And as a listener, I've really been getting a kick out of it. What is something that the hosts and producers of that segment should know about Nico that maybe they don't? What should be something that would enhance their on-air relationship that you know about him, both now as a friend, as a teammate, and a broadcaster?
That's a really good question. You want to put me on the research team at 670, and I can dig in.
Just off the top of your head, because sometimes there's a way that these relationships build over time, and just to sort of to make that easier and more interesting.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think he's a fantastic individual and human, and I think we all know that he cares so much about the team and about winning. I'm trying to think of like something that is that people wouldn't know.
Well, his family's like brilliant, right? So that probably means he's brilliant.
His family's brilliant. Both his parents are incredible individuals. His mom was actually in London. Got to say hi to her a little bit. She's fantastic. He's quite an outdoorsman. Sneaky outdoorsman. Likes to be outside, hike national parks. A little bit of fishing. That's some of the things that I think he really enjoys doing in the off season. Being outside, exploring. Those are the way that he likes to spend his downtime, for sure.
Now, remind me, in the back of my mind, I remember, I think it was years ago on a Mother's Day interview where we learned that Nico apparently, as a kid, as an athlete, was a maniac, right? Like, I forgot what it was. Was it flag football or something, or some contact sports where...
I mean, you can see it now. I love the way he plays.
No, he plays hard, but there was a time where he was difficult to control, apparently.
I think it was literally baseball. We did a Mother's Day episode. We had all the moms on. His mom was talking about little kid Nico and his intensity. I think he was just a really intense little kid. Just played as hard as he could and was always just trying to win. And so little, you can imagine, with how hard he plays, how just the passion that he shows. I think the little kid version was doing all of those things while probably someone was out in left field picking grass. So just the difference in kind of intensity there. But yeah, he still plays that way. He still plays with just an amazing passion for the game and an intensity that is really, really unmatched.
Was there good coffee in London? And what's the next cool thing that Connect's going to do?
Yeah. Coffee in London, I didn't do enough exploration to find where the good coffee was, which was my fault, but I quickly changed my order from a drip coffee or normal black coffee to a cappuccino. It was a quick adjustment for me. Got me through the week. I forgot, what I should have done was Connect has these steeped packets. So they're like tea bags that you can put in water, and it's our coffee. And I should have just brought boxes and boxes over for the group because the clubhouse coffee was not it. And I completely whiffed on that, which is my bad. But the next time I will know. The canned cold brew is close, and we're super, super excited about that. I think August we should have canned cold brew that's shelf stable, that people can order online, ship it right to them. You throw it in your fridge, it'll be ready to go. And we're going to do some cool stuff kind of around the city with that. We're we're trying to figure out exactly where all it'll be. But I think people are really going to enjoy the canned cold brew when it comes out in both. It'll be black coffee canned cold brew, and then we'll also have an oat milk kind of latte variant that is a first for us that we're super excited about.
And did you see Tom Cruise at your hotel?
I didn't see Tom Cruise. I heard he was there, but I didn't get a chance to see him. But big movie premiere, I guess, in London for him.
Apparently.
Yeah, the whole crew was there at the hotel that was across the street. So it was cool, man. Ian, thanks for being so cool about coming on. I know that you're trying to get your rest and be right for tonight. It seemed like a great trip, and we thank you for sharing the sights and sounds of it.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
That's Ian Happ of your Chicago Cubs. Next up, the Bears are getting kind of desperate and
spare change.
Yeah, right. They're showing it a little bit. They're kind of giving away the game in some of the comments here if you're actually paying attention to what's going on.
Can you help a brother out?
So we'll interpret next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Nico Horner is playing some brilliant baseball right now.
Dude.
And you shouldn't be surprised to know, with 1.2 wins above replacement, he is the 11th most valuable player in the game right now.
When he signed his deal, I was like, oh, I was a little surprised because, I was trying to figure out the math on what do you do with a guy who played shortstop now that guy plays second base? Like, how do you value it? And we kind of got our answer. And now I'm sitting there going, man, the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal. And the peace of mind aspect for Nico Horner seems to be working out pretty well too. But this guy's a ball player.
Horner's batting .355, on base .400, slugging .473, which works out to a WRC plus of 142. He is a plus player in base running runs above average, offensive runs above average, and defensive runs above average. He has only struck out 7% of the time.
I think figuring out when you have a shortstop playing second base and there being no more shift rules, does that position become more important? And do you end up having to pay more for that position?
Like in general?
Yeah, in general.
If you're an agent, are you going to say, hey, this is now there's a new premium for second basemen who can field like shortstops?
Right. Athletic second baseman that can cover a lot of ground, where it used to be you kind of had a guy that was decent enough.
Or not. You had guys like
Daniel Murphy.
Well, like the Jeff Kent model where you could, Dan Ugla, that you could just have a stick.
Just go over there and we'll shift into situations with tough lefties and we'll put you here and put this person there. But I think the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal.
It seems like it. If you ask where does that 7% strikeout rate rank among the 178 qualified MLB players, the answer would be third. Luis Arraez strikes out 4.9% of the time. Mauricio Dubon strikes out 5% of the time. And then there's Nico Horner tucked in at 7%.
I'm still stuck, Dan, in trying to figure out exactly what it is we do here. Well, no, that part I've figured it out. There's fart jokes and mascots. That's all is going on here.
Bernstein and Holmes.
Fart jokes and mascots.
Middays 10 to 2. On 670 The Score.
I feel a fiduciary responsibility to make sure we build a world-class venue for our fans, for all of the citizens for the state of Illinois, something that we can be very proud of, that we can host these major events year-round.
Boy, they're doing every dance they can do right now.
Would you say they're shook?
Kevin Warren got
Ain't no
here.
such thing as halfway crooks.
He took a look at that deal and he said, I'm going to have to do a little magic here. We're going to pack up the truck and we're going to do the Kevin Warren Road Show. And
Monorail!
Let's see.
Monorail!
You can come make an offer to us, and we got a lot of irons in the fire. We got a lot of possibilities. I'm a businessman. I'm always
spare change, brother.
I'm always doing business. The Touchdown Arlington group, a group of local businesses, had a forum at the Arlington Heights Metropolis Performing Arts Center in the Village's downtown.
Can I just say real quick,
Kevin Warren.
Real quick, before we get into this and we have a little fun at the Bears' expense, I was looking at some of the photos from the Tribune story and seeing so many people in like Bears jerseys. And I'm just like, what are we doing?
So when I was looking for sound from yesterday, and shout out to some of the sound we got is from WBBM. Shout out to them down the hall. But yeah, I thought the same thing. Like, there's so many people out here in Bears jerseys, just out representing.
Just put on a polo. Just put on a t-shirt.
Guy's got a Walter Payton jersey.
I got my jersey that's divided into quadrants.
But I still don't want you here.
Go Bears! It is my Sayers Butkus Urlacher Johnny Musso jersey.
I don't know why I should be surprised. I shouldn't be at this point, but it was like, come on, man. Like, so Bears.
Right? To be there in it. Like, I painted my face for downtown Arlington Heights Forum.
Was Bearman there?
No, I don't think Don was there.
Oh.
I don't think. Possible. Our man Don Wachter, Hall of Famer.
Maybe he was in his
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he's wearing his regular person stuff.
He doesn't want you to know when he's around, and he's just not in uniform.
Especially when it comes to stuff like this. He wants to stay incognito.
He's Cook County Forester by day. He's Bearman by Sunday.
And he's beer man every night.
I think they kind of gave away the game, though.
What do you mean?
Well, do we have the comment that he actually, where Kevin Warren explained what he's really doing?
We've had a stalemate and a lack of communication, and it sounds like it's a little bit more convoluted at this point in time than I thought it would be. Well, then we're in a position to start exploring other places and other opportunities.
Not. Stop it.
Well, I mean, they are.
Not really.
Stop it.
Stop it. And then he said, if we're not communicating, which we haven't been, there's not going to be much progress made, because he wants the local school districts to return to the negotiating table. That's all this is. He's pleading, saying, look, whenever we get to it, come on. There's no way the team sends out the video of the beginning of demolition if they're not going to go.
It's my favorite tag team.
They haven't done feasibility studies at any of these other supposed places. They're so far down the road in Arlington Heights. All this is trying to get the school districts to come down a little bit in price. And you know what happens if they don't? They're just going to pay more.
Well, maybe, but if there is a sweetheart deal to be had someplace else, they have to explore it and they have to play this game. And now Lake Forest is like, hi, yes.
No, they walked that back, apparently.
Hi, we would also like to be the home of the Bears.
No.
But you're already the home of the Bears.
Well, but they changed that. Lake Forest is not in the stadium sweepstakes because I guess the Tribune updated their story. There was something misinterpreted in the game of telephone here.
Well, that still leaves Waukegan and Naperville and Rockford.
See,
you can't go to Rockford. Because then another team could come in here.
Right. They're not doing that.
They're not? Rockford's got that great Mexican restaurant. Taco Bell.
Voted best Mexican restaurant because there's too
that's
scared
a real,
to
that's
go
a
to the
real
actual
thing, studs.
And you know, there's a
Did
bunch
you
of-
know that? There was a billboard.
No way. Come on.
Yes, there was.
It's billed it as like
There was a billboard of it being the number one Mexican restaurant in Rockford.
Come on.
Yeah.
It
That's
was-
the
it was-
low bar.
There's
rough.
such an embarrassment.
Especially because there's probably great Mexican
There
restaurants
is-
in Rockford.
Yeah, but people who live there don't know it because they're terrified to go anywhere outside what they feel is their own little bubble. So
Oh.
anybody who is voting in that was like, well, I can't go down there near Marinelli Field. There was a fantastic taco stand right next to Marinelli Field.
Every restaurant is Taco Bell in the future.
Oh God.
And then you got three shells.
Oh man,
So everywhere's
It was a
Taco
great
Bell and
movie.
the air is like what we're witnessing today in Chicago.
I mean, since he brought up Demolition, in Demolition Man, the movie,
the only restaurant that survived the restaurant wars.
that's right. Taco Bell won the restaurant wars. Damn it.
I was living in Rockford when the Cheddars opened.
Yeah.
And you would have, man, you would have thought that all of a sudden Rockford became Paris.
I have no idea what that is.
Cheddars. It's exactly what you think it is.
Oh, I've been to one of those.
Well, I mean, some of it is just, it even happened here, though, when the Raising Cane's opened up. And people were like, chicken strips?
Oh my God, I've never had chicken strips before.
Let's get these chicken strips. Get them, boys. Yay! Or the Sonic. It's on the, not the guy who hosts on Jams, but, you know, over there on, is it on Wilson? Like Wilson and Broadway? There is the Sonic in the city. That's ridiculous.
I drove by that the other day.
See?
You didn't
get a
stop by?
You didn't get a cherry limeade?
What's wrong with you?
And there's a new Culver's opening up near the park, right?
See?
Am I right about that? I saw a sign right on near Clark and Addison, right next to the Taco Bell Cantina. Did I see that right? That there's a Culver's coming in? There's already one on in Ravenswood on Montrose.
Yeah, and there's a Culver's in Bronzeville.
And there's one in Portage Park.
Yeah. See? And there's lines around the block. So don't be making fun of those people in Rockford. They wanted to get into Cheddars.
What was the other one? Illinois Machine Shed?
I've been there. Machine Shed.
Yeah.
If you say you like eggs, they give you an extra egg or something like that.
Socks
I went there on the way
Shed.
back from camping for a friend's bachelor party. It was life-saving.
Machine Shed. There used to be a couple good restaurants.
Sack machine.
Where did
Shed.
Cafe Patou, was it the name of the French place? That was decent. Maria's, I think, since closed. That was okay for steak. There's a bunch of good little Italian
Of
joints.
course.
And
Of course.
and Sammy's was a great little lunch spot. Skyport.
Of course, those are great places, but you're right. Like, I don't want to go over there.
There's a lot of that.
There's flavor over
You
there.
know, you can go to where the Mexicans live. Oh, are you kidding? I can't do that.
There's that great viral video of this news team. I forget which station it is, but there's four people on the desk and they're eating Popeyes. And there's a white guy. He's like, oh, you know, this is great. And the black guy goes, does this taste like a neighborhood you've never been to?
Yes, exactly right.
And then they got mad at the black guy for saying it. That's a great line.
Yep.
Anyway, back to Kevin Warren. Out here begging for change, man. I love it. I love that I've said this as a resident of Cook County, and I hate that I have to say it that way, but that's the way I have to say it. The Cook County's like, nah, we're not doing jack. This is what it is. This is what your property is appraised for, and the value's gone up because you bought it. So no. And Kevin Warren's like, why won't they come back to the negotiating table? Well, because they've made up their mind about what it is that they want.
They don't have to, and the schools don't have to either because they want your money.
Right.
To improve their schools.
Right. They want all your money. And they're not giving you, Fritz K.E. is not going to give you a deal. That's not what he does. So
So all the money you'd otherwise spend redoing all these plans and buying new land and all this, just resign yourself to. You're probably gonna have to pay more than you thought.
No, but he's got to do the thing.
He's doing the thing.
He's got to go.
But he said he's doing the thing.
Yeah, he did go, guys, I'm doing the thing.
You're not supposed to say it. You're not supposed to say, well, we'd love to negotiate, but they're not coming to the table. So let me tell you about all these other places we could go.
So we're going to Naperville.
We're at Aurora. And
oh man, is he doing the what was that presidential candidate that just started naming cities before his whole campaign was derailed?
We're going to Washington, D.C. Howard Dean.
Howard Dean's famous scream.
The Chappelle version of that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
And just think about how far we've come in American politics, where being over-enthusiastic about your political, immediate geographical aspirations becomes disqualifying.
That's right, Tom Harkin.
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. We're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
We're going to Arlington Heights.
But think about it. That ended a presidential campaign. That.
We're going to Aurora.
We're going to Naperville. We're going to Bolingbrook. We're going to Rockford.
We're going to Berlin. We're going to Cicero.
That ended a presidential campaign, and now we are going to have a candidate representing one of the two parties who will be multiply indicted.
Got a tax policy that'll break your neck.
But it's like we're going to have somebody actually under federal indictment who's going to be running and who's going to win the nomination by a landslide.
But Dan, like think about what it says about us, that we eliminated a couple of candidates because they wanted the job too badly.
Mm-hmm.
Howard Dean got eliminated because he wanted the job too badly. Hillary Clinton got eliminated because she wanted the job too much.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, nah.
You
know what? You wanted too much.
Nope.
You shouldn't have it.
Nope. No. You're too excited about it. No, you can't be president.
You know where cities are. You can't be president.
Actually, it's got a little bit of a red-tailed hawk call to it.
And I mean, the thing is that he was so excited and he was like feeling it from the crowd, and he kind of just kept going, and and then
and that was his career.
And there's Kevin Warren. We're going to Naperville, and then we're going to go to Aurora, then we're going to go to Joliet, and then we're going to go down to Springfield, take back the Capitol. Yeah!
And you're mad at the guys in Bears jerseys? They're standing up. Are you kidding? They're going crazy. When Kevin Warren's doing that, and the guys in the Bears jerseys and the painted faces are jumping up and down and high-fiving each other and doing keg stands.
And we're going to go to Chatham, and we're going to go to Pullman, and we're going to go to North Lawndale.
Yeah, you lost them at Chatham and Pullman.
Oh, they don't know where that is?
Yeah, that scared them.
Oh.
Chatham's basically Springfield.
That frightened them.
Not the city, Chatham, the neighborhood, Chatham.
See, that's how ignorant I am.
Oh, no, because it's in your head because there's a player on the Angels from the city, I believe.
There is, yeah, there is. There's
by
the guy
the way,
that was pitching last night.
I'm just warning you right now. I'm doing the Howard Dean thing all week. Just for no reason.
My voice wouldn't be able to handle it. All right, we have High Noon coming up.
We're going to Roseland. Good luck.
I have 250,800 tons of no thank you.
I went through Mental Floss is like one of my favorite sites, and they did this whole thing about Terminator, 16 things that you needed to know about Terminator. And I found out there was someone that was in consideration to play Terminator. And then I found out there was a reason why that person didn't get the job. and we can play the game, Is This Irony? We'll do that next.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein and Holmes show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
The Cubs.
You know, I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route. But there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently.
No.
You know, I tried to handle it gently because, like, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And to have...
And the listener has a desire
yes,
to go to that level now.
To now
really know why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media... where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's a running back.
That,
and he called him grandpappy
yes,
too. Like that part of it. Like
yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, does Tim Jennings ever try eating jardinera off his shoes?
That was an amazing moment in score history.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Time for High Noon. We tell you what we started out talking about. Oh, just stay inside today. The air quality is horrible, and you've been warned. And don't say, "Oh, I got my freedoms. I can go out there and breathe all the smoke I want." Fine, go ahead, whatever. Just keep your kids inside if you can. Talk about the White Sox painful loss last night. Just how it sucks to waste a Dylan Cease start. Those have to be wins for you because he's actually pitching better than he has all year, and they couldn't do it. And the way they lost, it was no fun. We had a long appreciation of Shohei Ohtani. We had a conversation with Ian Happ and also talked about the Bears not really hiding their desperation in their negotiating ploys.
So, Arnold Schwarzenegger has been part of a Netflix documentary. There's also a book that he's been... They were thinking about casting someone else as the Terminator, Dan. And the person that they were thinking was O.J. Simpson. Here's Arnold talking about why they didn't cast O.J. Simpson as the Terminator.
During a conversation, it became clear that no one was really hooked to O.J. Simpson playing Terminator because he could not be sold as a killing machine.
That changed, huh?
Killing
machine.
That's all. That's all I got. I ran across that and thought people might be interested that the reason that Arnold ended up as the Terminator is because no one could envision O.J. Simpson as a killing machine.
Sack machine.
Killing machine. There's no possible way. The slashing type running back.
That's all.
How could one possibly imagine that? All right. This has just been unveiled. The world's biggest cruise ship. Get ready. Royal Caribbean International's Icon of the Seas is 1,200 feet long. It will weigh over 250,000 tons. That's the equivalent of 2 CN towers. It will hold 5,610 passengers and 2,350 crew. It will have the world's largest water park at sea.
How deep will it go? Will it go 12,000 feet?
It'll have 6 water slides, 7 pools, 9 whirlpools. If you need all of this to be on a boat, don't get on a boat. You can go to a resort that doesn't have to be in the ocean where you're not going to get norovirus.
Right. You can just go to the place.
Right.
Like if you would like to go to a place in the Caribbean
that has all this stuff,
you could just
you can just go there. No, it has to be on a boat. Never, ever, 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 ever.
I know some people who like cruises, and they've tried. They said to me, "No, you would love it." I was like, "No, I would not, because I've got control issues, and that would be quite the giving up of control that I would be doing."
The ship promises more than 40 ways to dine, drink, and be entertained, many of which are included in the cruise fare, with 20 decks and 8 neighborhoods to explore. The idea... I'm sure they're very different neighborhoods, too. The idea is to cater to every type of vacationer, with everything from areas dedicated to young families to adults-only spaces. You want to hear cutting edge?
Oh.
You want to hear cutting edge, adults-only space?
I wouldn't mind seeing the movie Cutting Edge. I thought it was pretty good.
Just listen to this. Now, you talk about the absolute bleeding edge of entertainment.
Okay.
The adults-only space, Royal Caribbean International's first ever...
See, in my mind, I was thinking adults only would be different.
First ever dueling pianos bar.
Hey, they got dueling pianos for our holiday party over here, man. That was a great time.
Wow!
What
hey,
holiday
honey,
party?
I got our
The one
vacation.
back in, around Christmas time.
We're
and all
not
that.
going if they don't have dueling pianos out in the middle of the ocean. while we have horrible, horrible, horrible diarrhea.
Hurry it up, Bernstein. We got to talk to the manager of the Cubs.
That's high noon.
We do it every day around this time. The manager of your Chicago Cubs is back from London as the Cubs get ready to take on the Phillies tonight. We will have that game for you starting at 6:30 with the pregame with Zach Zaidman on The Score in the Xfinity Cubs radio network.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp poster day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp poster day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
It is, and it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
The Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This is the David Ross Show.
Chicago!
My expectation is for us to win ball games. I mean, like, we're going to go out and compete really hard. I think it's a fun group.
World Series hero.
And now the 1-2 pitch on the way to Ross. Swung on, hit in the air, deep center field. Back goes Davis. Back near the track, near the wall. Davis leaping, and that ball is a home run.
David Ross with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
The Chicago Cubs are 37-39, just 3 games off the pace behind the Brewers and the Reds in the NL Central. And the manager of the Cubs, David Ross, who is on Twitter at D_Ross3, joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Welcome back, Rossi. How was it?
Good. It was great. How y'all doing?
We are doing really wonderful. What will you take away from that trip to London?
Oh, man. Just an amazing experience. I got to take my daughter over there, some quality time, just, you know, the Rio downtime that we got just on the plane ride. And then the first day, an amazing night at Westminster Abbey that Mr. Ricketts put on. I don't know, man. It's just unique. You don't get those things. We can talk about how hard this is or that is, the time change and all that stuff. Like, the positives are so great, and the unique experience and the fan base and how well the people treated us and how well it was run. It was a great event.
So obviously, like, the players are looking at it from a little bit of a different perspective than you are. What were the concerns that you had? As you're trying to get your guys to play the best baseball that they can.
Yeah, I mean, the time, the wear on the body, right? I mean, you're definitely concerned about how players are going to react and how their bodies are going to feel. The jet lag is real, all those things. I think coming back, from experience and talking to some of the guys at the Yankees and Red Sox, the way back is the harder part, and how we've got important games to play. We've got 13 games ahead of us with some crazy. We got 3 night games, then day game, night game, day game, and then day, 3 o'clock, 7, day, night, day, all the way to like just some crazy times coming to the All-Star break where we'll get a little bit of a reset. So it's just really important that we play well coming back, how to take care of these guys' bodies, their rest, and so they can go out there and perform at their highest level. And I think those are the biggest concerns for me.
It meant a lot to see Justin Steele with another solid performance. He has been, per Fangraphs valuation, as great as Stroman has been in this Cy Young candidacy. Steele's actually accrued more value right now. What has it meant to get him back to form after his injury?
Yeah, we've missed Justin. Well, he's just been as consistent, like you said, as he's up there with Stroh, and those guys are really carrying the load. Our starting pitching has been great for us all year, and it's because of guys like Justin and Marcus and Kyle being back and throwing the ball really well. J-Mo's throwing much better than he started and kind of found his rhythm a little bit better. Smiley has had some, a little bit tougher ones grinding him a little bit lately, but got off to a really good start for us. So starting pitching is what's carried us, and to be in this position and kind of especially when we weren't playing real well, Justin and Stroh were the guys that were holding down the W's for us. So they've been extremely important to our success.
I know sometimes the way these pitches are categorized for statistical purposes that there can be some ghosts in the machine here, but is Steele now cutter slider rather than fastball slider? Has he completely ditched the four-seamer?
No, his fastball just cuts, and it gets around it a little bit more. I think just, it may be characterized. I don't know how it's characterized on the data, but it's a four-seamer that he gets around at times. It's got real cut action to it. But if you and I were going to sit around and watch him pitch, and you're not looking at the velocity, you're just looking at the shape of the pitch, you definitely would call it a cutter.
Rossi, we've been having conversations over the last couple of days because you guys have been on a good run lately over the last, 3 weeks of baseball, about how serious this becomes in the second half of the season. We're almost at the exact halfway point. Do you guys feel like things are changing where it feels more competitive? Like, look, there's a chance that you guys can win this division.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've felt that way for a long time. I think, when you get outside of spring training and you look at the talent on our team, you definitely look and identify like, okay, we can be in the mix for this. I think before the season started, you would look at St. Louis and think that's probably the more talented team on paper. And they haven't played up to their caliber of baseball that I'm sure they expected. And I think we've went through some times where we haven't played our best baseball. But, what I think most of us continue to press and look at is that it is a long season and you're going to go through those months where it's going to be a bad month. And we've had one of those, and we had a good month to start. And this is another 3-week stretch that we're playing really good baseball. And we were able to chase down, the Pirates had got off to such a great start, talking about the ebbs and flows of a season. But they hit a little skid there, and we were able to take advantage of our good play, playing against them in Baltimore. I thought was a really, really good team when they came in here. Really, ever since the San Francisco series, we've been playing some pretty solid baseball. The offense has woken up and played really well. I thought our quality at bats, when some of the lineup changes happened, has really, spread out the lefties, and the runs have started to show up. Nick Madrigal's swinging the bat really well. Mike Tauchman's been a key for us. But yeah, I mean, getting back to your question, the division is well in reach right now, and we've still got a long way to go, and we've got to still continue to play good baseball. This 13-game stretch before the All-Star break is extremely important for us.
It's amazing how much has changed, David, since we last talked, because we had been discussing the issue with some of these at-bats and the high on-base percentage and the high walk rate and balancing aggressiveness and maybe getting a pitch early in the at-bat that you can square up. And I'll be damned if across the board, all of a sudden, you got that. Was this coached? Was this discussed? Or is this just good hitters and variance?
It was just good managing.
Just
kidding.
I'm dead serious. That's okay. If you want to take a victory lap for some of this stuff, you should.
Listen, we talked about, credit is always going to be towards the players, and the blame's going to be always towards the manager. That's how this thing works. You guys have been around sports long enough to know that. I think, like, the one thing I would identify is we talked early on about the value of getting guys on base and how we've been extremely unlucky with hitting some balls hard, not, right at guys, not finding holes. The analytics guys would call that unlucky. And you continue to load the bases. And I think we were number one in the league in getting guys on base, and we just weren't. And we were probably last, or I think we were bottom 4 in getting runs in. So I think those things have turned around. Guys are starting to get key hits. Like I said, the bottom of the line, I think, done a really nice job. Whether it's Yan Gomes, Nick Madrigal. We got Cody back, which just lengthens the lineup a little bit. Christopher Morel still swinging the bat really, really well. I think Dansby's power starting to show up. Happer's power starting to show up. Some things, and Nico in the 2, and like I said, Tauchman getting on base. So it's just deepened the lineup a little bit there, and having some success of just getting those at bats and having that at bat, and balls are finding holes now. That's really all it's come to, and I think the guys have fed off that, and that creates confidence, and that creates a little momentum.
This isn't a surprise. I don't want to act like I'm just now waking up to how good of a player Nico Hoerner is. But Sunday morning, you're watching him. You watch him manufacture a run for you guys Sunday morning. In the show, I was texting him. I was like, I just love the way that he plays. For you to manage a guy like Nico Hoerner, what is it that you see when he goes out there?
Man, he's one of the ones that you lean on, and why I think the front office identified him and signed him to a long-term deal so early, and trying to lock him up for some future years was like he's just wired the right way. He thinks about baseball. He takes care of his body. He can't not think about, how to make himself better. He's continued to get better in all aspects of his game. He's a team first guy. He's willing to, a guy like Dansby come in, there's no pushback, and going to second base and going to tackle that challenge head on, and how good he's been for us at the top of the order. His base running skills, his stolen base skills continue to grow. He had none of that really when he first showed up, in my opinion. And he's hungry for knowledge. He is wired to kick your butt and find the edge any way possible to win baseball games. And that's what you look for in players. He wants to be out there every single day. He loves the game of baseball. It's just what he thinks about all the time. And, I was talking to my daughter last night. We were watching some college baseball, the Gators and LSU college baseball game, and we were talking about getting your butt kicked that bad in a tight championship type game. And you just look at the character of the guys and who quits and who gives up and who wants to just cash it in, who the guys continue to compete no matter what the score is. And I actually pointed, she asked me who the guy on my team was that stood out, and the first person that came to mind was Nico Horner. That guy never gives up. He never gives in. He's always looking for an edge. He's going to play his tail off no matter what the moment is presented to him.
Rossi, when I write a book, I want a blurb from you that says Lawrence is wired to kick your butt. All right, so I want that to be one of the quotes that's on the back of the book, even if you don't mean it. I just need you to say it.
Well, I got to get to know you better. I try to value my words, so I got to make sure that you're wired the right way.
So you talk with the front office all the time. We know that it's always a united front. And how would you characterize the discussions as far as them being open to talking about filling needs? Tom Ricketts went out and said it. He said, as of right now, we'd be buyers. That means at some point you get to help put a shopping list together.
Yeah, I think, Jed is and Carter and Craig, we're always looking to better the team, whether that's internally or externally, if that stuff presents itself. I think, touching on Tom's comments, I think we're playing really well. We're 3 games back in the division, and things are looking good. And we still got a long way to go, and we've got to continue to take care of business and continue to be in the hunt, play good baseball, win baseball games, and the rest will take care of itself. The front office and everybody in this organization wants to win, and we put ourselves in that position. They'll take care of the rest. So I think we're always looking to see where we can improve and what's our strengths and weaknesses, and the outside stuff whether they're buying and selling and all that stuff, I leave that to them. My job is to try to win as many baseball games as we can, and they know where we feel like we can improve.
How's Stroh doing, and what's the craziest remedy that you've ever seen for someone trying to fix a blister?
Well, the blister, they say pickle juice, right? Some of that stuff, soaking it in pickle juice, letting it dry out. I don't know. The trainers, there's so much stuff now that medically we can do for little things. It didn't open up, so that's the good news. He said it was a little sore 2 days on the flight home. I saw him when we were going through customs together, and he said it was a little sore, kind of hot to the touch. But he's going to get an extra day already with this off day and everybody throwing, so he'll get an extra day. I think he's only got 2 more starts until the All-Star break. So he's dealt with this before. He's managed it, and hopefully he comes in today and things are starting to get back on track. But we won't really know till he throws a bullpen. I don't know if that'll get pushed back a day. I'll talk to Tommy. We'll get in today and kind of wrap our brains around that. But I don't think there's any real concern from him or our trainers.
I don't know if you've been outside yet today, but they knew the air quality was going to be bad. Based on everything that I'm seeing currently, it's far worse than expected. Are we 100% that you're going to play in this tonight?
I have been outside, and it's not great. That's between MLB, the Players Union. They kind of decide those things. So I will be on my way to the field when I get off the phone with you guys and start to have those types of conversations. So I haven't heard anything yet about cancellation. So I would assume usually they put that on my radar pretty early. But we are all go as of right now. But we'll wait and see if things kind of change or what Major League Baseball and the Players Association say.
Now that you've seen baseball in London, did you start thinking about maybe other places that it might be fun to take baseball to? Maybe not the Cubs, but baseball itself.
Yeah, I have, I think in the middle of the year, how far you're going to travel obviously is unique. We've gone to Japan. I know there's a Korea series coming up, I believe, next year. I think it's been announced. for some other teams. The Mets and Phillies I saw were going back to London. I played winter ball over in Australia. It was really cool. I don't know how that would go in the middle of the season. I know they did a spring training game over there a few years back. Excuse me. And when I came up with the Dodgers, we had a spring training game in Mexico City, and I know they've done some of that recently. So, yeah, man, when you're just expanding our game around the globe and get to go to these unique places and be a part of spreading our game, growing our game, I think all that stuff's really healthy. And I do know that Players Association and Major League Baseball have done things first class, and it's been really all the events I've been to have gotten better since I was a player for sure, and are a lot of fun.
Rossi, thanks for joining us. We know that it's not easy on the body to make that type of travel. We appreciate you sticking with the commitment. I hope it's safe enough for you guys to play tonight, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great day.
That's David Ross, Chicago Cubs manager. Yeah, it does appear the conditions, even as the sun comes out, we're getting now the smoke is being illuminated.
Yeah, it feels worse.
Yeah, it does.
It feels worse. So please stay inside and keep your windows up and all that good stuff. If you're listening to us, we appreciate it. Speaking of Rossi, we're going to do an event with Rossi in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio.
Is that
here.
official now? I knew it was being discussed.
July 18th.
Okay, so I think if you want to attend, you should just keep your ears open and listen for some ways to win tickets to come hang out with us.
What can we fit in there? Like 60 people?
I'm not sure exactly.
I think it's about 50 or 60 people. We did something. I did a 1 hour with Theo in there, and it was amazing. Like, it's such a. I love when we get a chance to do stuff like that. So bringing Rossi in here and having a sit down where he can, threaten us eye to eye when we ask him questions about the team, I think is going to be a lot of fun. What a great quote about Nico Horner. He's wired to kick your butt.
That's what Ian said about his competitiveness.
I mean, that's just outstanding. And he's right, too, about, LSU and them coming back from just getting a mud hole stomped in them.
It's funny that he told that story about Nico when he was a kid. I heard stories recently about a current Chicago athlete who, as a youth,
Michael Jordan,
he went to this day camp. Okay, he went to the day camp where my son went to day camp when he was in first and second grade.
Okay,
and where he's currently a counselor. So there's all this sort of institutional knowledge about kids who went there. So this Chicago athlete went there as a little kid.
Scottie Pippen.
He was a great current Chicago athlete.
Yeah.
He was
Scottie Pippen.
Obviously, it's somebody from Chicago.
From Chicago!
And he was a great athlete, maybe
Pat Bev.
best athlete in camp. But
Wasn't Pat
but apparently
Bev.
when he lost,
Was it Peter Patton?
When he lost, was so inconsolable that could not lose without having a complete meltdown, no matter what it was. And he was young. We're talking like 6, 7 years old, 8 years old. But losing at anything would result in total shutdown, like a banger of a tantrum. Like pounding fists on the ground, crying. So the counselors had to be told, you're going to have to wipe all the snot off his nose.
Oh.
You're going to have to pull him aside and completely salvage the remainder of your day if this kid loses at anything.
I never know what to do with that because there's a part of me that feels like obviously like that's what drives someone to get to that point.
Yes.
And then I'm like, well, maybe not all of them. Like maybe
not everybody's like that.
Yeah, not everyone has, that has the outward display of rage when they lose.
But apparently Io DeSumo was that kid.
And that kid was Io DeSumo.
Yes, the Io stories are such that, if he ever lost, you'd love to watch him do stuff. If he ever lost, your rest of your afternoon was going to be Io reclamation.
Well, there's that commercial now with Mike Trout. And I guess Trout has gotten more comfortable about, being a superstar the way that Rob Manfred wanted him to. And he tells a story of being in Little League Baseball and his team finished second. And he was like, I don't want that trophy. And then he, like in the commercial, he says that his coach was saying, you have to learn how to lose too. Like that's part of this. Like that's part of the journey. Unfortunately for Mike Trout, his professional career has been filled with him having, even though he's been the best player in baseball until this other guy showed up, he's had to deal with the losing, even though he's not the reason the team's losing.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to learn the lesson like that because you're in a sport where no matter how good you are, you can only do so much to affect what your team does.
Yeah. It's cool. There's some good stuff in there about with Rossi. So why don't we talk a little bit about that?
Especially the stuff about mixing up the lefties in the lineups, which is one of these little things. I don't want to be a lineupista.
Well, I think that you hit on a point and he shied away from it after kind of joking about it. Let's give him some credit. When we come back, let's talk about some of the things that David Ross has done because we damn sure talk about the things that he doesn't do when he doesn't do them. Does them. Do them? It doesn't matter.
When it doesn't, does them.
When he does the do's. And we also do need to discuss what Dan brought up. It's very possible that the Cubs don't play tonight. If this air quality doesn't get better throughout the day.
Just gross.
Yeah, I mean, you feel it. I went outside this morning and did yoga, and I was like, ooh, this is a terrible idea. A terrible idea. So we can discuss all of that after a quick timeout. It's the Bernstein and Holmes Show here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache.
Yeah.
And pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really, you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No, I don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this.
and like props and stuff.
Oh my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God!
You can do it again after.
All right, yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye! The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye!
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah,
Man,
not
Louis
hear ye.
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a
That's-
talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what I'm
how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
670 The Score.
He's hungry for knowledge. He is wired to kick your butt and find the edge any way possible to win baseball games, and that's what you look for in players. He wants to be out there every single day. He loves the game of baseball. It's just what he thinks about all the time.
David Ross on Nico Horner. Good stuff. There was a lot in there. The reason I asked him, by the way, about Justin Steele ditching the four-seamer, Fangraphs says he did. Fangraphs has said he has thrown no four-seamers this year. His fastball is now a cutter. And that's where Rossi said, if we're just sitting around watching and you're seeing the action on it, you'd say it was a cutter, but it is a four-seamer that happens to cut. So we're in the semantics here, but I'm just telling you that Fangraphs has completely moved his entire fastball category over, just picked it out of the four-seamer and moved it into cutter.
That's pretty incredible. That a guy... I mean, I would love to
that
talk
never happens.
with him about it.
The closest I saw was when Lucas Giolito gave up his sinker. And even then, it was like 0.1%, or there were a couple that were still categorized that way. This is a clean categorical shift into a different column.
Do you think we could like leave a 3x5 for the morning show when they have Tommy Hotovy on to ask about this? Studs, remind me to leave a 3x5 for the morning show when they have Tommy Hotovy on to talk about this.
You got it.
Thank you.
I'm putting it on the Tony Kemp poster.
Not your dorm room.
Damn it.
What?
It is not.
Oh.
So yeah, I enjoyed what Rossi had to say about. I also enjoyed that. I like that he's also in attack mode. That he sees that he's not shying away from the idea that the National League Central is winnable. And that they probably, he even said, he's like, they thought that the Cardinals were maybe a little bit better on paper. And you better get the Cardinals while you can. Because organizationally and historically, what has it been? They've had one under 500 season since 2000. Like, you know that they're going to fix their problems. I think they've probably run out of time to fix it this year.
It was easier to fix those problems with your Hall of Fame catcher there, who apparently was doing a lot more than just catching.
What is his relationship with the Cardinals now? Is Yachty just like on a boat somewhere? Like, is he just hanging out?
No, I think he's around.
Like, does he have like an official title, or is it just like I'm vice president in charge of being Yachty? Yachty, 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 yachty. Or is this one of those things where you might need to make him an actual coach
if he wants to,
or manager?
But you're right. You got to get him while you get him. If you are presuming that they're going to have some kind of dead cat bounce.
Yeah, I mean, just organizationally, they've been able to figure stuff out, and they've got to make some changes. Like, you're not going to. Adam Wainwright's not going to be like a mainstay for your rotation anymore. None of that stuff, especially if Ian Happ's around. Doesn't Ian Happ like just destroy Adam Wainwright? Like, you're not going to do that, but you've got an opportunity here. That's what was getting me so excited when we were talking about it yesterday. The time, it might not have been in your plan. You might have to speed up your plan a little bit. But the time is now. Kill the beast while the beast is wounded. And the National League Central
Stab it with your steely knives.
You're damn right. The beast is wounded and the division is up for grabs. Why not you? Why not the Cubs? Build the Death Star without the thing that's going to make it blow up.
The exhaust port, but that was put in there on purpose.
By Jen Urso's dad. God, that scene at the end. Oh.
When they're waiting for the planet to explode and they're sitting there?
No, the end of Rogue One. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the planet's already been destroyed, right? And they're waiting for death?
No, when they're trying to get the plans to
He's talking about the Vader scene.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God. Like, that is
tingling.
Full-powered Vader. Full power.
I remember the first time I saw it in theaters, that scene happened, and I walked out, And I was like, that scene was totally unnecessary. It didn't need to be there. But I was like, oh, so that's why everyone's so scared of him.
Right. That's why everyone's terrified. And then when you get to the Obi-Wan series and you see full powered Darth Vader and you're like, yeah, he's scary as bleep.
He's just out here snapping necks.
Right. And like when we see him in like the first in the first trilogy, it's cool where he's like, yeah, watch this. How about now? How about now? You agree with what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, you think my primitive religion is something that I'm not going to show you the power of immediately?
Let me show you something. Can you breathe? Can't breathe, can you? Yeah, I learned all this with religion. But watching him at the end of Rogue One, I was like, whoa! Full power Vader. And that's what I want the Cubs to do. I want them to go full power Vader right now on the rest of the National League Central.
I don't know if they have that.
Standing there in the dark, get the red lightsaber going, and just get to chopping. Just choke slam here, choke slam there. Oh, you want to shoot at me with your pew, pew, pew lasers? Nope, blocking all of that. I'm going to cut this guy's arm off, slice this guy's neck, all this stuff.
That's Lord Vader stuff. That's not, that's not Darth Vader. That's Lord Vader.
I want to see the Cubs do that. I want the Cubs to go last 2 minutes of Rogue One on the National League Central. Just slice and dice. And then let the Pirates be like, pew, pew, pew. And you're just blocking it. Brewers, pew, 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 pew. Blocking it. Choke slam on the Cardinals.
Force choke, choke slam, force choke.
Boom. And then you see what happens in the playoffs. Because the National League doesn't look like any of us thought it was going to look at the beginning of the season. Mets are bad. Cardinals are bad. Padres are bad. Why not you?
And if you want something fun to do while we're discussing Vader, look up Eddie Izzard's routine about the cafeteria on the Death Star.
Yes, you could also look up Mariah Mills on Twitter.
Yeah, there's something going on Twitter right now.
She's down bad, man. She's down bad.
She feels wronged.
She does. And honestly, she feels in love.
You think that's it?
Yeah, I think she was convinced that they were in love. She's writing songs. And it doesn't even sound like the song actually sounds pretty good. Black Twitter right now is a buzz. It's great. She's down bad right now.
I'm not sure that I understand everything that's going on, other than the fact that she is a woman scorned.
She feels wronged and alone right now.
And hell hath no fury.
Yeah,
like this.
I mean, sometimes when you've been hit by the love bug, and you're like, "Oh, I thought we was in this together," and then you find out there was a whole other person involved, and then they gonna have a whole other person. Mm-hmm. It's not gonna be you. And you thought it was going to be you. I thought it was me. And it's not. Well, I feel bad for her. But you know what she's doing? Like, I don't know if she understands this. She is inadvertently raising Zion's stock. Because there are women out there being like, well, what did he do to her? I'm interested in finding out. If he got her singing songs on Twitter.
What's her Twitter?
I don't know. I don't know if you should really be checking it on the work.
That's what I mean. I don't know. It's.
Oh, she was suspended because she was going in for days upon days on Zion on Twitter. So the account is suspended.
Oh.
So you can't. I mean, you could follow her, I guess, but
no, thank you.
There's nothing there.
Good. All right. Hey, let's talk White Sox when we come back. Dylan Cease discussed his mechanics, and it's time to do Sox math.
Ooh, Sox math next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
You know I love Derrick Rose. He's one of my favorite athletes ever.
And I don't know if this is good or not, but hustling Justin Fields, I don't know. And maybe, but great party. Bears.
Bears. Yeah, good save.
They saved her at the end.
Good save, Mike.
People are bringing nickname opportunities for the party.
When people start drowning at the end of their calls, it's just like, Bears.
This is such a sausage party. Where are the women?
Hey, man, invite some.
Debbie, you're in.
Yes.
Yeah, we need some estrogen at this party. What's up, Debbie?
God.
I got lots of estrogen for you guys.
Oh, good. Pass some out. Thank you. Welcome to our QB1 party. How are we celebrating Justin Fields' arrival?
Oh my God, I was there. I flew down there for the Texans game, and to see the improvement over the last few weeks has just been amazing. And it's so amazing not to be last in every single statistic on the TV. It's just so uplifting that we have a potentially great quarterback. And I'm looking forward to Green Bay and beating that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah! Oh, we dunked Debbie?
Oh, can't say that on the air.
Sure you can.
Leave it.
Good job, Debbie.
The one woman who shows up at the party, at least the first woman, is the one who has to get
on
dumped.
Twitch. We've been told there's some on Twitch.
Oh,
Becky's
man.
on Twitch.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, I love the Bears.
Thank you, Simmons.
Toilet mouth Debbie. Come on.
It's amazing. What a great party. People are starting to feel, a little lubed up. They're cursing a little bit, getting comfortable, got a nice bass down. This is fantastic.
Where's the Wani bourbon? Might have to dip into the Wani bourbon on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God. What a party.
670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Wave and a miss, strike three. Dylan Cease with a flourish. Strikes out Ohtani for the second time tonight.
You got to win the Cease starts. Those have to be wins.
Especially when he strikes out 10 people and looked as dominant as he looked last night.
That's what makes it hurt doubly. Because you're like, oh, this is the dude. And they're not winning his games.
Well, they haven't been all year. They've been, I mean, it kind of tracks with what they've been as a team, but with him on the mound, they've been a 500 team, right? I think it's 8-8 or 8-9 in Dylan Cease starts this year.
I think that's right. And that's how you get where they've gotten. That's how you get to 34-46 through 80 games. After tonight, we're at the halfway point.
Now look,
that's it. We're there.
To be fair, Dylan, until the last 5 or 6 starts, wasn't great.
They are now 9-8 in Dylan Cease starts.
Okay.
Not good enough.
No, not good enough. But he also wasn't he's now getting back to the best version of himself, where the slider, he's got command of the slider again. The fastball, not just the velocity, but the placement of fastballs has been outstanding over this period. He looks like the guy that we saw for most of last year. And the thing is that you were worried about, man, what happened to him? Why is he regressing into not bad? He hasn't been bad. He just was kind of, he's fine. Go out there and eat innings for you. But he's supposed to be beyond that. He's not your inning eater. That's like Mike Clevenger's job. His job is to go out there and dominate. And that's what you saw last night. He was, man, if you just wanted to watch great pitching, last night was the game for you. Because you got it on both sides. Both of those guys had command. Each of them made one mistake to the best player on the other team. And those two best players were like, oh, look at this. Pop.
And then, unfortunately, the White Sox moving around their offense to try to chase that one run compromised their defense at the end of the game.
Yep. And then you see some of the weaknesses of the White Sox. Well, and Pedro had talked about it because, people were asking about Bummer throwing the wild pitch, and his ERA is near 7 for the season. He hasn't been good. But he was saying, no matter what happened with Bummer, we scored 1 run. And that's why last week, when I was in front of Pedro and Pedro was talking to me about the White Sox offense, I was like, how, Sway? The fact that he sees it coming. And I'm like, where? I'm still trying to figure out what he's, other than Robert. That dude's doing his job, but no one's on base for him.
So you want to hear from Dylan Cease?
I do.
First, well, I think we should hear what he's talking about when he is assessing his own improvement and his mechanical tweaks.
I just had to work some mechanical adjustments. I was opening up a little bit, so I had to figure out how to train myself to stay closed, and it took a little bit, but now I feel like I'm in a really good spot.
You said mechanical fixes. Is that something you do? Is that more in side sessions that you reinforce in the game, or is it in games you can apply it to?
Yeah, it's difficult during the season because you also have to focus on competing while making the adjustments. It's supposed to be mostly in the sides, but sometimes we're human, so it leaks into the game a little bit. But it's really just having a lot of focus and just continuing to stay with that process.
Now, if you're wondering, where did I hear this before about Cease and trying to fine-tune some of these mechanical issues, it may be that you heard Steve Stone with us last week point out exactly that.
The slider is starting to become that wipeout slider that we saw last year when he was second in Cy Young Award voting. I mean, he had a 2.20 ERA. Nobody could hit the slider. It was one of the most devastating pitches in baseball. And for a time, and it was a mechanical issue with him, for a time, it wasn't the wipeout slider we saw all of last year. And sometimes pitchers just lose that release point. They lose the feel. and it's hard to get it back. He's slowly starting to get it back, and it was a mechanical flaw that happens a lot. It can happen with hitters. It can happen with pitchers. If you give up the front side, if the front side flies open, for a hitter, you get no coverage middle out. For a pitcher, that ball will stay up and in to right-hand hitters, up and away to left-hand hitters.
That's a great find by you and the production staff to find that Steve Stone to match it up with Dylan Cease. Can I give you an antiquated stat that will prove why the stat is antiquated, but will also tell the story of Dylan Cease?
Sure.
Okay. In his last 7 starts, Dylan Cease has an ERA of 3.03, 38 2/3 innings pitched, 13 earned runs, 16 walks to 53 strikeouts, a whip of 1.16. His record in those games is 1-0. In 7 starts, with an ERA at 3, he's 1-0 in games.
Part of that is pitch count. Part of that is coming out in the 5th or the 6th, turning it over to others who aren't as good, and that may be partly under his control. And part of it is his team just isn't scoring enough runs.
They just can't hit right now.
Which leads us to Sox math.
It's more fun to compute.
It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute.
Let's compute then, shall we? White Sox are 34-46 through 80 games. That means there are 82 games left. After tonight, we will be right at halfway. So if they're going to get to 85 wins, which should be more than enough now, that even gives you some cushion. 85, you should coast to winning this division. The White Sox will have to go 51-31. From here on in.
So we're back to them having to play 20 games above 500.
Correct.
That's not good. I think that number had gotten, like, we had done a Sox math where it was the White Sox only had to play like 14 games above 500. The fact that we're back to 20, and the number that I keep looking at is games under 500 for the White Sox. Forget about the division. Their low point this season was 7-21, 14 games under. They're 12 games under now. So if you just look at it from like a net gain of games under 500, the net gain has been 2.
Based on projected standings from Fangraphs, they have them finishing 14 under at 74-88. The division would go to the Twins at 82-80, followed by the Guardians at 79-83. The Tigers finish behind the White Sox at 72-90. The Royals at 59-103. That's based on Fangraphs projections using Zips and other projection systems.
Tomorrow, I'm still trying to like formulate this a little bit inside my head, but I wanted to start thinking about how radical the White Sox should be if they are thinking rebuild.
They have to be thinking rebuild. Here's the other thing, too. They're 6 games behind the Guardians in the loss column. You can talk about the distance from first place all you want, but you've got to leapfrog
3 teams.
3 teams. That's hard to do because those teams play each other at this point.
Yep.
They're 6 behind Cleveland in the loss column.
Because I was thinking about like how, I mean, I'll have this more clearly defined tomorrow if we have some room to discuss it, but I think everything's got to be on the table for the White Sox. But the problem is, like, are you going to allow the people that are in charge to be the ones that kickstart the way that it's rebuilt? Like, it's so complicated and it's so White Sox and yeah.
Next up, let's talk to MLB.com and MLB Network's Sierra Santos. She had a conversation with Luis Robert.
Yeah, and I mean,
recently.
Her time covering the White Sox, I want to ask her about like the TA stuff too, and And she's on a national show that talks about everything, so we can maybe even throw in a little bit of Cubs talk at her. Sierra Santos joins us next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard, though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk.
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot.
Yeah.
Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
Radio, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Luis, you love dancing on your TikTok. So who is the best dancer on the team and why is it you? ¿Te gusta bailar en tu TikTok? So yo quiero saber quién es el mejor bailarín del equipo y por qué eres tú.
Dame gasolina.
No, en verdad no sé quién será el que mejor baila en el equipo. Yo creo que soy el mejor TikToker, pienso que sí, soy yo, bro. No soy el que mejor baila.
I don't know who is the best dancer in the team, but I can tell you that I'm the best TikToker.
So I'd have some nominees. I'd have some nominees for the White Sox on who's the best dancer. All right?
Okay.
Yoan.
Yoan's pretty good.
I mean, we've seen him do videos. Yoan would be on my list. I feel like Tim can probably dance. Although both of those guys would struggle to dance right now because one of them's got a bad back and the other one's got a bad knee.
And a bad shoulder.
I also think that there might be like sneak secret good dancers on the team.
Like a version of Patrick Wisdom, for example, who might be the best dancer on the Cubs.
Right. Like I feel like a Gavin Sheets might be a guy
No,
why not?
Look.
Why not?
Because no.
Are you profiling?
Yes.
Okay.
I also seen him flop around the outfield like a boated mackerel.
That's true. He did fall down in right field. Let me also throw a nomination in for Pedro Grifol as a good dancer.
That gets weird for everybody if it's the manager.
Well, of course.
It can't be the manager. Everybody's going to be like,
Well, no, but I mean, think about it. Ozzie was probably the best dancer on his team.
Yeah, but still. No, he wasn't. He had Juan Uribe.
Oh, yeah. And Matt Thornton. And Cliff Polite. Quit profiling people. All right, look, the person who asked that question of Luis Robert is a friend of the show, covered the White Sox for years for NBC Sports Chicago, now is holding it down on MLB Network. That's right, White Sox fans. You have a friend that works nationally, and her name is Sierra Santos, and she joins us on the Circuit Resort and Casino hotline, Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hey, Sierra.
Yo, what if it's Jake Berger?
Right.
What if Jake Berger just secretly can throw it down on the dance floor like he's the best wedding guest ever?
That would be awesome.
I feel it. I feel it in my bones.
I only if he's wearing the big, bright yellow heavy D rain suit.
You never know, though, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the most unsuspecting people can dance, and sometimes the most unsuspecting people can also sing as well.
Oh, wait. I feel like there's a story here. Like who did you find out?
I wish there was. I wish there was. There's not.
Okay. All right. I was just going to say, like, who can sing? Because I would love to know that because that's one thing I'm not going to give Yoan. Yeah, Yoan can dance, but I'm not going to give him that he can sing.
Yo, no, you didn't do it. You did not just do Moncada like that.
Yeah,
Come
I did.
on.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. But he can definitely dance. Sierra, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Luis Robert has had such a great start to this season. And I know that you remember being here and what people were saying about Luis Robert and what he might turn into. Are we seeing him fulfill what a lot of people thought he could be?
It's crazy, right? Because he's had the quietest 22 home runs in probably the major leagues. Am I right or wrong? Because on a national scale, I don't know how much we give him the love that he deserves, but I mean, he's second in the American League behind Ohtani in home runs. He's fourth in the majors behind Ohtani, Pete Alonso, Olsen. So it's crazy to think that it's disappointing, right? Because you want to see him be successful and you want to see the team be successful. But I think he is kind of coming into his own. And as far as his maturation on how he's swinging the bat, I'm not an analyst, but Mark DeRosa was talking about it earlier today and talking about how he simplified his swing in the second half of 2021. He opened up his stance, which puts him in basically the most powerful position to hit. He's got 42 extra base hits. That's tied for second in all of baseball. So he's finally coming into his own. He gets this award this week for the AL Player of the Week. So it's exciting to see. He's third in slugging in baseball as well. So it's kind of like everything is finally coming together for him.
And last year was so weird because not only did he have the hand injury where he was up there swinging with one arm and the team couldn't explain why, but there was the problems he was having with vision in the outfield. And I started to get very worried about Nick Asaski and vertigo and these stories about guys who never come back from it. They never even really explained it. There was a vitamin deficiency or something that was causing him to have an inability to track the ball. For me, just seeing him back to being a predator in center field is really satisfying.
Yeah, it's been exciting to watch. And I think the biggest question heading into this season period, not just for Luis, was seeing what this team could do as far as staying healthy. And that was a big question mark that I even talked to Tim Anderson about in the offseason. What can this team do if you guys stay healthy? And he was confident that they could do big things. Now, they're fourth in the division right now, but at the same time, they're only 6 games back, guys. They're 6 games back in a winnable division.
So we've been discussing this year. So Dan's whole thing is he doesn't want to talk about the division until the team is 500. The number that I keep looking at is games under 500. So when things were at their worst, when they went on that 10-game losing streak, the White Sox were 7-21, so 14 games under. As it stands right now, they're 12 games under 500. So to me, I keep looking at it as they've only really gained 2 games from when it was the worst. And I got a bad feeling about how the rest of this series with the Angels is going to go. And I think they're going to hit that mark again. And that's why we had your predecessor on. Steven Nelson was on. And whenever we bring him on and we ask him about the White Sox, this weird thing happens. He blacks out, and then 3 minutes later, he's talking about how bad things are for the White Sox and where things stand with the White Sox. I think they're in such an interesting place because we've been waiting. All the stories about all those guys that they were expecting to be stars at this point, and for it to not happen and to think that they might have to go through a rebuild again is terrifying for White Sox fans.
But here, my question to you guys is, what does it matter how many games they are above or below 500? The Twins are at 500 right now. They're 40-40. So, I mean, as long as if you are at 500, you can win this division. And the White Sox have had the best rotation ERA in the month of June at a sub 300. They've only gotten 1 win this month, which is not the starter's fault. So back to your original question, for them, it's division or bust, right? You are 9.5 games back in the wild card. You would have to leapfrog 7 teams. You would have to leapfrog 7 teams to nab one of those wild card spots. So it is division or bust. And we're going to find out real soon whether it's bust.
Sierra,
we're going to find out real soon.
What did you think of Tim Anderson's interview that he did with the Pivot podcast? Because quite honestly, the more I think about it, we talked about it while it was happening, and I'm not sure that the White Sox shouldn't be looking at this as a cry for help and saying, hey, here's a guy who feels isolated. What are you doing to help him not feel isolated? You saw it. You've interviewed Tim multiple occasions. What did you think of it?
Lawrence, I get paid to mind my own business. I can't speak on his personal life, really. I am always rooting for Tim Anderson. I think he was one of the pillars of this team that made it so exciting to watch during those dog days of summer.
You're already in the past tense.
Called up.
You're already speaking in the past tense.
He is one of the pillars. No, for real. Here's the thing. People make mistakes. I've made mistakes, serious mistakes. So, there's personal lives that happen on a day-to-day basis that we never hear about. Okay. There are things that go on in public figures, players' personal lives that we have no idea about. The difference between what's going on with him and maybe somebody else is that it got aired out on social media. And that's there's some things you never hear about, right? You're never going to hear about them unless somebody draws it forth to the public eye. And he's been under a lot of scrutiny, and he's had to deal with that in his own way. However he's gone about it since this whole news came about. But I told him the other day, I sent him a message. I said, "Hey man, happy birthday. I'm always going to be in your corner, and I want nothing for the best for him. I want nothing for the best for his family as well, because I know that is extremely important to him."
Yeah, we and for the most part, like Dan and I were discussing how, like, Sierra, because we stay in these social media streets, and we saw what was going on. I said we, not you. I put myself in there too.
No, facts.
So we were discussing how we as a show and as a station should approach it. And then, Tim made it public. So obviously we were going to talk about it. I'm honestly more concerned though about the way that he said that he kind of felt like he wasn't getting enough support from the White Sox. And I keep going back to that. And I wonder, I haven't had a chance. I was at White Sox last week and I wanted to ask some people, but they've got bigger problems right now. I wonder how they as a franchise viewed that, where you do have someone who's the center of your gravitational force in your clubhouse that felt kind of alone. And how these clubhouses can be a little bit segregated. And for Black American players, he might not have as much in common with other players. I think some of that's on Tim for not expanding his horizons, but some of it is the way that baseball works. And I wonder if there's a way for the team and Tim to kind of bridge some of that gap. And I wonder if his teammates feel bad because they didn't know that he felt like this, and they probably would have done more if they did.
He admitted he felt isolated, right? Or he felt alone. And I think that's a really big thing for somebody to admit. A lot of players don't want to talk about their feelings or what they're going through in their personal lives. And he came out there, and the one thing I will say about the interview is that he owned it. And he owned his mistakes or infidelity, whatever you want to call it. And I think that was a very mature thing to do. Now, as far as reaching out for help, I don't know. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes there. And I haven't asked him about it or talked to him about it. But it was probably a very lonely place if he was going through some stuff psychologically to feel alone. And I think that anyone has probably felt alone in maybe not a similar circumstance, but felt alone in their lives where they felt like they didn't have anyone to talk to. And that's got to be a really challenging place to be in, especially when you're in the midst of a baseball season that is 162 games.
What did you make of the MLB London product presentation as a whole?
It was great for the game. And I'm really tired of hearing across the pond.
You hate that term?
If I hear it one more time, across the pond, I'm sorry. I made a joke about it yesterday, but no, it was really cool. It was great to see fans that came out. I feel like there were probably a lot of Americans there. No, can we get on that same page?
It felt that way to me, where it felt, and look, I was talking to people. We were having discussions with folks that made the trip, like media friends that went, and almost every one of them turned it into a vacation, So
everybody turned it into a vacation,
and
which is dope.
Yeah, I was talking with Omar Ramos about it yesterday because we were thinking about having him on. He was like, "Fam, I'm on my way to Italy." I went and saw the games, and now I'm going to go to Italy, which is what I would have done if I were to go over there.
This is the time to do it because in August in Europe, everybody's off.
Right.
So there's really everybody takes August off, which is why their countries don't really produce anything. But that is this is the time to absolutely do it. I was talking with someone I knew from England who said, and the reason why I do think there were a lot of Americans there is because of when they were cheering, that a lot of people were cheering at the correct moments, and it didn't feel like it was a foreign crowd. No, seriously, the ability to read a fly ball.
Facts.
This one Englishman told me what amazed him most the first time he saw a Major League Baseball game. He said they've seen cricket batters hit, and they've seen cricket bowlers pitch. He said what amazed him was outfielders tracking fly balls. That ability from jump to see something off the bat and be able to just be standing there where it landed, or with a wind-blown pop-up and have the shortstop come behind third base. He said that was just astonishing to people who didn't grow up learning that skill.
Sure. I would guess that taken internationally and to be able to grow it to maybe fans who have never seen a baseball game before, right? So for all the Cubs and Cardinals fans that did go out there and made a vacation out of it, it's great for them to go across the pond. And then on top of that, it's really cool for some of the locals who may have never gotten to experience that, who have always wanted to go, because that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to expand the game to all different corners of this globe. And that's why we have the Mexico series. We've got the London series. So I'm excited for baseball and the direction that it's going. And I think my biggest takeaway was that, yes, we are growing the game. And right now we have International Week right here on MLB Network, where we're celebrating the 19 different countries and territories that are represented in Major League Baseball. So this is an international game, and it's really critically important to play games internationally if we are an international game.
Sierra, I know that you're getting ready to do hair and makeup and stuff and get ready for the show. And I think
sorry, my camera's not on. I'm like, yo, this camera is not coming on. I look like a troll. I look like a troll who just came out of the cave. I'm sorry. I'm collecting tokens under the bridge.
No, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to say that I think that there's going to be something added to your rundown for today. This is a tweet from Steve Cohen. I will be doing a press conference tomorrow before the game. You will get it from me straight.
Whoa.
So I would imagine that will be added to your rundown of things that you are going to discuss with the boys on all sorts of stuff.
I thought you were
today.
going to be talking about the air conditions here that has have them looking at the ability to play tonight.
Yeah, Sierra, it's as bad here as it was in New York a couple weeks ago.
I heard it's really smoky.
Yep.
Yeah, it's we both made the mistake of going outside today and without our mask, and I think that will be rectified later on. But it'll be interesting to see if the Cubs play, and we do actually have a little bit of information on that, which we'll share with people. But Sierra, we're going to let you go because we appreciate you being so generous with your time. And speaking of dancing, she is the only witness that I have that I can actually dance. Sierra's the only witness.
He can.
What do you mean the only witness? You were just at a wedding.
Because I got rules. So my rules are my rules are I won't drink with you unless I really like you, and I won't get drunk in front of you unless I love you. So that's my rule. And so we went out.
I know some people must love a lot of people.
For sure.
Yeah, I was just about to say I must love everybody.
Well, see, this is just my rule because I'm a control freak. But, Sierra can obviously, she can get down. And so when we all went out and we kicked it, I allowed myself to kick it a little bit. And I think Sierra was surprised because she's not used to seeing me kick it. So I kicked it.
He let his hair down.
Yeah, they got just four little things.
He let it fall out.
Yeah, it's all gone now. It's all gone. It's too bad. Sierra, you're the best. Thanks for stopping by the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Keep up the great work on
Next-
MLB Network.
Next time I will have makeup on and you can see my bright shining face, and I won't be in such bad shape.
It's just radio.
It's written. Yeah, no one cares. It's fine. We love that you would even give us the time of day at this point. So
Stop.
Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
That's Sierra Santos of MLB Network.
She's like one of my favorite people. Like, and you want to talk about someone that's fun to go and be in these streets with? Like, I can't hang. Like, Sierra don't play. She's great. So I'm glad that she's out
couldn't
there.
even hang with Layla and Ray when we went out as a show.
Oh, I mean,
they're like, we're going to Nisei Lounge. Woo!
Layla's another one of those where
I'm going home. Woo.
Well, yeah, we're old. Like, that's the other part of it.
Yeah, it was a night.
Yeah, and y'all are young. So I was on vacation. I'm glad I wasn't part of that nonsense.
You don't love us?
I do love you guys. I would drink with you guys. Maybe not with Dan. No, I would totally drink with Dan.
I think you have.
Oh, hell yeah.
No.
In Bourbonnais?
No.
No, you drove that night.
Yeah, I don't really drink in public.
Is that part of your hesitancy because you had to be the sober driver?
I'm not a big drinker to begin with.
No, he's not, but he was also a little worried with the mix that we had at that time. We could have ended up anywhere.
Yeah, it could have been
really bad.
It could have been awful.
Lawrence Holmes saved some lives that night.
Speaking of which, so check this out. You know how you recommended Jimmy's to me? So I'm in Jimmy's, right?
Right.
I don't even know how we follow up on this, but I'm in Jimmy's and they had the TVs on and the White Sox game was on. So I was watching the White Sox game. And then on the other station, they had a cornhole championship that was going on.
Was Rankin on there?
No, but Jay Cutler was.
What?
Yeah, they were doing like a pro-am. And it was like Jay Cutler and Don Staley and I think Alexander Madison.
Just you beat me to it.
And I was just sitting there going, is Jay Cutler, like, is this going to be what he does now? Just like the tennis players are all playing pickleball. Is Jay Cutler like a competitive bags player? Because he's definitely a bag. But is he a competitive bags player now? He had like sponsorship shirts on and stuff. It wasn't just like Jay in a polo. It was I was sitting there flabbergasted by it.
That feels exactly like something Jay Cutler would be doing with his time now.
He ain't got nothing to do.
Our guy Mike Rankin did mention that he heard that Cutler was in the bags business. So there it is. Came to fruition.
Let's see. Jay Cutler cornhole. Wait, I should maybe say bags instead of cornhole. And see what I can find.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in anything he's doing.
He advanced to like the semifinal or something last November.
So?
I know. I looked up and I was like, oh, there's Jay. Hey, wait, why is Jay on my TV? And why is he playing bags with Don Staley? Oh,
throwing bags with the cigarette in his mouth.
It's true. When we come back, we'll update you on the air quality issue. We've got a little bit of information that we can share with people on how the decisions are going to be made and whatnot, and talk a little bit about the Cubs getting back into action after being across the pond, as Sierra would hate me saying.
I can't believe you did that.
That's next. She did it first. Back after this on The Score.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein at Home show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
The Cubs signed the perfect deal in getting him for the length of the contract they got him for. And Stroman has found a great spot for him to be himself, and this is something that has worked out for everyone.
Layla Wednesday, tomorrow, and every Wednesday with the Bernstein.
From the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Chris Ranji. In regard to the Bears' offensive line, something has to change, and coordinator Mike Tice knows that, but says that changing personnel really is not an option.
We have other guys on the roster, other guy on the roster. It's not like at this point of the season you could take a James Brown, who I'm very high on. Of course, I'm very high on all the players because they work so hard, and say, okay, you're the guy now.
I did not see that coming at all. That was great.
Raji's drunk.
Speaking of James Brown,
Yeah.
he's been elevated to the 53-man roster.
Who's that?
James Brown.
Dumbass.
Oh, Dwayne Wise coming back for a year. This update brought to you by the
What? This is the worst update ever.
If you couldn't find joy in that, you can't find joy in anything.
Doesn't matter how many times I hear that.
It makes me laugh every time.
Because there's layers. Like for me now, it was the first two laughs after the drop was played. Like the pause is like, and it's like, nope, you can't hold that in.
Tanny being relentless with it too. Who was that player that you said? You know, like just going back to it. That's one of the great things about like this place that every now and again you'll see it happen on TV. Like Bob Lee, like when he went into his laughing jag and couldn't spin out of it on SportsCenter. It's such a great moment, but here we can lean into it and pile on.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
So apparently, after we asked Rossi, we also wanted to do a little bit of due diligence to find out how they may be handling this incredibly dangerous air quality right now.
Yeah, so we checked in with some MLB peeps who wanted people to know that the Cubs have been contacted.
They're obviously aware that this is something that merits further monitoring.
MLB and the PA expect to talk multiple times this afternoon. It's the PA and MLB that will drive the decision whether to play or not due to air quality, and that they're going to continue to talk and use the guidelines of the Chicago Department of Public Health.
Okay, because I know there's a lot of people that have things scheduled tonight, whether it's softball games or local baseball games and Little League stuff, whatever it may be, and you're being told not to be outside in this.
And it looks like the Cubs are going to offer their operations staff like masks.
Of course they should. That's just good business.
But we'll see. I mean, we saw a game be played in similar air conditions, so we'll see. But if you've been outside today, you've probably felt it.
I feel it in here.
Yeah.
My eyes have been scratchy since I got in the car, and I have pretty sensitive eyes, but they're, because it's cottonwood also, which is usually, now it's only a problem with my eyes. But I was on the golf course on Saturday, there's cottonwood everywhere.
It's wild because today is supposed to be a mostly sunny day, and I was looking at some of the images that the weather people have been sharing, where the radar would have you think that it's a cloudy day in Chicago when actually there are no clouds in the sky over Chicago, just smoke from the wildfires in Canada. It's really, really awful. So there's the update.
What do people think that Steve Cohen is going to be saying before the game tomorrow?
I don't know, but that was a very ominous tweet.
I will be doing a press conference tomorrow before the game. You will get it from me straight. Get what? Are you firing people?
I mean, it would seem like there might be some firings and some, we're not going to take this anymore.
This is George Steinbrenner-y stuff. This is stuff we were talking to Cody Decker about last week. That's what it sounds like.
Isn't that what you want, though? Don't you want your owner to be involved enough where it's like the buck stops here?
Yep.
I'm not hiding. This hasn't gone the way that we planned, and there's going to be consequences and repercussions to this.
You don't prefer the owner just doing the symposium across the country and instead of coming out in front of the people?
Yeah,
or leaking through national writers.
I much rather prefer my owner to speak at a Chamber of Commerce thing and then not realize that it was going to make news, and then it makes news. And he probably thought that since he was, 1,500 miles away, that it wasn't going to somehow make it back to Chicago because apparently it's 1978.
What do you mean it went on the internet?
Speaking of making news, thank you to Dale Bowman of the Chicago Sun-Times for including a fish I caught yesterday in the Midwest Fishing Report. That I had tagged him on the photo of the big freshwater drum that I caught off of Grant Park yesterday. As a local passerby was kind enough to take a couple of photos for me.
And you're committed to this, right? All-Star Week? We're going to bring Dale in here for an hour?
I'm down.
He said he's down, so this is happening.
No, it's All-Star Week. I absolutely am. We can resurrect the old fishing show that used to be on Saturday mornings, 6 a.m. with Mike Norris and Spence Petros. We can come on back and talk about all this stuff because Chicago fishing is on fire. The salmon fishing apparently has just been, they've been limiting out on cohos. There's like a huge pile of cohos, like a mile offshore right now.
So you're my co-host.
Lakefront has been popping with all kinds of, I thought I had a giant smallmouth on yesterday, and I brought up, that's not a smallmouth. That's a freshwater drum. And if I had a ice chest or cooler with me, I would have put that thing on ice. I would have sliced it up and blackened it. Finished with a little butter on there. Oh, That's a NOLA tradition, right? That's a delicacy.
So, how often are you going fishing?
I had been a lot.
It feels like every day.
It wasn't every day. It was like maybe 3 days a week. I was either stopping.
bad.
It was either because here's the thing: where I was getting in my walk instead of just my lake walk, I was bringing. So I was really going on a walk with fishing gear.
Okay, just in case you were feeling
saw
it.
one, saw something that looked good. It was a combination of my walk and fishing, which I can do here. If I'm doing Belmont Harbor, that's mostly just fishing. But because that place, Belmont Harbor, I've seen everything come through there. I've seen every species you can possibly imagine in that harbor.
When we get to the point where the kids are gone, do you think it'll be every day?
I don't know. I think I could embrace being a full-blown fishing weirdo. I'm getting close.
Dan, you're there.
I know, I see the same guys. Like I know the old Polish guy that was only going for carp. And I see him and I tip my cap to him. He knows me, and he's like, I walk over. He's like, yeah, I haven't seen any bass. And I'll say, hey, there's a couple big carp over there. If you want to go throw over there.
Are you like this with anything else?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's bordering on obsession.
Yeah, crossword puzzles.
Oh, that's right. You do that every morning.
And every afternoon.
And during the show.
And every night. Very, very rarely during the show. It would have to be something where there's usually, if there's like one cryptic answer that has me just completely flummoxed, what helps me is to have it next to me and not think about it. And if you put it on, what does your computer call it? Like background.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll like get in the shower and all of a sudden it'll solve, where I'm not actively thinking about the solution to it, but my brain's working on it without me knowing about it. And then I'll wake up in the morning and be like, oh, it's that, and that's why. But I'm not. If someone's just having it to glance at every once in a while, keeps it popping on another channel in the back of my head.
I mean, Lawrence, it's not the Icelandic phallic museum. Come on.
No, that I was actively. No, that was all I was caring about. All I was looking at. That was it.
I was trying to explain that it's. God, I love this show, but I also hate it. Because I was trying to explain to someone yesterday what happened on the show.
I had the same problem.
And I said, oh, I lost Dan for a segment. And this person was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, he was there, but he wasn't.
No, I announced my departure.
And then
I was at the Icelandic Penis Museum.
And then when I was explaining why I had lost you for a segment, it was technically half a segment. The person was like, I don't understand what this thing is that you're doing. I was like, I didn't do anything. There's a museum where they focus on the phallus.
Mm-hmm. And welcome to Focus on the Phallus.
Hi, I'm Dan Bernstein.
I'm Juan Uribe.
Stop bringing Juan Uribe into this. Welcome to Focus on the Phallus. Today, we're going to talk about orcas. Speaking of which, have you seen that? I saw a story. Where now it feels like it is a coordinated Aquaman effort that is going on in the seas.
It has been. They're communicating with each other, and they're ripping rudders off of boats, and they're getting better at it. And they know where the rudders are on which boats.
Man.
Did you see the memes after they announced this giant cruise ship that I mentioned on High Noon? You haven't seen them?
No.
Yeah, they're everywhere right now because everybody responded as soon as it was announced. There's a picture of an orca with a microphone being held in front of it, and it says, quote, listen, we'll meet that bitch anywhere, anytime, and you can quote me on that.
And print it!
Right, exactly. Like the orcas are looking at us like, all right, 250,000 tons.
Watch this.
Does it have rudders? I think it's got rudders.
Guess it won't anymore.
Right.
Because we're going to take those.
Uh-huh. And now what do you do with your dueling pianos in your adults-only area where everybody's being entertained? Hoo-hoo-hoo, it's red hot now with dueling pianos.
It feels like the sea is telling humanity to back the bleep off. Like, nah, you can't come down here no more. Just stay on the beach. Just look at the water. Leave nature alone for a while. We need to have some sort of reconciliation with nature. But next, what we're going to do is we're going to have some fun. Gordon Beckham told a story yesterday that I think that every White Sox fan and every baseball fan will enjoy. We will share that with you next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Cubs, I felt like, well, they went over to London, they had a great experience, and then, the bottom fell out. The Cardinals began the game like they were out all night, drinking some pints and enjoying London's life. They seemed jet lagged. They seemed a little jet lagged as well. You have to settle for a split. I know the Cubs could have finished it in a way that drag. They returned home with a lot of momentum. It was a bad way to end the weekend.
Mully and Haugh.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie, and the video came out because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave. He needs to go to jail.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in, there was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within 1/4 pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when you... I was amazed by it. You cut into and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Into 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
You want to talk about Bill Miller? No, you probably shouldn't talk
Bill
about
Miller, I hate him. That's it. That's easy.
Okay.
I hate him. I see him in the street, I will kick his butt.
All right. So Ozzy's got some thoughts about the home plate umpire. Back to you guys.
Just doesn't like Bill Miller. He just offered that. That was
I
Ozzy.
love Ozzy so much.
I hate him. I see him in the street, I will kick his butt.
Ozzy just told you it's on site. It's on site, Bill Miller. It's on site.
Caller 6 to the Score contest line 312-540-0670 will win a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band on Friday, July 7th at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island in Chicago. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
So last night, watching the games, moving pretty fast because both the pitchers were great yesterday. Gordon Beckham's on the call with Jason Benetti, and he told this story about being a rookie and dealing with Mark Burley's perfect game.
So what was Burley like during those mound visits?
Burley was always hilarious because even in like important moments, Burley was almost like he was just hanging out like on his farm in Missouri.
Really?
Like very laid back. Even when he threw his perfect game, he was like joking about it the whole game. We were in the dugout.
Okay.
And he's just over there, like, he's like, you think I'm going to do it? And I'm just like, please don't talk to me. I'm a rookie, and I don't want to say anything. Which is the only time I didn't say anything my rookie year.
You didn't want to be the guy to ruin it because he was talking to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if I say, like, yeah, you're going to do it, and then he gives up a hit, he's going to come in and be like, Beckham said this.
Right.
Which was typical Burley, Danks, Sale.
Yeah, that's a total no-win for rookie Gordon Beckham.
No win. AJ would have been all over me, too.
Oh, yeah, that'd be the worst part of it.
Could you imagine? Like Mark Burley's throwing a perfect game, and you're like just kind of walking past him. Hey, you think I'm going to throw a perfect game?
You know, I heard
I would have literally ran away from him.
I heard he went up to somebody else and said, hey, you know I got a perfect game going, right?
Not surprising. I would have ran.
Yep.
I would have just turned and ran as fast as I could. Because you're not going to blame me. It's not going to be my fault. I'm not going to listen to AJ's nonsense. None of it.
That's like being around Beth at a hockey game. It's another period. Hey, Jason's got a shutout going.
Oh, dear God, no.
Don't say that near Beth. What the hell are you doing?
And then he just gets blown up
every time. And I'm not, you know me. I'm not
you don't
generally.
care.
I'm pacing around doing everything, but she will bite your head off if you would do something like that. Oh, he's playing great. He hasn't given up any goal.
And she's just launching herself at people.
Yeah. Come on,
I'm going to kill you for this. Well, I heard about those hockey moms. Remember that was a big campaign speech.
Yeah, but she's not like one of the drunk ones, though.
Well,
I've seen those before. That's really ugly.
Yeah?
Ooh-wee.
You don't want that.
Tonight, the Cubs take on the Phillies at Wrigley Field. Pre-game begins at 6:30. First pitch, 7:05 on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Also, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. When we come back, Parkins in his comfortable pants and Spiegel, who also, we presume, has pants that are comfortable enough.
Speaks might be shorts today.
Well, they're very comfy, we would assume.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
I hate him. I see him in the street, I will kick his butt.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
Oh, there's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs. Are you watching grade school? Hey, man, you ever try any weed?
It'd be cool if you did.
Okay, Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like?
It's
This hat is
tremendous, but
really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
But
But
I don't know if
anyway,
you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
no, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It
It's a
looks
great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new. I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike
your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it
A
was.
bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell.
I did one of those earlier. Did I do it?
You did.
Was it to you, Chris? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
believe I fell in love with a plan. I want you all to myself, it ain't fair. I gave it all to you, I want the best for you, but it seems like you don't care. I can't believe I fell in love with a plan. He let those strippers throwing money in the air. I cut them off for you, I want the best for you, but it seems like you don't care.
This is well produced. That's Mariah Mills singing a song about Zion.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
That's very well produced. I mean, I know it's auto-tuned up the wazoo, but
maybe literally in her case.
Wow. But I will say that it sounds pretty like it could get airplay.
The auto tuners these days, Bernsey, are a big console piece that just it would be awkward. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Not
I
impossible.
know
but
she is a bit ribald in some of the things that she
very
does.
talented.
I think it's easy to make stuff sound good these days.
I agree, but
I think it's
still,
low maintenance and low cost.
But you know what? There's still plenty of people who don't avail themselves of the technology, and you go, "Oh, that doesn't sound good." That actually sounds okay.
Thanks to Ian Happ, David Ross, and Sierra Santos for joining us today. Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapke, Evan Thomas, the whole crew.
And now Parkins and the king of the low five, Spiegel.
Oh my God.
Are
The mid
here.
five.
We got to go. Well, I mean, he had to go
It's a
for
mid five.
The king of the
low
awkward
five.
the awkward dainty mid five. That's
your brand.
That's my specialty.
You're in good company. I always thought the worst giver of high fives ever, Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
It's the worst.
Give it a shot.
So many awkward high fives.
Really?
Yeah, it was always in between. There's always like a couple of fingers here or a half a miss.
Did he ever give you a high five?
I don't.
So this is
I got a
a observed
handshake.
experience.
Yeah, I've had a
not-
handshake,
not
but
okay.
I would never like high five.
You know the key to the perfect high five. It's one of the many things
Look
that's
at the elbows. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Steve Albini taught me that. It's one of many things. You look at the elbows and just you get aligned, and no matter how dorky you might be.
But again, this goes back to what I told you that Carrington told me in Kansas City when that Barack Obama video came out, where he goes through the locker room and is like basically code switching his dap.
Yeah.
like shaking hands with white guys and dapping up black guys.
The key and Peele skit on that is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah. But Carrington goes, I'm like, yeah, so what's my move in this? He goes, here's your move. Whatever you want to do, the black guy has enough rhythm to adapt to what you're doing. So like if you go in for the real handshake, we're fine. If you go in and try to tap up, whatever you're coming up with,
we'll make it work.
We can handle it. I'm like, that's a really good rule. And it took all the anxiety out of it.
Well,
for
that's
me.
like with a famous, somebody actually did a breakdown of the Bill Clinton various handshakes. And there was the handshake. There was the handshake with the second hand over the hand. There was hand on the arm.
Oh yeah,
everything meant something.
Of course, different levels of warmth.
Everything meant something.
interaction.
And sometimes a hand on the elbow. It was all calculated and demonstrative and performative, especially like a State of the Union when entering through Congress and who was in what standing, and people would look and see what they got as far as which handshake from him. Yeah,
a thoughtful politician.
Politics, man. I don't know how you keep track.
Yeah, I was going to say. So they didn't do like the assessment after the fact. They're saying that Bill Clinton consciously had a different handshake for all of those different types of things.
He just felt he knew exactly how affectionate to be.
Did you teach Jason? Have you taught Ruben like how to give a proper handshake?
Absolutely.
So he's old enough for that. Okay.
I'm somebody who, if a family member introduces me to their kid and that kid gives me a bad handshake, I go ahead and take the opportunity to tell them, just because I've experienced what it can mean. So it can be a little. You can have that feeling of like, I'm not really this kid's father, but it's still they need it. And they need to know.
I thought I was going to have to do it, but when he was very young, he went to a goalie camp. It was called Pro Hybrid Goalie Camp, and this instructor, the very first thing he did when all of these young people walked in
was bring in Taco Fall.
Was talk to them about a proper handshake. and talk to them about how to make eye contact and how to stop and have a firm handshake. And that was the first thing they practiced. And I was like, this is awesome.
I was driving Ruben to camp this morning with his buddy. I do the pickups, and like his buddy's parents do the drop-offs, or the other way around, whatever. And one of them said, because Ruben talked about something, and then the friend said, speaking of stuff, and he tried to make a transition. Speaking of stuff. I had to turn around and say, you know what? You can't use that as a transition. And they both started dying.
Not in this car.
Yes.
I'll turn it right around.
Just so you know, that doesn't relate to anything that comes before it
Stuff and
or
things,
comes
man.
after
I
it.
don't know.
What would you prefer for our next guest?
Just start talking about the next subject.
Oh, I see.
They're young. They're learning how to have conversation.
Our next guest has 2 songs in the Billboard Top 100.
Speaking of stuff. I'll work that in at some point over the course of today.
But it's like we have A-Rod doing. Speaking of iPads.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Where you can do anything.
Yeah. Ruben definitely already has more conversational and social skills than Alex Rodriguez.
But speaking of tacos, you mentioned Taco Fall.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see that Taco Bell has won their case, at least for now?
They get to keep Taco Tuesdays?
Well, Taco John's, the little chain, is the one who claimed Taco Tuesdays.
They own it.
They own it. And Taco Bell is for now still free to use Taco Tuesdays. They want everybody to use it.
Every restaurant is Taco Bell.
Well,
You know what it is.
They just
Taco Tuesday.
So cringy.
So just taking stuff that doesn't belong to you and
very cringy.
Doing stuff.
But he got that mild internet backlash. And it just sped through the yield signs and the stop signs.
Just kept going with it.
And then just made money off of it by appearing in a Taco Bell commercial.
Yep. Brilliant.
You gotta respect it, even with the mild levels of appropriation.
Yeah,
right?
They're happening.
I'm like, God. All right, my hat's off to you, LeBron.
And keep your hat off too, LeBron.
Yes,
instead of wearing a sombrero for Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, but he just turned it into a bag. Another one for himself.
I enjoyed you guys having fun with the Kevin Warren sound and everything that he said there in Arlington Heights.
Spare change, brother.
This stupid story.
He's getting bearsed.
You think so?
He's kind of acting.
Was this your worry, Danny?
He's getting bearsed.
He's getting McCaskied.
There is no magic fix. The job is undefinable. It's so weird. It's the NFL. It's homogeneous. No one can point to the great team president of the Patriots because it's a craft.
Yeah,
no one can point to the great team president of the Chiefs because it's a lawyer and the whole thing is Andy Reid. It's just not a job that really matters.
Well, yes, but in this moment, it very much does.
It does matter in this
doesn't.
moment. But the thing is that you kind of were looking at Kevin Warren and going, there's no way he gets McCaskied.
And
they'll get warned before he gets McCaskied. And, well,
I'm on my scooter, mother.
I said it yesterday, Dan. It's probably my favorite recurring bit on the show. Whenever
George on his scooter
in the South Lot.
Yeah, because the Hard Knocks thing broke that it's not going to be the Bears. And I was like, he doesn't want to be gift on his scooter at practice. And then I just immediately thought of you doing the wee, and it makes me laugh every time.
I just wanted to...
1 foot. Mother, look.
When the Daily Herald reported this morning, right, that Warren said officials from multiple other towns continued to send letters like Waukegan or call like Lake Forest, who contacted Warren Monday afternoon as he was driving to the event in Arlington Heights. And that set off this thing where it seemed like Lake Forest had made an offer. It was a Daily Herald reporter hearing Kevin Warren say, I took a call today as driving in from Lake Forest.
And Lake Forest was like,
No, he was literally saying he was driving in from Lake Forest.
Right.
And the reporter thought
phrase was wrong.
Reporter heard the semantics of him taking a call from Lake Forest.
Kevin,
Put
I
it in the
have
story.
Lake Forest on line 1. Well, put right through. Hello, Lake Forest.
They've got money.
But he wasn't even saying
I want
that.
your money.
I find that hilarious because I talked to somebody today who who was talking to somebody in the Lake Forest, government
municipality.
They said no to a cop Costco. They rejected a Costco in Lake Forest. So the idea that they would do
I think they put it in Meadowa.
The idea that they would do a 70,000 seat stadium is pretty freaking laughable.
Home of the Bears, but they're already home of the Bears.
Already are. They don't need
the
it.
home of the Bears.
Plus, Otto Graham's not from anywhere near there.
The cool thing about Lake Forest, I will say, like even their McDonald's,
it's so nice
on Waukegan Road is up to code. Like you can't like
Lake Forest is a very nice place.
They make sure no matter who you are or what's going in there that it's going to look just right.
I remember my mom worked in Princeton, New Jersey, and when Princeton finally accepted a Burger King in the 80s, it came with the caveat that Burger King had to staff garbage pickup 16 hours a day going up and down the main drag to make sure it did not. Absolutely. Wow. So they had to pay for garbage pickup to make sure that Nassau Street remained pristine.
That's nice.
I guess so.
Pretty smug.
Oh yeah. Big time. We will not have Burger King ruin our community.
Mother.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the slogan for Lake Forest, too.
Wait till you ask him about the Jews.
Too late.
That stuff on Nico today with both your interviews was very good. We're going to talk to Nico in about 20 minutes.
Oh,
so
sweet.
Thank you for asking Hap about it, and then it came
love
up
him
organically.
as a player,
with
man.
What's not to love?
And I thought Ross's answer
dope.
Was beautiful. Especially the moment he said he's talking to his daughter and watching the College World Series. It's great stuff. But the national parks for Nico, I love national.
I didn't know
parks.
he was a fisherman.
I didn't know either.
I don't know how much of one he is, or if he's just casual with all of it, which is kind of my sense from him, is that he is just a real laid back, chill, hang out with his girlfriend and work on his baseball kind of guy.
Now I'm wondering, is it possible that Hap is just making it up? So we ask Nico about
See, that would be great.
That'd be amazing.
I don't
Either
know
way,
if
I've
Ian
never
would
fished
do it.
before in my life.
I've never fished before in my life.
Ian says something like, he's really into model rocketry. he buys these kits and he builds, and all he does is builds model rockets.
Be incredible that we ask a dumb question. He's like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Right.
He just totally pranks you and you deserve it.
I don't know. Is there anything you guys don't know about Hap? I mean, Dan, you've been talking to him for years at this point.
Yeah.
We'll ask the question just to try to reciprocate. But
yeah, well, why not? Like, there might be stuff that we don't know. I mean, obviously, we know he loves coffee. We know he loves golf.
Yeah.
He's really smart. He's
into the
very good
union
at talking.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty private guy, though.
Yeah. Right. No, but maybe he likes national parks.
Maybe Nico makes something up about him.
Weird thing to say about your 25-year-old friend, right? He loves the national park system. Oh, okay.
He was just out at Bryce Canyon.
Maybe
surprised
Ian is in the clubhouse being like, "No, the Bears should go to Naperville." You never know.
It's possible. It's possible.
Kevin Warren's outside selling.
See the guy
selling newspapers, selling final calls.
Streetwise.
He's got the final call. Bean Pie brother, would you also like to donate to us moving to Naperville?
Got the bow tie.
We have Nico Horner at 2:30. Josh Lewenberg covers the Raptors. We're going to talk about if they're going to be trade partners with the Bulls coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll see if a baseball game is going to be played in this whatever this is.
No, my eyes are super itchy.
Dude,
It's gross.
every breath feels, smells, and tastes like you are 5 feet from a fire pit when you're downtown. It is spooky, man. I was supposed to go across the street and hear the Chicago Symphony Orchestra play Tchaikovsky tonight with a couple of friends and kids and stuff. Canceled. We canceled it. The concert is not yet canceled, but I'm thinking they should cancel. I mean, you know how big a breath a tuba player has to take?
Not only that, the damage to the instruments.
That's Rick Camp.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's not good for all the internal workings of these incredibly expensive instruments.
So.
It seems not good for anything.
Yeah.
No, although it does make you want s'mores. Kind of, right? Or,
yes.
You know? When do you not?
Or a scotch in an Adirondack chair. One of those two.
In a national park with Nico Horner. We have to go.
Hanging out with Clarence Thomas.
They've got to talk to Nico Horner. Shut up.
Yeah, thank you. Danny's hoping will kick us off. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Pro Football Talk reports the Jets are, quote, bracing.
this is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know
There's just
Hosmer?
one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
I'm ready to give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
You found yourself in quite a spot on television.
Fun sitting on a TV set with Luke Canellis. He's easy to hang out with. And then at the end, I looked and sounded as awkward as humanly possible.
Thank you for coming on out. Great to have you, Lou. Great to have Matt Spiegel in the house.
Great to have you.
Great to have you, Lou, on your own television show.
Great to have you, Lou.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Marta. Okay, let's talk about the handshake.
The slap.
We're calling it a handshake?
Every other day, you battle, and it all winds up dissolving into this kind of sportsmanship. You always wonder when the tempers have to calm down for the handshakes.
What am I supposed to do there? What is my move? Am I supposed to assume, like...
Not do the, most effeminate, third knuckle, weak, dainty grab of his hand.
With my right hand.
With your right hand and do a little tug.
I'm Grill Vogel, and welcome to my videotape Business Hugs. What you have here is a bad hug. It's insensitive and inappropriate for the work environment. Now, here's what I would have liked to have seen. Mark places his palm on John's face and then goes in for the hug. As a sign of respect, John moves Mark's small finger out of his eye line.
It's like the courtesy reach out when you're helping someone get off a boat, out of the boat dock.
Yes! My lady.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Carrington, my co-host and friend in Kansas City, he goes, here is the rule. He goes, black guys have enough rhythm to adjust to whatever you go in for. I'm like, that's a great rule.
They started dabbing again, and so they're still not shaking hands, but they progressed past, bumping elbows.
Dapping. Dab is a very aggressive way where you can smoke some marijuana.
I thank you for enlightening this boomer. I actually knew what neither one meant, so I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. I would dab or dap with you any day.
1, 2, 3, and here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
What a great moment that was with Hub Arkish.
Yes.
Teaching about the difference between dabbing and dapping.
Man, sometimes you got to step up and educate your elders.
That was a great moment.
Yeah, it was. And you offering to either dap or dab with the man.
Of course.
It's a lovely thing.
Anything for Hub. Guess they're going to play a baseball game tonight. That's what it sounded like. That's the intel we're getting here at the home of the Cubs. They got to keep us informed if a game is going to happen or not, because we have to make programming decisions to,
right.
If there's not going to be a 3-hour baseball game on the air, and it sounds like there's going to be a 3-hour baseball game on the air.
Yeah, I said in transition I'm supposed to go across the street and see the Chicago Symphony play Tchaikovsky. A texter says that has been canceled, and the Symphony will battle Tchaikovsky in a doubleheader tomorrow, a day-night doubleheader.
You're giving out bad info, though. It's a joke. What you're saying is a joke. The Symphony has not been canceled, but the day-night doubleheader is funny.
I think Tchaikovsky is going to beat the Symphony in the day version of the doubleheader, and then we'll see what happens at night. It's Symphony 5 during the day, Symphony 7 at night. It's a very different thing.
It's going to be a split. You're going to go all the way to London just to split with the Cardinals. That's what's going to happen.
Extra composer going to come up for that one for each side.
You're allowed to bring up an extra violinist, I believe it is.
That's how it works.
Expand the section by one. Yeah, it's quite.
Here, Mike Talkman does a really good 1812 overture.
He's in percussion because he's the pounder.
He plays the timpani.
That's right. A nickname he loves. We could try that again. We could try to talk to Mike Talkman again sometime.
You want to start again by asking him if he likes if he's the Palatine Pounder? Hey, Mike, how about now?
Yeah.
Is Palatine Pounder grown on you?
Right. Or I could ask him again about his time in Japan, which was actually Korea.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Because he doesn't like it. That's why not.
So you don't get to always choose.
We don't have room for Mike Talkman today because this station has talked to Ian Happ and David Ross, and then we get to talk to Nico Horner.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nico Horner has been great. We'll get his version of events for the London trip. We'll play for him what David Ross said about him with Dan and Lawrence earlier today, becoming some of our favorite stuff of the week, talking to Nico next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUD.
And last year, there were 10 different Cubs that started in the leadoff spot. That's the fourth time in fourth time in 6 seasons since Dexter Fowler left that 10 different players had that spot. That spot can mess with you. You know, we watched it with Schwarber here. It's like, you know, do you try to draw more walks? Do you stay yourself? All that. It's like, so have you thought about like how to stay kind of mentally strong in that spot and not have it have an effect?
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably hit second the most in my life. Leadoff is going to be the only thing that's really that different is just that, like the pregame prep, like literally the 20 minutes leading up to the game. I do feel like there is a little bit more like just being ready to be the first hitter of the game. You just kind of got to start everything a little earlier and then give yourself a second just to be actually ready when that first pitch starts. And obviously I didn't walk that much last year, and I have in the past, at least at league average rate. So I know that I can. That's a hard thing to be like, I'm going to set out and walk at an 8.5% clip this year, and then it'll be more valuable. Those things are a product of a lot of other factors, and something I'm aware of. But yeah, tough in the sport to force those things, just like it's tough to force homers. They kind of go together, and just continue to be a best version of myself. And I would love to own that spot and be there and help our team solidify that. And we'll see where it goes.
Since 2016, Cubs haven't had the same player lead off more than 56 times in a season. I'm taking the over on you, Nico Horner, to lead off more than 56 times. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I mean, I think that would be a nice sign for myself and for the team if that's true. I think a lot of things would be lining up in a good way, and so I'll take that one for sure.
Nico Horner.
Are you in the zone? Does it feel? Is that a thing that happens in baseball? Because it seems like it watching you.
No, I have not been feeling particularly good, to be honest.
You sure about that? Deep fly ball to right. This ball's got a chance. Gone. Nico Horner, an opposite field home run. You sure about that?
Starting second baseman for your Chicago Cubs.
Cornerstones of this new era of Cubs baseball. Kind of going full steam ahead with just one player left from their championship club. Bouncing ball, base hit for Horner. Horner's into second with a double.
Taking you inside the Cubs clubhouse all season long.
That one's driven deep to right field. It's going to be over the head of Moonball and up against the wall as Horner has himself a double. Horner goes, throw to second, not nearly in time. And it gets away, and Horner will go to third.
Now that is hustling alert baseball by Nico Horner. Love to watch that guy play. It's fun to watch a guy who runs the bases as well as Horner. Invariably, he makes the right decision almost every single time.
David Ross before the game telling us, raving about his attitude, his work ethic, and this guy's a baseball player.
Nico Horner with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 to score.
So much praise coming for our guy Nico Horner. He joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Nico? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Yeah, you guys always get me feeling good to start the week with a little highlight dig me tape. It feels good.
Yeah, it's our producer, Chris Tannehill, best sound guy in the business. And, hey, man, you play well, people are going to talk about you. Right? That's what happens.
Thank you, Chris. Nice job.
There you go.
And Pat Hughes in there. Pat loves good base runners. I remember the way he used to talk about Chris Bryant, like cutting the angle perfectly every time he went around second base. So he's watching you steal a bag in London and take advantage.
That's great.
How was it playing in that ballpark? You said like your view from the batter's box. It was kind of interesting to look around and see the perspective in that weird stadium.
Yeah, I mean, we're all so used to, baseball stadiums have, their own quirks, but they're kind of all a similar setup for the most part at the, higher up behind home plate. And then, maybe get some rows in the outfield, but nothing too built up. But to have the full surrounding feeling of this place and just like the size of it was, I don't know if it was captured on TV, but it was massive and totally different to stare out at the pitcher and see, tens of thousands of people behind the outfield fence alone. So that was definitely pretty unique.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like it didn't totally translate on TV, but the people that were there seemed like it was cool. What was your experience for the trip overall?
I mean, it's the most people I've played in front of, I think. I think that sometimes the crowds here feel like a little bit, especially Wrigley, because of just how steep the stands are. Like when they have the steep bleachers, it just feels like everyone's on top of you. So it didn't have that feeling.
Right.
But just the sheer numbers was just insane. The trip overall though, like it was a lot, but I was amazed that we were a part of it. It definitely felt like something totally different, and something interesting was like some of the guys who played in the World Series or things like that said that like not so much the atmosphere of the game, but like the buildup and like the media and all the people on the field and all that was pretty similar to like a World Series or playoff setting, just where there's there's a Formula One car on the field, and then there's A-Rod and David Ortiz and just Pujols and all these people running around, and it was such a scene. And then you have to actually go play baseball at a certain point. But yeah, it was a good time.
Was it distracting?
I think it's just different. I mean, it definitely was. You just kind of got to be okay with things aren't going to always be perfectly lined up with everything that you need to play. But it was, I think overall it was all set up perfectly fine for the players to have everything we needed to do our job. But yeah, some of it was a little different.
We were wondering if you wear number 2 because of Derek Jeter or anybody else, because Jeter was there all of a sudden for his first assignment. What is there a connection there at all?
No, not particular to a certain player. When I was called up, there was I'm not sure if there was other single digit numbers available, but I think that was just cool to have one that was available. I like to. I mean, obviously Jeter was a great shortstop, and then Tulowitzki. So he was a guy I really enjoyed watching. But no, the two, like super, super, like if someone came in or like, I have to have number 2, it wouldn't be the end of the world to give it up. I don't think, but it's a cool number to have for sure.
But
yeah.
Single digit was a priority. What's that about?
Yeah, I think it just feels more significant for some reason. When I was called up, that was the last thing on my mind for sure. So it was cool how it worked out though.
But you'd sell that jersey for another Rolex or something.
Or if someone was just coming in and they were that adamant about it, maybe. But actually, I don't know. At this point, maybe I am getting kind of attached now that I think about it.
Give it up for Ohtani.
Yeah, that's right. I'll do a short list.
Perfect. Nico Horner with us. All right, I got to ask. Did you make it to the Churchill War Room Museum?
Oh my god.
No, I didn't.
He was on a baseball trip, Danny.
I'm just saying it's a mistake. It's cooler than Westminster. I'm just saying.
He's working.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the main excursion was the Westminster Abbey, and so that first day that was like our day with the most time, and we got in around noon, and then we met at like 5 for Westminster Abbey, so we had a little time in the afternoon, and I didn't make it.
You know, we talked to Willie Harris, Nico, who's talking about the bodies under the floor.
There's some bodies under that floor, brother.
Yeah. At Westminster Abbey.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean,
3,000 of them.
But it was a cocktail party? Like, were you guys standing around with drinks over those bodies?
Yeah, you're just standing on top of someone's skull drinking a mojito or whatever. Like, it's kind of funny, but no. Yeah, there's bodies in the wall, in the ground, and everything, basically. They said anywhere you can imagine. I didn't really realize that. I mean, I knew of the place, but not the layers of significance literally there.
Wow.
Well, next time you'll go,
yes.
and you'll go to the other attractions in London. But I know you liked the Dig Me montage that Tanny put together leading in. But so already on the station today, Ian Happ has been on, and David Ross has been on, and they both independently said something about you that we wanted to play for you and kind of get your response on. We'll start with your skipper, David Ross, who was talking about your mentality.
He's hungry for knowledge. He is wired to kick your butt and find the edge any way possible to win baseball games, and that's what you look for in players. He wants to be out there every single day. He loves the game of baseball. It's just what he thinks about all the time. And I was talking to my daughter last night. We were watching some college baseball, the Gators and LSU college baseball game, and we were talking about getting your butt kicked that bad in a tight championship type game. And you just look at the character of the guys and who quits and who gives up and who wants to just cash it in, who the guys continue to compete no matter what the score is. And I actually pointed, she asked me who the guy on my team was that stood out, and the first person that came to mind was Nico Horner. That guy never gives up. He never gives in. He's always looking for an edge. He's going to play his tail off no matter what the moment is presented to him.
What do you think, Nico?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a clip. I mean, obviously I have a good relationship with Rossi, but, it's amazing to hear things like that, especially from people like him that actually have won at this level. I haven't really done a whole lot of that yet. And so that's what we're all working towards. And so I know he knows what it looks like. So if I can fit into that, obviously that's a huge deal, and that's cool to hear.
So if you're 20 runs back in the seventh inning, you're down 24-4.
He'd be yelling at me if I ran too hard to first base at that point.
It's funny. We were looking the other day at the Angels game in Colorado because,
oh my God, yeah.
Because they scored a run. The Rockies scored a run in the bottom of the 8th, and I'm like, I need to go to the box score.
They kept fighting.
Did they manufacture one? Did somebody steal and advance on a bunt? No, it was a solo bomb. It was a solo bomb in the bottom of the 8th. So yeah, he wouldn't want you to run hard down 20 in the 8th.
I'm learning to pick my spots a little better, but inevitably I'm kind of running all over the place. It's usually a good sign. If I have a dirty jersey and I've ran a lot during the game. But yeah.
So this is your buddy on the team, Ian Happ, who's asked to tell them something that maybe we didn't know about you, as we're just trying to get to know you a little bit better.
That's a really good question. You want to put me on the research team at 670 and I can dig in. He's a fantastic individual and human, and I think we all know that he cares so much about the team and about winning. Yeah, his family's brilliant. Both his parents are incredible individuals. His mom was actually in London. Got to say hi to her a little bit. She's fantastic. He's quite an outdoorsman, sneaky outdoorsman, likes to be outside, hike national parks, a little bit of fishing. That's some of the things that I think he really enjoys doing in the off season, being outside, exploring. Those are the way that he likes to spend his downtime for sure.
Is that accurate? What's your favorite national park?
Favorite national park? Yosemite is probably the place I've spent the most time just from being in California, and it's cool in different seasons and things like that. But Yellowstone's up there. But there's a lot I haven't done. Definitely when there is time and people that want to do stuff to go and travel and just be outside. And I think it's a pretty cool way to spend your time, and definitely how I'd like to live in a place someday where I have a little more access to that. But I like what I'm doing right now. Pretty good.
It's
please don't give up the baseball for a while.
Yeah.
the national park system is underrated. Doesn't cost as much to go there and travel, and it's not as inconvenient as London. I was at Glacier. You got to go to Glacier, man. That's. Oh,
I know. My girlfriend's been. I would absolutely love to. That's a whole nother level. Just the scenery there and things like that. I'd love to make that happen.
I had the experience swimming in Lake McDonald. It was so cold at Glacier National Park, and I realized I could drink this water too. That's how fresh it is. I've never had the sensation of drinking the water I'm swimming in.
Yeah, I haven't done that either. Maybe that's a sign you're in a special place. Maybe.
Yeah.
So this stretch that you guys have coming up, you said it to us last week before the trip, and it kind of stuck with me that you were like giving up your off days for a couple of months to make that trip happen. It's 13 games in 13 days, then the All-Star break, then 10 games in 10 days, day off, 16 games in 16 days. So
I hadn't actually heard it laid out. Yeah.
So now that you have, how does that hit you?
Our immediate stretch coming up isn't too bad on paper when it's a homestand, and then the travel to Milwaukee is really easy, obviously. And then play at Yankee Stadium, which is exciting, and then right into the All-Star break. So that sounds pretty good. And then obviously after that it's a good stretch, but that All-Star break really is significant, and especially if you're in a place as a team where you're able to add at the deadline and have some energy coming out of the All-Star break and things like that. I think it should be, if we continue to take care of things on our own end as players, be pretty exciting time for the team and organization, and if we're heading the right direction during that time. So, playing baseball won't be much of an issue, I don't think.
Got to tell you, Nico, up 4-0 with Stroman on the hill and the way the Cardinals have been playing.
Yeah.
It felt like that was going to be a sweep and an incredibly happy flight home and another happy off day. How's the mood after that one kind of fell apart a little bit?
Yeah, it was a tough loss, but it's just the reality of playing that much and playing every day. Things do go wrong, and Stroh's been amazing, and Stroh's going to continue to be amazing. And it's just a unfortunate game, but we expected to win that one, but we didn't. And I think there was a kind of a nice reaction to it, where it's we should have won. We could have won, but we didn't. We still had a great road trip, and we have a lot of good stuff going. And you can both take things seriously and not beat yourself up unnecessarily for things like that. So taking 4 or 5 on a challenging road trip, I think is pretty solid, and we'll move on from it.
Thought Stroman actually pitched well enough to get out of that big jam in the second. And there's a little news here today. Looks like Jared Young is over at Wrigley today. The first baseman for the Iowa Cubs. Have you heard that he's going to be joining the team today as a first base option?
What have you heard?
If he's at Wrigley, I don't think he's there to sit in section 112.
We have seen pictures of Christopher Morel and Matt Mervis walking in on the days that they've been called up. Let's just say it that way.
Seems to be a correlation.
Yes.
Yeah. Jared is a very special person to me, and this organization was definitely my closest friend in the minor leagues. We lived together in AA. Always spending time. We're overlapping Arizona and things like that, and have kept touch kind of throughout. So he's definitely one of my closest friends in the organization, and just a really relentless and awesome dude has had a very just kind of abnormal journey through baseball, and deserves an opportunity at the highest level for sure, because he absolutely rakes. So I'm excited for him.
That's really cool. Yeah, he came up briefly at the end of last year, but at Iowa this year, he's destroying the ball at Iowa this year.
Yeah, he can really hit. I mean, and he's launching homers, like long home runs and walk-off homer, and just a guy that's incredibly easy to root for and loved in this organization. So he's going to be a lot of positive energy behind him for sure when he's out here.
That's cool. You said like an unconventional path. What should Cubs fans know about him?
From Prince George, Canada, which is, if you look it up, it's way north, British Columbia. Not a ton of baseball players coming out of there. He went to 3 different colleges.
Wow.
Went to college as a pitcher originally, and then converted to a position player. Drafted in the 15th round. Cubs minor league player of the year in 2018, his first full season. Obviously COVID hits, and that was really hard on a lot of minor leaguers, and a lot of people's careers were cut short or cut off by that, but he's kind of continued to hit and hit and hit. And when you do that, good things can happen. For playing first base, left field, man, you really got to rake, and he's done that. So I hope he gets every opportunity.
Just a couple more things here with Nico Hoerner on the score. So yeah, Happ was asked to join the 670 research team. Well, that's the same question to you. What's something that Dan and Lawrence, our midday guys, might not know about your buddy Happer?
About Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like his stuff is a little better documented off the field. He's got his ventures and such. What should we know about him?
Yeah, he talks to everybody.
He does, and he's got the podcast. Was he someone that you looked at, like, when you came up, at how to be a pro?
He's definitely when I was called up, was a bit of a hard read, which I kind of like, but he kind of has that stoic face and doesn't really show a lot of what he's, whether he's feeling one way or another, which pretty impressive sometimes. But he's just incredibly generous with like all of his time and resources and like knowledge he's accumulated, not in like an arrogant way, but just he understands so much that he's figured out that has helped him in his career, and he's just like very open to not pushing that onto people, but if people are interested in learning from things that he's benefited from, then he sure helped me a lot in a lot of different ways, both in my game and off the field. And just an easy person to learn from, and like he is definitely one of my closest friends here, but definitely one of the people I've learned from most in this game. So I'm very happy he's here for a little while longer.
That's cool. And Nico, your skipper talked about, and then you guys have talked about, a collective aggressiveness for the hitters since Anaheim. And it sure does look like that. But what does that mean? Because we hear be more aggressive and think that means swing earlier in the count, but it probably doesn't just mean that. What does be more aggressive mean to a hitter?
Yeah, I know. That's a good question. I think it depends on the person. I think it means just doubling down on your own strengths, whatever that is. I think it's doing things on your own terms. And it feels really different to go 0-for-4 in a day where you can truly say you were ready to hit every single pitch and saw the ball well and were attacking the game, versus an 0-for-4 where, they're pretty much, you feel like you're on defense the entire time and just reacting to what they're doing, and you're not really doing much with any conviction. So those things are hard to define for sure, but I think each of us knows in our hearts what that really means. And I sure do. And that's, I can go to sleep at night with myself if I feel like I'm attacking the game and being an athlete and doing things on my own terms. But when I'm playing defense at the plate and in between speeds, or just kind of doing things on the pitcher's terms, that's when I don't feel like I gave myself my best chance. And that's what you can do.
Interesting. On Thursday, our executive producer Shane Reardon is going to be about 8 or 9 rows behind the Cubs on deck circle. What's a code word or something that he can yell out to give you some words of encouragement in the batter's box?
That's right. Yeah. Was it? Because sometimes I really hear people back there. I don't turn around too often, but I do acknowledge people when they say something that's like actually funny or, I don't know what would actually really lock me in.
I don't know. I'm going to be like 30 feet behind you, though. So it's got to be something that only you and I and the show and our thousands of listeners will understand. I'm going on a hot double date. So it's going to be
amazing.
It's going to be impressive if I can say something that really connects with
And
you.
then you give him like a little head nod. That would really help him out with his lady friend.
That's right. Which game is it?
Thursday night
Thursday night.
against the Phillies.
So we got a Taiwan Walker. Yeah. I mean, sinker, splitter, slider, get him up. I don't know.
All right, we'll think of something.
Sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
Get him up. Get him up.
Get him up.
So
get him up.
Everything's got to be low in the zone.
Yeah.
So he's got to get the ball up.
All right, sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
That sounds good to me. If I do that, I like my chances.
There you go. That'll help keep you locked in. So he's not just like talking pickles or tequila or
Hey,
something.
Nico, watch out for that split piece.
Oh, man. If it only was that easy. I agree.
That's it.
If only it was that easy. You gonna play in this smog tonight? How you feeling about that?
I think we're good. I think I heard that it's within the accepted threshold of some term like that of air quality. It's pretty nasty out though.
I was gonna say that always makes you feel good, right? When it's right on the border of acceptability.
Yeah, good enough. Yeah, I remember in college we had some practices canceled because of fires, like up in Sonoma, Napa area. But yeah, I think we're doing like limited batting practice, like optional. I don't know if it's like optional. So funny though, because it's like optional, is it though? But like, are you just saying that because like the mandate, it means it has to be optional, but really get your work in, or are you actually concerned for my health, or like what do we got?
It's like an NFL mini camp, you know? Is it optional or not?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
It's optional, but be sure you go 2 for 4.
Yeah, that's right. Like in college when we had 20 hours of practice a week supposedly, and we were doing not 20 hours, and there was optional practice. It's like, okay, yeah, sounds good.
Well, Nico, glad you're back and that you enjoyed the trip and the whole thing. And we'll talk.
That was awesome.
We'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, perfect. Talk soon.
All right, get him up,
guys.
sinker, slider, splitter.
Get him up.
Get him up.
That's right.
All right, there he is, Nico Horner, with us every Tuesday at this time on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
Watch out for that split piece.
That works.
I told Shane to say, look out for Mr. Splitty.
Yeah. Mr. Splitty.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably gonna have 4 at bats, leading off or hitting second. So I'm gonna have plenty of opportunities.
I think get him up is nice and concise.
Yeah.
You know.
Can I suggest either stay forever? The crowd loves you.
How about some dinger dollars?
That's right. You do that for Ian.
I think you do exactly what he said, even though it's very wordy.
Sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
Yeah, I think if you do that, he will have to acknowledge it.
He will. Get him up.
It's just too preposterous. Oh man.
That was interesting all over the place. There's some good hard baseball stuff in there too. Like the aggression thing about it doesn't just mean swing early. It also means like swing hard with conviction. These guys talk about conviction all the time, don't they?
Yeah.
Pitchers throwing pitches with conviction. Then you can feel better about yourself because you're going to fail no matter what. Swing with conviction because you're going to go 0 for 4 sometimes.
That's what it is, right? It's every baseball player seemingly ever has said you got to accept that it's a game of failure.
Yeah.
If you can accept the failure, then that allows you to have like relative degrees of success within the failure. Sounds like that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Of course, like you're going to be behind 0-1 in a count. Still go after him, right? Like stay aggressive.
At the end of a poker night, when you feel like you played your game and didn't play scared, you feel better.
Right.
If
That's
you
the type
lost.
of thing our level of athleticism can relate to these guys.
It's all I got.
I was sitting at that table and I was throwing around those clay chips
Man.
very aggressively.
Woo, I was sitting so hard.
Yeah, I was at the sitting. I was really good at the sitting part of it. We have a new edition of As the Window Closes that both focuses on a specific from last night and the daunting task in front of them. Next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air, left field.
A fine hand for Steele, who strikes out 10 in 4 2/3. The Cubs right here with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field to listening to the score. The Cubs right here with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field to listening to the score. Now the Cubs.
Put that on a billboard. The Cubs. You've got the Cubs fan on the score.
You hit one off that
video. Yes.
Whether you're old or brim.
It's the Cubs fan and the Marlins for.
Now I can explain if you'd like an explanation.
Sure. Go ahead. Just while you're thinking of an explanation, Studs, can we hear it one more time, please?
The Cubs.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's a read. You know how you have these like sponsorships that fit in. There's a read from our friends at Geico that you're supposed to read when they get their 15th out, when they get the final out of the inning. The 15th out is sponsored by Geico.
Oh, that happens in your inning.
Yeah, right. So, and I have forgotten it before when I go to the break at the end of the inning.
You forgot to read? No way.
Yeah. So I always want to try and make sure I remember to get the read in. Now, Justin Steele was taken out after 4 2/3. That would be 14 outs. So we were going to an extra break because there's a pitching change, and I went to grab the read and do the read for the 15th out, and then I realized that it was not the 15th out, so I had to abort my plan to do the read. And that's what you're hearing is me live saying, oh, no, so, as the Cubs...
It's just such a good slogan. Cubs baseball 2022. Man.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Last night on As the Window Closes.
Bouncing away from the eyes. Here comes Trout, and the Angels walk it off on a pitch that bounces away from the plate. 2-1. Los Angeles wins.
Yeah, unfortunate ending right there to a really good start by Dylan Cease. We're going to watch the replay right here. Slider down and in. Yaz can't get in front of it, goes off of his glove, and Mike Trout all over it. This game was over as soon as Yaz missed it. Unfortunate for Dylan, threw well. Offense could not back him up, and the Angels take a game where you almost certainly thought the White Sox were going to handle this out of the gate. Unfortunately for the Sox, they dropped the first game, and they've got Ohtani tomorrow night.
As the window closes.
Tough loss begins this edition of As the Window Closes, White Sox edition.
As the window closes.
Want to go micro or macro, Spiegs? Do you want to talk about like the specifics within this episode of the soap opera of the White Sox as the window closes? Or do you want to immediately go to 27 games until the trade deadline and they're 6 games out?
It's funny because, like, I don't know that the micro registers as much, you know, in terms of having an impact on how we think about this team. Like, we could sit here and go through some of the managerial decisions, but to me, the ones that are emblematic of the entire thing end up feeling bigger, don't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, I think it is natural to tune out the micro when the big storm cloud is looming here. It's like, oh, wait, the GM's going to get fired? The face of the franchise shortstop who was on a billboard 12 and 18 months ago, he might get traded. You know what I mean? Like, those types of things obviously feel bigger than a loss when Dylan Cease is good.
Absolutely. And in this case, I think the micro ends up being emblematic of the macro in this way. Pedro Grifol, I mean, you can parse some of the little stuff. Should he have done this? Should he have done that? I totally understand him pinch hitting Yasmani Grandal for Sebi Zavala against a righty in a 1-1 game in the 8th.
Right, home run basically wins it.
Makes all the sense in the world.
Sure.
And then he has to put Yasmani Grandal in at catcher. And I totally understand Aaron Bummer being called on to try and strike out Shohei Ohtani in the 9th inning after Mike Trout has been walked. Makes all the sense in the world because Bummer was pretty good over the weekend against the Red Sox and has that nasty stuff from the left side.
He's got swing and miss stuff.
Right. So the problem is that means you end up with Bummer's ridiculous breaking stuff that's hard to stop and Yasmani Grandal, who struggles with stopping things.
Right. You don't want the guy who throws the ball that's hard to catch to the catcher who can't catch.
That is difficult. And I know Yaz has had a better year in blocking the plate, but specifically, like, that nasty slider is a different kind of thing to block than a fastball in the dirt or other people's stuff in the dirt.
Yeah.
So you get 2 wild pitches and advances and a double steal with absolutely no shot to get anybody, and it looks like a disaster. And you're like, why are you ending up with that? It's because the team you constructed is bad. The team you constructed does not fit together, and that's why the window's closing, and that's why we're here. You know what I mean? So the micro in this one, we could debate, but it's really just leads you right back to where we are.
Right. He made the decisions that were available to him, but the decisions that were available to him were suboptimal, and he doesn't build the roster.
And if he could have, and maybe if he'd made some other decisions, it could have possibly gone a different way, but when you stretch it out, those decisions have to be so perfect every single time because they're not constructed well.
And they have to basically win, right? They need to win a lot of games right now. That's just the reality. Like, they got to win a lot of games right now. They are 12 games under 500. They are 6 games back in a pathetic division.
Only 6 games back, though, Danny.
I know that. But you talk about how there's these like days of declaration, right? Like when you declare yourself as a team that is going for it or a team that is going the other way in order to acquire prospect capital, get a better draft pick, and load up for the next run.
Sure. Like every day, people are weighing in on who these sellers and buyers are, obviously. But they don't have to declare just yet.
No. Not just yet. But there's 27 games by my count that the White Sox have until the deadline, 12 until the break. You're 6 games back. You're 12 under 500. We love measuring this thing in chunks and stretches and breaking down the baseball season. What do you have to do in the next 27 games to make sure that Rick Hahn is not a seller at the deadline?
See, it's a good question. So 27 games between now and the deadline. He's got to decide even before that, though, right? Like,
you can in theory have trades agreed to in principle, but say he could take it up right to the deadline.
Well, see, I don't even know what, like, if you're 3 days before the deadline.
Okay, so you want to go to July 28th?
Okay.
But so like they play a 4-game series in the division against Cleveland, the 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th.
Okay.
Like I could see that series absolutely mattering for the calculus of what they're doing.
All right, so let's go to the 30th because you're right. That series will absolutely.
And they got an off day on the 31st.
Perfect.
And then that's what it is. It's 27 games.
Okay, perfect. So at the deadline, if they're 4 games out of first place in this crap-ass division at the deadline, is that definitive seller mode? I mean, if you're 3 games out, I don't think it is. If you're 8 games out, I think it is.
Yeah.
What about 4? What about 5? What the hell are you supposed to do with this division being this bad and your window closing, as the soap opera documents?
Obviously, there's a feel thing, and it depends on what. Do you think you're getting 80 cents on the dollar, 30 cents on the dollar, or 100 cents on the dollar? Right? Or maybe, because it should be a seller's market, according to Passon and everybody. Like, anybody that you're getting 100 cents on the dollar or better, like, oh, damn, I can't believe how much we're getting for Lucas Giolito. I can't believe how much is being offered for Kendall Graveman. I can't believe how, whomever. Those guys all have to go.
Well, see, in
my opinion.
I understand that. I don't feel like they're going to have the clarity that you dream of.
You mean based on the standings or based on the asking price?
Based on the standings. Based on the standings, I don't think they're going to have the clarity that you want.
But that is,
and because the way they play,
that is subjective.
Well, what if they 27 games? If they go 15-12 in 27 games
and are what?
4 games back.
I mean, that's pretty generous that 15-12 makes up 2 games in the standings, but maybe it would.
I just saw the Twins. Twins aren't special.
No,
Cleveland's not special,
and the White Sox aren't special.
Right? Nobody is.
All right, so 15-12, 4 games back.
All right, what if we just do this for one time this year? No one from the AL Central goes to the playoffs. Give it to the West. Give it to the East. All 5 teams from the East should go.
Make sure that Shohei gets in.
Yes.
Yeah.
No team from the AL Central gets to play in October.
You like it.
I think all sports should reseed.
Relegation, baby.
No, and they might go to that.
I think all sports, like, I understand why you want divisions for scheduling purposes and rivalry purposes, but I certainly don't think that because you win a division, you should host a playoff series and avoid the single game elimination. I think that's ridiculous.
We might be heading towards a baseball example of exactly that.
I think it for all sports. I think it for the NFL. I think it for NBA. I think it for all sports. If you want to say you win your division, you get in, so that there's something at stake for those rivalry games. I understand that completely. But like, if you go 7-9 and win the NFC South this year, you should not get to host a playoff game against an 11-win wildcard team. That's ridiculous.
It makes all the sense in the world. So here, a texter speaks to a reality that I was thinking was going to be out there for a certain portion of White Sox fans. If they're 6 out or less of the deadline, they have to buy.
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Buy? You want to throw more bad money after bad?
Or at least not sell? Replace buy with not sell.
Stand pat is different than buy.
Okay.
You don't have a good farm system. If you trade more prospects to go for this team to win 77 games and miss the playoffs, that is bad business.
Okay, what about IOUs?
This is a fan base conditioned to want to buy because they almost always buy, and they had a white flag trade in the 90s that they still can't live down when they were closer than what were they, 5 back? Were they, or maybe it was less than that. What were they when the white flag trade went down? So that has left a mark on this fan base, and Kenny choosing to buy every single year they've been on the fence since then has left a mark on the franchise as well. So I understand what you're saying, but if they're going to consider what people want or expect, selling when you're 5 back or
3.5 back in 1997. 3.5.
3.5 back in 1997. And Jerry came out and said, we're not going to win the division. And people were like, how do you know? How do you know?
That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs. Sorry, I just had to land the plane on the Dumb and Dumber reference. Okay. The white flag trade, understandably, in some ways, has scarred a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else has scarred the fan base? 1,700 other things since then. Does anyone think this team is winning? Like, if they prove it on the field that they are capable of playing good baseball for a stretch, like the Reds who won 12 in a row, or the A's who won 9 in a row. Like, bad teams can go on winning streaks, of course. So if in the next 27 games they go 20-7,
then that's gonna
then of course. But if in the next 27 games they go 14-13 and they just are what they've been, I don't understand what the argument could possibly be to, in a seller's market, buy. That would be crazy to me.
Well, or just stand pat. Because standing pat and not getting anything for Joe Kelly and Kendall Graveman and Lucas Giolito would hurt. You know? I mean, Giolito, I guess you'd get the comp pick if you give him the qualifying offer.
Yeah, you get the comp pick.
So you'd get the comp pick. So you could theoretically do
hold
that.
on. He may accept the offer. You may have to pay him.
You got to be okay with that. You got to be ready to live with that. You know? And really, would that be so bad? Would that be so bad? Would it have been so bad if Carlos Rodon did it? You know?
Had a career year. Yeah.
There's that. They didn't even offer it to him. But I mean, just standing pat on that stuff. All right, so I like where you're going with the stretch. So 15-12 and they're 4 back. To me, that is a stand pat or maybe even a small buy. Four back on the 31st to me is a stand pat.
Probably.
That's why they're in a weird spot.
Yeah, but all right. They're 6 back right now. Tom Ricketts came out and said, right now we'd be buyers. Let's live in a fantasy land where Jerry Reinsdorf speaks on the record. And this is a fantasy, by the way, that could be reality if you were a lot of different people. Tom Ricketts spoke on the flagship live from London over the weekend. John Sherman, owner of the Royals, he announced today, press conference later this week, to talk about state of the team and moving the stadium downtown and all sorts of issues. You saw Steve Cohen? Steve Cohen tweeted, there will be answers. Press conference tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, these guys,
that's an option.
Owners do speak. Like, it is allowed for you to go in front of your press corps and take questions and talk about the direction of your team.
But there are 2 types of owners. There are active owners like those guys, and there are owners who treat their assets like a passive income. And Jerry Reinsdorf has forever treated his 2 assets since the Michael Jordan era as passive income.
I don't know. He's at damn near every game in the box and prides himself a baseball guy who's powerful and influential within the sport.
Doesn't matter. So sometimes when you own a building, you're a landlord.
Sure.
You're living in the building. You're seeing what's going on in the building, but that's passive income for you. You're not doing anything.
You know what's great for passive income? Laundromats. Like, you own a few laundromats, you just hang out and watch that money come in. You think if Jerry owned laundromats, he'd go and just watch people, folding clothes, loading quarters in?
Probably.
Nah, he cares about it. He does care about it.
Okay, then do something.
He has, to a point.
How about speak? I mean, obviously, I'm a communicator by trade, my malaprops notwithstanding, but it would drive me insane if I owned something that was of civic pride, that a ton of people cared about, that I care about, and the people speaking about it with any degree of authority were Bob Nightingale. You know what I mean? It would drive me insane. I'd want to set the record straight on some of this stuff. We're just guessing.
I think he does care.
I agree that he cares.
It's just
that he cares.
He cares to a point. He draws lines in the sand, which is why $75 million for Grandal and what is it? What was it for Benintendi?
75.
85.
75.
Was it
right?
75?
75 was Benintendi, right? 72 was
72
Grandal.
was Grandal. That was the biggest, and now 75 is the biggest. And why they tried to get Machado for 250 when he said I'd like 300, and they're like, okay, but how about 250?
So all right, so let's pretend.
So he cares to a point.
So let's pretend. Let's pretend that he was like Ricketts for the Cubs, or Sherman for the Royals, or Cohen for the Mets, and those are just 3 examples of the last 5 days. Owners who are willing to speak on the record. And let's pretend for a moment that Jerry Reinsdorf tomorrow was going to speak on the record at guaranteed rate to 10 members of the press. And the question was, you guys are 6 back. If you were 6 back at the deadline, would you be buyers or sellers? Because that's what Tom Ricketts was asked, and he said we'd be buyers. What do you think he would say? 6 back. This exact situation, but just fast forward 27 games.
If he was honest, I bet he'd say sellers.
I think he would be right.
At 6.
I think. I guess you're looking for a number from me.
Yeah, I'm
less than 4. I'd be okay with standing pat. There's really no scenario I'd be okay with buying.
1 back, 2 back, playing some hot baseball.
Yeah, right. Okay, fine.
18-9 in the 27, something like that. And picked up a few games.
All right, if you're 2 games back or less and you want to trade a not top 10 prospect in your organization to add a bullpen piece or something, sure.
Isn't it so crazy? The whole year we talk about not being a prisoner to the moment, but a difference of a game or 2 by the time you get there. I guess it's really also this stretch, if we're going to give them the 27. I mean, you keep waiting for them to prove it, and they haven't proved it. Tanny, Shane, where are you guys? What do you need to be out these 27 games? Give me a record, as Danny was talking about, and a games back on the 31st that you'd be okay with them selling.
All right, if they go at least 3-24 and they're within 19 games, I'm buying.
Perfect.
That's you.
Perfect.
Yeah, you can't really buy unless it's a scenario Danny talked about, just something around the margins, like, more depth in a certain area certainly can help. But I think 5 games back is probably what you're looking at here in this situation. But the more I think about it, and you mentioned the white flag trade, and I had not thought about it before the show when we were talking about this. It's going to happen again. They're going to call this white flag trade part 2 because there's just a reality. It would be organizational malpractice to not part with some of these guys who are having career years. I think Lucas Giolito is one of those guys, even though, we are under the assumption that he's not going to re-sign here because they're just not going to pay him what he's worth, even though Lucas has talked about it. His father, Rick, has talked about how much they love it here. I wish they would bring him back. They should have signed him to that extension 2 years ago. Now, all of a sudden, my take is looking better because he's having a good year this year. But the reality is, in 1997, they still had a good enough core where you can build around, which I think you can still have this season if you trade some parts around it. They still had a Frank Thomas who's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. You don't have a Hall of Famer on this roster yet, I don't think, but you had some guys there. And this white flag trade, it crushed me as a kid, and the fan base hated it, but ultimately they were still a better organization because they did that, because they won a division championship in 3 seasons after making this trade. And they do it in 97, then 2000 they win a division, and then you have pieces from that team that are still on the World Series team 5 years after that.
So it's interesting because I bet they're going to middle it. If I had to bet right now, I'd say they trade those bullpen pieces you were talking about. They trade Giolito, but they don't trade Robert. They don't trade Cease. They don't trade Andrew Vaughn. They don't trade any of the young guys who are protected. They keep Tim Anderson because it's a manageable $15 million for next year, and this value will probably not be great because he's having such a god-awful year.
But how is that middling it? If you trade Giolito, Kelly, and Graveman, you are tanking. You are trying to lose.
For half a year.
Yeah. You're giving up. You're giving up on the year. You're giving up on the year. You're not tearing down the entire thing. But if you trade your 2 best bullpen pieces and one of your best starters, you're giving up on the year. I don't think that's middling it.
But you're not tearing it all the way down to the studs, though.
No, but that also very rarely happens at one deadline. You know what I mean? That normally happens it's easier to do in an off season, because there's more teams that are willing to buy, right? Because right now, a third of the teams are out of it. And so you can't do business with all of those people. So the guys that you would do it with now are those guys that you mentioned, are bullpen pieces and expiring contracts. those are the guys that you do it with in the middle of the season. And then the other guys you assess in the offseason. And maybe you can then trade big league piece for big league piece as opposed to straight prospects and go try to win next year.
Yeah, but you look at this thing and see how broken it is, and there is a temptation to just trade all of it and change your brain trust and redesign your farm system and go all the way back down to the very bottom of big league quality as you build something back up.
Nothing's going to change until the White Sox are afforded the resources that other major league teams that are very successful are afforded. The White Sox, as we talk about often, are behind the curve on literally everything, on analytics, on equipment and training facilities, on coaching at the minor league level, on development, on scouting. They're behind the curve at every single level. And until you change that, nothing will change. You could spend $400 million on payroll if you want. You could do what the Rangers did. You can bring in Seager, DeGrom, and Marcus Semien. Nothing will change until the support is changed, because you can't build a new house that's secure and safe if your foundation is cracked in half.
Oh, I know that was an easy analogy, but still.
Nailed it.
He nailed it.
He nailed it.
He's our analogy guy. He's back.
He's back. He had a few rough ones.
And that being said, I don't want Rick going anywhere.
We know that.
That's ridiculous.
That's
ridiculous.
We know that. You trust him to be the interior designer of your home.
Yes.
With a solid foundation on it.
Yeah, as long as the foundation's solid.
I wonder if Chris Getz will have a bourbon with Shane next year.
Danny told me a ridiculous stat that I was completely unaware of with regards to this team. And then Bob Nightingale, Jerry's official spokesman, talked about the state of the team. It's next on The Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of Major League Baseball.
What a pleasure to be joined by Marty Brenneman. Griffey was a legend.
What you hear from the White Sox is, hey guys, we figured it out. Here's your product. We did it. We didn't need to do everything else that everybody else did. We found some gems in the Dominican Republic and in Cuba, and we have some guys we've traded for. Guys, we did it. Here, look, our championship window's here. It's like the stupidest thing the good teams in baseball do not operate that way. Like you said, the Dodgers don't just whip up a roster and say, hey, guys, we did it. Look, here it is.
Here you go. Here's our team. Here's our team. And they thought they did that, and then, we're ready to win, so anybody can manage it.
Right.
So let me bring in Tony.
Guys, we put together the best team. The rest of the league is just full of idiots. Look what we did. Look what we have. We're so good, I'm going to bring in Tony La Russa. And the issue there for me, not even with Tony La Russa, but just the makeup and construct of the Chicago White Sox team, when the Oakland A's were performing at a high level, people wanted to mirror what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays are there, and they've been doing it for a decade, for so long. And the White Sox can't just eat a slice of humble pie and say, you know what, where our organization is, who we are in the grand scheme of Major League Baseball, this is probably the best way to do it. But they're so stubborn that they think that they can outsmart everyone, and they have their own path, their own way. And we've seen what kind of product they've put on the field as a result of it. And it is, like you mentioned, Speaks, a team that has no margin for error. Mm-hmm. They can't go get a Christopher Morel or a Matt Mervis to bring up to shake up the team. They can't recall a Javier Assad to go be a innings eater, reliever, or a starter if need be. That doesn't exist for the White Sox. And so that's the most frustrating part, is that there's nowhere to move. And so now you're stuck with a team that can't be better than what they are. And that's the frustrating part, is the White Sox.
No, it's
nerd here with the laptop can give us that answer. You go to the Baseball Reference.
Is there any shot of Fred VanVleet coming home to Chicago? We'll talk to a top beat writer for the Raptors in 30 minutes. Tanny sent us this article from the White Sox blog, Sox on 35th. And it's basically about baseball attendance and where the White Sox fit in within it. And talk about attendance being up, but the White Sox not contributing to the attendance boost, he writes. In fact, the club's numbers are alarmingly bad as the team has seen the largest decrease in attendance compared to 2022 out of all 30 teams thus far.
Wow.
So, biggest drop from last year to this year, the Chicago White Sox. According to stats provided by Baseball Reference, the Southsiders have drawn 638,475 fans in 2023. While this number might not mean much at first glance, it averages out to roughly 18,800 fans per game across 34 games. That's a decrease of 156,000 fans overall and 4,600 fans per game, which means there's a negative 19.7% difference. So think about that. So far this year, basically half the year, 4,600 fans, approximate, fewer per game this year to last year.
Man.
That would also go a long ways to explaining why Luis Robert was in top 20 in voting for American League outfielders, despite being one of the best players in baseball this year. 4,600 fans a game.
That's brutal.
I mean, that's a reason to sell. Your fans are not interested.
Yeah.
They have tuned out. They are pissed.
In a moment when baseball, it's up all over the place. Every game of the Cincinnati and Atlanta series had more than 40,000 people. It was the most attended series in the history of the Great American Ballpark. And you had 55,000 obviously in London, which helped a lot. But it's the third straight weekend that 1.5 million fans attended baseball games. First time since 2015, the first back-to-back weekends of at least 35,000 per game. So all around the game, teams are having a big jump, and the White Sox are dead last. You know, I mean, Colorado.
These numbers are as of last week before the Red Sox series, which did have some good crowds. So just to be fair, yeah.
I'm looking at the page on Baseball Reference that the blog was referencing. So now it's 4,100. Now it's 4,100 less per game. But
thanks to the Red Sox fans.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly right. And the closest team is Colorado's down 1,700. Nobody else is down more than 2,000. Not even Oakland. Oakland's up 1,000. Probably based on the one night of 27,000.
The Red Sox fan contingent was not nearly as large as you would think this weekend. That caught me off guard big time because they're trash this year too. Red Sox are trash.
Fair enough. And call it a pot shot by me. The point is, if no one else is down, 2,000 fans?
Boy, a pot shot by you is not.
What you also have to consider, like this weekend, like fans are still going to go out when the weather's awesome. You still want to do something outside when the weather's awesome. It was 85 on Saturday. It was 81 on Sunday. It was beautiful on Friday night. Like the bigger teams still get local fans out there. I'm not defending the White Sox because I've been out to a bunch of games when I said I was going to go to none and I canceled my season tickets. It's just different. The vibe is just different. But when a big team like that comes in, it brings out the local fans.
Man, all year last year, we tried to figure out if it was the worst vibe of a season in the history of Chicago sports. All year, that was the conversation. So when I see a texter say, I usually go to 10 or 12 games a year, I've yet to go. You know, I mean, it's last year. It's the lingering effect of last year, and then the off season where they didn't do a whole lot.
April kind of crushed it. I think.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Then they started out like that,
and it's not even like we could say, well, it's getting more and more expensive to take your family to a baseball game. It's the White Sox. For one thing they do well is make it affordable for you to take your family to a baseball game. There are plenty of packs, $5 bleacher tickets, $5 hot dogs, $5 beers, $20 2 tickets paired with 2 beers. Like they make it affordable, but when the product on the field makes it seem like you're going to a funeral, it's not fun. Sometimes I still have fun. But. I love going to Cork beforehand and having a bucket of High Life and then going into the stadium, having a couple beers, going to Cork after.
Having fun when we all see each other at the game, when we go down to the 108, or you see people you know from the industry or just people that are listeners that give us positive interactions. There's a difference between that and having a good time and then going to see the team on the field.
Yeah, it's no. You guys know that you will have fun because of those kinds of things.
Right.
A lot of fans are not sure whether they'll have fun, and they feel like they need the team to provide some of the fun.
Well, they're funny like that. You want to support a good product. Like, I never want to fan shame over attendance. If the product is good and you don't support it, then that's one thing. But if the product is not worthy of your support, man, you could spend your money elsewhere. A lot of things to do in this city.
Can I nitpick something?
Oh, please.
To White Sox fans, stop bitching about parking prices. With the construction on these expressways and highways, you're going to get here quicker taking the Metro and the Red Line anyway. Stop bitching about having to pay $30 for parking and get on the Metro, get on the Red Line. That shouldn't prohibit you from going to a baseball game. And also, $30 to park for 5 hours is not expensive.
It's not. I mean,
the parking thing bothers the crap out of me. Shut up.
All right.
No, you shut
Heard,
up.
Chef. Yeah. If you're going to park, if you're paying $30 to park to go see an awesome team, you're happy about it. It's all, everything is slanted through negativity with that fan base and that organization right now. Deservedly so.
Yeah.
Deservedly
Paid
so.
$50 almost 20 years ago when they're in the World Series. I'd park on someone's lawn and no one had a problem with it.
You're thrilled.
An IIT in one of their parking lots.
You're thrilled.
Half a mile away.
Yeah, not a problem.
It's
Take my
fine.
car. I'm going to the World Series. It's fine.
People left their car on the highway, like Danny wants to most days as he's driving in.
I consider abandoning my car once a week.
Little bit of Cubs news, but you'd know it already if you were listening to this show where Nico Horner basically confirmed that Jared Young is being called up. Jared Young, first baseman, part of the roster. Miles Mastrobuoni optioned to AAA. Also, Brandon Hughes transferred to the 60-day injured list, but he's out for the rest of the year, as we know, having that weird surgery. Trey Mancini is in the lineup playing DH. It is my hope, it is my contention that he plays not one more inning at first base the rest of the year.
And I'd like him to hit a little bit more if he's going to be the DH.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And he said the other day after that horrendous game that it's all on me. It's not the first time that I've made a mental mistake at first base. It feels awful to have hurt the team. It's not a human who's ready to play more first base in the major leagues anytime soon. So Jared Young is here to back up Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, great, good. Maybe they're moving away from Mancini at first base. I think that seems like what they're doing.
Not one more inning.
Good. Let's hear the Bob Nightingale on what he said is going on, that there's a rooting interest. Is it for or against? Well, he answers it for the White Sox around baseball right now.
A lot of people in Chicago pay close attention to as well because of the rivalry with the Cubs. And you say general managers are quietly rooting for the White Sox and the Cardinals to keep losing simply to enhance the commodities at the August 1st trade deadline, with the Sox expected to shop Lucas Giolito, Lance Lynn, and Mike Clevenger, along with Kendall Graveman and Joe Kelly. Bob, of those five pitchers, is it a gimme that Lucas Giolito would have the greatest number of teams interested, even as a rental, even if the Sox are asking for a small fortune?
I think so, yeah, definitely. Just because there's hardly any starters available, and he's having a borderline all-star type season. So I think he'd be a great fit for a number of teams. And he's a free agent, so he knows he has to pitch well down the stretch to enhance his own value. But I would think they could get a decent amount for Giolito. And some team, can say, you know what, if he's comfortable here, maybe he'll want to stay, and they can try to sign him long term.
Rooting against them because they want those players. I don't know why they're bad here, the industry is saying, but maybe we can make them good at somewhere else.
And they assume that they need that clarity, like we were talking about, that the White Sox need a certain level of clarity, that we're out of it, that they're out of it, and they can be sellers. That's what everybody else assumes.
That's why I would love for Jerry Reinsdorf to speak. Or Kenny. Someone other than Rick. Poor Rick. Guy just... He talks about speculation, he rails against speculation, and then he feeds speculation, and then they just keep playing these games because that's how it works. Yeah. All right, fine.
It's kind of
then you're going to get the speculation.
A miserable way to...
It sucks.
So to live your life.
Listen, Tom Ricketts, he went on the flagship station. He wasn't on with 60 Minutes. He was on at a pub in front of fans talking to his broadcast team.
Mm-hmm.
But he made a little bit of news. He said, as of now, we'd be buyers. All right. That's something. He talked about Stroman. You know what I mean? That's a level of accountability and accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Cohen is pissed at how the Mets are playing. He tweeted, "You're going to hear it from me straight tomorrow. Press conference." John Sherman, press conference, Thursday morning. It would not be that hard for Jerry Reinsdorf to say, all right, the beat writers can come into my office for 30 minutes and we'll talk. He could do that if he wanted to. It would be healthy. It'd be very healthy for the organization to actually put out the messaging from where they're at. In 20 minutes, we'll talk to an expert on Fred VanVleet and see what's going to happen with the Rockford native this offseason if the Bulls have any shot to poach talent from the Raptors. But a huge story from a few weeks ago. We now have more public context on it. It's next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score.
Everybody wants to be playing in October, and I think this group is capable of doing that. To do that, we have to ramp things up a little bit. We have to have high energy practices. We know that it's 162 games. We know that we're going to have bad weeks. We know we're going to have bad games. We need to have short-term memory and understand the process. And what's the process? The process is we're going to work every day as hard as we can possibly can to kick your ass at 7-10. And that's what we have to do, and that's what we have to stay focused on.
The idea of this team being in a championship window is something White Sox fans talk about a lot, and opportunities and years wasted. What sense of urgency do you feel?
Oh, there's a lot of urgency. There was 3 jobs available in baseball this year, and this was the one job that you're expected to win right now. So there is urgency, and urgency is not just 3 or 4 months from now. Urgency is right now, picking a staff. Right, those are the guys that are going to set the tone when spring training starts in their respective fields. When we head to the cages, I'm probably not going to be there 24/7 in the cages, and I'm not going to be on the mound in the bullpens 24/7 with Ethan and his staff. So the urgency starts now in picking a staff that you trust is going to carry out the message and the vision that we have for this organization.
White Sox fans are going to point out all these games are not at 7:10. You're kicking ass at 3:05, right?
3:05, 1:05, whatever time we're playing.
Tune in to Twitch. Afternoons on the Score.
I still hate live. Like, I hate live. Like, I hope it goes away.
We'll talk some Bulls at 4 o'clock. Nico Horner was great. Might bring some of that back a little bit later on in the show. Ridiculous stretch for the Cubs coming up. Looks like they're going to be playing through this bad air quality here in Chicago. Please stay inside if you can avoid going outside. No reason to do that. But Rory still hates live. Is live over? Is it merging? The Saudis own golf. What do you got, Speaks?
Yeah, but it's that, right? The Saudis do own golf.
They bought the whole sport.
They bought the whole damn thing, and
they want to buy more.
They want the sports washing. This is global. This is the intent, and I think you always had a good understanding of that, right? That this is about appointing the PGA Tour to be in charge of golf all over the globe with the Saudis' money, and to take it as far as they can possibly take it.
Yeah, it seems like it's two things. The sports washing criticism of, hey, look at all of these people that are doing business with us. If these legitimate entities are doing business with us, then you can do business with us.
Uh-huh.
And like any hedge fund or billionaire, they're diversifying their assets. It's like we have way too much of our money tied up in oil. So let's move some of our oil money into sports.
And they looked around
Right.
and they found the PGA Tour, this thing that was controlling golf in America. And they said, you're good at this.
Yeah.
You're good at this. So
we like golf.
Work with us. And PGA's like, nah. So they said, okay, well, we'll just try this then.
Right.
They threw money at the wall with the live golf thing. And then the PGA Tour is like, you're causing us problems. Like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, remember that offer we made? Let's talk. And so this 6-page agreement is out. And the word global is just everywhere.
Sure.
The whole thing is based on this idea. Global initiative. Global used several times. And Nuco, the company that they're forming is called Nuco.
Nuco.
And I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
What is it a combination of? New company?
New and company.
It's brilliant. That's brilliant.
I freaking love that so much.
Nuco.
It tickles me. So
Mill College. Nuco.
What should we call our new company? Wait, stop there. Let's back up in the word company a little.
I got an
we
idea.
We don't need empany.
We don't need the empany.
We don't need that. But
NEWCO.
That's what it is.
It's called Nuco.
So yeah, and Jay Monahan's in charge of everything. He can do whatever the hell he wants, including whatever he wants with Live Golf. They're going to undertake a full and empirical data-driven evaluation of Live and its prospects and potential. We'll make a good faith assessment of the benefits of team golf in general. Blah, blah, freaking blah.
Right.
Jay Monahan is in charge of absolutely everything, and the money
It doesn't happen to say how much money he got, does it?
No.
Because I still want that to become public from some active journalism.
I understand. But
I'm guessing $25 million.
I'll tell you the other thing that I'm realizing here. The fact that golf is thinking that they can maintain their tax-exempt status as a nonprofit is laughable. And I know nothing gets the radio meter going more.
Oh, this is,
than tax-exempt status and government hearings.
For golfers.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Screw these guys.
Yeah.
Has Nuco thought about playing at the Top Golf right off the 88 corridor?
They should.
Yeah.
I think they totally should.
Space over there.
Yeah. And you know where their headquarters should be, Shane? Where the Churchill bunkers are, I think.
Quite the distance.
It's a little bit.
Hey, but it's global.
Yeah.
but it's global.
There's a U.S. Senate
Now you're thinking like
subcommittee.
Nuco.
You're thinking how Nuco thinks? So, yeah, there's like this U.S. Senate subcommittee meeting that's happening on July 11th. And it's like, whatever you can do as a government to take some of this money and theoretically put it towards other things, would be great. I think I can speak for everyone when I say that the golfers and the PGA and the freaking Saudis don't deserve like tax breaks and tax exempt status and government favoritism.
No, I mean, listen,
is that a pretty clear universal thought?
I think everybody probably agrees with that. It's a
God.
The thing is for me, the golf fan, is it sucks. I'm not proud of it, but it's like, all right, I am glad that this little stupid experiment seems to be over, and that all of the best players in the world will be playing together more often, and that the focus can come back to golf. Like, and I know that is playing right into their hands.
It is. Well, that's
and mission accomplished and all of that. But I am just one man who enjoys golf on in the background on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't know what you want from me.
Consider this a moment where the opportunity to continue anyone's righteous indignation is available, and most people will just go, this is it. This is, talk about sports washing and why it works. This is another moment where you're finding out new stuff. And I know you say you want to know what Jay Monahan's going to make, and you'll find that out and you'll be like, I can't freaking believe it. My God. And then we'll keep moving on because that's how it works. Meanwhile, the Washington Wizards were bought by the Qatar, the whatever the foundation is in Qatar,
right?
That is also interested.
Well, listen, when I saw this come across, I didn't read it. That's how little I care at this point. So everything that you're telling me, I'm just trusting that you read it accurately. I have no idea. Texters are saying that NUCO is a placeholder name for a new business in textbooks. I have no idea.
Okay.
So,
all right, fine.
Yeah, I didn't even read it. I don't know. Because it once it happened and everyone threw up their hands, it became a whole heck of a lot less interesting. And they're very clearly gonna win. Like the arms race of they're into wrestling and they're into golf and they're into soccer and they're into F1. Like so it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll get into the NFL in some way or the NBA in some way or international tournaments, whatever it is, but they very clearly are just trying to diversify their investments and money isn't clean, man. No.
It never is.
What billionaire makes you feel good? There's so few.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple, but normally their siblings are not great. You know what I mean? Like it's a very tough. It's a tough line of business to be in and be altruistic and humanistic and genuinely good for society.
I think they should stick with NUCO.
You think you just stick with NUCO?
I think they should stick with it.
The PGA Tour. It's the NUCO Open. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just give me my golf. Just give me.
You'll get it.
And by the way, buy the White Sox. Buy the White Sox. Spend money. I'd be here for it at this point. I'm jealous of these cities that have the ownership groups that I know it's going terribly for the Mets. My guess is Mets fans are still happy.
Well, I think they know that they can buy their way out of trouble.
Right. Bob Myers for Golden State? Jealous of it. Right? It's tough to really make a difference as an owner in the NFL. Like, you can do some harm, obviously, like the Snyders, but the Brown family in Cincinnati, you get Joe Burrow, hey, you're not a bad owner anymore. Wow. Funny how that works. But in the sports where it can really make a difference, yeah, I want my owner to be a rich hobbyist who's got a ton of money. And would I like it to come from an altruistic place? Sure. That's just a very short list at this point.
Turns out, Danny, that tonight's Symphony versus Tchaikovsky matchup over at the Pritzker Pavilion is going to go on as planned. Just announced by Millennium Park. So no double header tomorrow. The concert for Chicago will indeed be going on this evening.
But you're not bring your trumpet over there just in case one of those guys gets his lungs blown out. You might have to step in.
Huffing and puffing on this fire pit air. Yeah, no, I'm not going. Made the choice to bail. I gotta stand by it. when the whole downtown tastes like a fire pit. Canceled plans. Does it look a little less hazy out there?
It looks less hazy. I can see the tops of buildings. I mean, that's my very unscientific way of measuring this sort of thing. I can see the tops of buildings now. That feels like progress. Josh Lewenberg, we asked someone, like, hey, who's the best person to talk Raptors? They're like, you got to talk to Josh Lewenberg of TSN Sports. We're like, awesome. Fred VanVleet, what the hell's going to happen with him? Could they possibly be trade partners for Mark Eversley's old squad? It's next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show.
Everyone told me I was going to lose, that it was really easy to shatter an apple or split an apple with your bare hand. I didn't believe that to be the case. I gave Shane 3-1 odds, $20 if he can't, 60 from me if he can. Phenom, Sean Anderson in for Tanny. Can you examine the apple, please, to be sure that there are no marks or nail bites or anything like that? He hasn't already dented the apple.
Like a pre-cut apple?
That's what I'm worried about here.
Wow. He's looking
clean.
It's a clean apple. Okay.
Could you examine his hand, make sure there is no blade embedded in his hand or anything like that?
No blade and also no sticky stuff. And he's not wearing a hat, and I'm not going to ask him to unbutton his pants. So
Okay.
we're looking
Okay.
good.
You can
if you want.
670thescore.com.
I got 2 apples.
You got 2 apples.
I think I'm going to do it 2 ways. That's how confident I am. All right, so I'm going to do the first one with one hand, all right?
Okay.
All right. Oh, wow.
That was pretty easy.
I can't see it. I'm in the ad part of the Twitch stream.
And then I'm going to do this one.
He's right there.
Oh, wow. That
I'm
was
also just incredibly strong.
That was crazy. He just grabbed the apple with 2 hands and just broke it apart.
And the first one I did with one hand. We'll have video of that on
You
replay
did?
if you want it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My Venmo is Shane Reardon, by the way.
Yeah, what type of apple was that?
I did 2. I did a Gala apple or a Gala apple, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and a Fiji.
A Fiji. Neither of those are as good as a Honey Crisp, so it doesn't count. Sorry about that.
Now I'll send you the 60.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Those network nitwits wouldn't know a decent announcer from a Ken doll. Do you see what this is? Yeah, your hand. That's my fist. When I close it while we're on the air, you close your mouth. That's the most important skill in this job. That's you talking. That's you shutting up. Comprende?
Afternoons on The Score.
That clip you just heard was from Winning Time, the man who created the show, and a ton of other unbelievably cool things. On this show, he's the running backs coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Adam McKay will join us at this time 2 days from now. Thursday at 4 o'clock. Adam McKay is going to be on the show.
Also, an executive producer of Succession.
Yes, an executive producer of Succession. I maybe directed the first episode. I think he did. I think he directed the pilot also of Succession, and then kind of has like no show producer credits, but still gives them notes every now and again.
I mean, that show just finished a remarkable run that stands complete as a narrative work of art and stands up there with just about anything that American television has ever done. So he's got that under his belt as well.
Vice, The Big Short, Step Brothers, Anchorman, one of the coolest IMDb pages ever.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be making his, fourth appearance? Fourth appearance? Third appearance, Shane is telling me. Third appearance on the show, so looking forward to that. Thursday at 4 o'clock. So our guy from Toronto, of course, just needed to push it back about 30 minutes right before the segment started. So we're going to talk to Josh Lewenberg around 4:30.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that because we got to figure out which way the Raptors are going. Are they in the willing tank mode? Are they not? And that could inform some of the Fred VanVleet dreaming that is going on for, me and some others.
Yeah, so I've had this in my back pocket since last Thursday night when we recorded First and Pod, which people should subscribe, rate, review, get it wherever you get your podcasts. Me and Andrew Filipponi, afternoon host in Pittsburgh, college buddy of mine. We do it twice a week during the NFL season, once a week in the offseason. In season, it's every team, every week, every game. In the offseason, we do big stories. And for now, in the real slow time of the NFL calendar, we are bringing on guests. We're going to just bring on our friends throughout media. And our first one was our buddy Nick Wright from First Things First, who was a year ahead of Pony, who was a year ahead of me. In college, so we all kind of went through the system together. But he told some stories, and we're going to play the clip here in a minute. But I feel like I've done a lot of topics over the 10-plus years I've been doing this thing professionally of is bulletin board material real? Do they care about what we say? Do they actually listen to the radio, see the newspaper, read their mentions? You know what I mean? All these things get debate. Does trash talk matter? Do those sort of things actually matter to the professional athlete? You've been a part of these conversations before.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I've always thought that stuff, it depends what gets through, but some stuff can absolutely work like that, but it's hard to know exactly when. It's hard to get documented stories of it. Every once in a while they'll say, this particular thing, but sometimes it's like random and sort of vague. Like, they said we couldn't do it. You're like, who said you couldn't do it? What are you talking about?
Right, like the guy on Georgia after they won the national championship was like, nobody believes in us. You guys were preseason number 1 and you were coming off of a national championship. I really have no idea what you're talking about. So.
Yeah.
Right.
I always they can never take this away from us. Who's going to take it? Relax.
Yeah, who's taking your piece of metal?
Not Rob Manfred.
Yeah, no
he's not.
No one's going to do that.
But a specific example is rare to come by.
Right. But I have definitely been on the side of downplaying it as someone who's pro trash talk. because I'm like, hey, trash talk is good for entertainment. It's good for narrative. It's good to get casual fans involved. And like, what are you really? This team really needs to be extra motivated for the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah. They really need to be extra motivated for the Super Bowl.
They do, because they're humans. They all need stuff to get them to play that little extra bit harder, or to get out of bed in the freaking morning and do that extra workout that you're trying to do. Everybody needs stuff.
And so, like Tanny, when we played the Bob Nightingale clip about 15 minutes ago from Mully and Haugh, saying that executives around the league are rooting for the White Sox to lose so that they're sellers, so that they can poach their talent. He was like, oh, look, this could be bulletin board material, locker room motivation for Pedro Grifol. They're rooting for us to lose. They think you guys are going to collapse, and then you're all going to be traded elsewhere. Now, that, of course, could backfire if they actually all want to be traded. Be like, damn right, I want to go to the Dodgers. But
so, yeah, it's always available.
It's always available. It's pretty easy to find.
It's a matter of actually wondering if it breaks through and gets into the clubhouse and goes up on the proverbial, wait for it, bulletin board.
Correct. And so after we did a draft of all 32 teams in the NFL, we did a 32-team snake draft of most likely to win the Super Bowl, and we put stakes on it, and we try to get together once or twice a year, the three of us in the same spot, and we were like, whoever drafts the team that wins the Super Bowl, the other two people have to pay for their weekend. Their flights, their accommodations, whatever the case may be.
I like it.
So fun bet among the friend group for the NFL season. But after we did that, talked to Nick for a little bit. And after he told these stories, I was thinking about bulletin board material, but it begins by just, man, you have become such a polarizing media figure, not only among fans, but among athletes. What the hell is that like?
Overall, it's cool, and I enjoy it in the macro. In the micro, it is like stressful. The fact that there's like an Eastern bloc of Europe that just is like, this guy, that's weird. Like, so Mark Schlereth works with us on FS1, does a radio show in Denver. Yeah. Also, I don't know why, I don't know where it comes from, but is real personal friends with Mike Malone, coach of the Nuggets. So I went on Stink, is what everybody calls him, his radio show a couple days ago. And he spent 2 hours, God bless him, defending me on Twitter after. Like, because people were angry he had me on. And one of the responses he gave was, honestly, you guys should thank Nick. He's part of the reason the Nuggets won the championship. And then somebody responded, was like, that's just the dumbest thing you've ever said, Stink, blah, blah, blah. And he tweeted this. He goes, say that when you see my text thread with Mike Malone about how much he motivated them. So Michael Malone, who clearly is like super in the media stuff, I think like leaned into it. So that is objectively cool. And I'll tell you guys one other story that I don't know if I've ever told publicly. Do you guys remember in 2018, the Cavs, Kyrie had left the Cavs. They were a disaster. They had made the Kyrie trade. They had Isaiah Thomas. It didn't work. It looked like it was going to flame out. And then right at the deadline, they traded 5 players, brought in 7 players, blah, 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 blah. So I had a close friend in that organization. It is not LeBron James. It's just someone in the organization, coaching staff, front office. And I texted him after the deadline. And I said, I don't think I've ever told this story publicly, but it's now been long enough. I think it's okay. And I said, hey, man, I like those moves. And he texted me back, you should be. I'm sure you do. You're the reason for him. So I called him. It's like, what are you talking about? And I had 2 days for the deadline done like a 3-minute rant on First Things First. That this is LeBron James, maybe the greatest player ever. Certainly the greatest player in the history of your franchise. Has already won you a title. This is likely his last year in Cleveland. You owe it to him, even if it's mortgaging the future a bit, to do everything you can to give him one last chance at a championship in Cleveland. A 3-minute, passionate pounding table version of that. The guy that I was close with, played that for the owner, according to him. And they okayed the go all in on the year.
Like, you impacted the lives of Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, amazing. All of it.
Wow. So Dan Gilbert, the Cavs owner, wasn't sure he was going to really try and go for it, and then was convinced with the help of a Nick Wright rant
to throw in the 2018 first-round pick into the trade. So George Hill, Rodney Hood, Jordan Clarkson, Larry Nance Jr. for Isaiah Thomas, Jay Crowder, Channing Frye, Dwayne Wade, Iman Shumpert, Derrick Rose, and their 2018 first-round pick. All of those people, including 2 Hall of Famers in Dwayne Wade and Derrick Rose, all of those people, lives impacted, families moved, kids changing schools because of a 3-minute Nick Wright video 2 days before the deadline. And Mike Malone, coach of the Denver Nuggets, texting friend Mark Schlereth that the current NBA champion motivated by things that he was saying on television. That is wild, man.
So I have a couple thoughts here. It's fascinating to be to find out that you had an impact in that way. So a couple thoughts. One is that these are not players, but they are obviously they're architects. They're coaches who are impacting. They're pulling the puppet strings, or a GM or whoever it is on a coaching staff or a front office.
But
like
Mike Malone was using it to motivate us, showing the clips to the players.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's the coaches and or the front office very much attuned to the media landscape, some more than others, but absolutely using that stuff to then motivate the players. I'm sure there are many instances of players using the bulletin board material themselves, but in these two cases, it's really interesting. It's the guys who are in charge of motivation,
right,
above and below. We got to motivate the owner to get him to actually buy in.
That's right,
and to motivate the players. So that part is very interesting to me.
Yeah, and on some level, give you a little hope. Like, hey, passionate suggestion for Rick Hahn. Honestly.
Well, that's the other part of it. That's my other thought, is that is aspirational for anybody who's in the take business.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when you're crafting, if you're sitting there crafting your thoughts, you're like, hey, man, maybe if I say it loud enough, and we make jokes like that all the time, if I say it loud enough, maybe Trey Mancini will not play another inning at first base, and you feel like somebody might have been listening as they drove home or what have you.
I think that things have changed, because I do think that it is like the old, like, we don't read the newspaper. Right? That was what it was for forever. We don't listen to the radio.
Mm-hmm.
That was often a lie, but also super believable. You could get into your radio and only listen, or get into your car and only listen to music stations, or back in the day, CDs or your playlist or whatever. You could absolutely tune out newspaper and radio.
Sure. If we take it to the Jordan Bulls as a standard 20, 30 years ago, somewhere between that, if they just chose not to listen to the score while they were in the car and didn't turn the newspaper over on their breakfast table, they could successfully not hear stuff unless a media member said, hey, I don't know if you heard this, but...
Right. That was how it got to them.
Yep.
Exactly. Or
that was the only way.
Or in their friend group, their family, like, you know what I mean? Those people don't tune it out, and then, hey, did you hear what they're saying about you? Right. Like, it got to them, but...
Maybe.
But not always. Now...
somebody's going to text it to you, or you're going to see it yourself on social, or
these multi-billion-dollar companies are that valued because they are literally addictive. They are addictive if you are radio hosts and radio producers, lawyers and doctors, teachers, asphalters, or point guards and quarterbacks.
We're not asphalting.
We're not asphalting. No, it's confusing.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like,
sometimes I feel like I am. You know what I mean?
But people are like, oh, Kevin Durant's in his feelings. He's in his mentions.
We're not asphalting or cutting the lawn here.
they all are. Like, it's... I really do think, like, if you do a passionate thing that goes viral as a fan or a blogger or a radio host or a TV person or whatever about Tim Anderson, and Tim Anderson's going to see it.
Yeah.
Like, just like for better or worse, he's going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's not the greatest example because we know he's locked into social media. But
there was one over the weekend, too, where someone from White Sox Twitter, I think it was Patrick Nolan, tweeted like a sarcastic thing about everyone on the roster. Like, Tim Anderson is a leader. And then he went and liked it.
yeah. Amazing.
Oh, God.
Of course.
There you go.
Of course.
Or Rick Hahn could listen to the morning show and comment on John Heyman and start a local sports station.
A local sports station.
Local sports station.
We don't know which one he was listening to.
Yeah. It was probably the one where the guy said the thing that he was reacting to.
Stop jumping to conclusions. You don't know that.
It was probably that one.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I found that, and I mean, there's other examples that I just know from being friends with him, running into players at clubs. Man, the Boston Celtics played a clip from Nick on his show on the Jumbotron before a playoff game.
Yeah, no, he's clearly penetrated. He's clearly penetrated NBA teams and the zeitgeist of the NBA. It's a pretty remarkable thing for him personally. That's for sure.
But I just think it remove us from the takeosphere of the media landscape of it. Just like the idea. Oh, and remove my friendship from Nick. Like the idea that an NBA coach is texting his friend that a media member absolutely impacted a team on its way to a championship. So like, I feel like it like opens and shuts the case. Like, of course, bulletin board material is real.
Of course it is, because they're humans. I feel like so many of the topics or realizations, or maybe it's just my nature that I end up trying to prove the point or say, hey, athletes, they're just like us. You know, we do this in a million different ways, whether it's looking at, wow, they struggle with mental health, or wow, they struggle with anxiety. Like, do you get a little anxious in certain situations? So does Trey Mancini at first base when a ground ball comes. Like all these different things, you know? Oh, do you feel the pressure of working in a new town with a new contract or a new job? So does Jamison Tyone. So does Trey Turner, who's got an OPS under 700 in the first year of his new deal. So, you know, it's interesting to get the specific examples, but for me, I tend to always believe the humanity part of it. It's just a matter of knowing exactly what they heard or not. And that's, to me, the great value in getting stories like that from Nick, is that you hear, oh yeah, so there it is.
There's the specific of it.
It does shut the case.
But it's hard.
Freaking humans, man.
Right, but so like the Jamison Tyone thing.
Yeah.
Why isn't Dansby Swanson struggling?
Because he's wired differently. He's got some level. That's why I talk about the Tao of Dansby Swanson that one day, or you read his other quotes. Like there's something about him. He is, frankly, more evolved than Jamison Tyone to deal with that level of anxiety, or he's just wired differently from the get-go. Which one of those?
Well, or that's putting too much of it on the mental side of it.
But if you're
maybe it's not the only reason that he's struggling. Like Tyone's mechanics might be off.
Right. Well, but he certainly worked on that, and he came to the conclusion that that's what it was. And a lot of other people came to the conclusion that that's what it was, and that's what they said. So if you're going to admit that that's a thing, it's just like, I mean, some of us are better at things than others. Some of us are more equipped than others. Some of us are wired differently. I struggle with food in a way that you've never struggled with food, right? Things like that, whatever it is.
I am trying to not drink or smoke for 5 days.
For 5 shows.
Not the shows.
Yeah, no, the shows I'm always sober.
Not.
Yeah.
He did say last night, or in the meeting, that it was just evenings. So maybe now he's just switching to like 1 p.m.
Yeah, you know, because I don't during the day.
Is it 5 full days? 3 p.m. Thursday when we're having a bourbon with Wani and Tony Wise.
Oh, Christ.
Quick little bottle of Camus at 1 p.m.
All right, no, I mean.
I know, it's hard, dude. I know.
But I'm not going to. Yeah, I mean.
Tony doesn't drink, right?
No, Tony does not drink. So probably just a beer.
You team up with Tony for the 3 o'clock hour tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or Thursday.
I just wanted to see if it would improve my sleep. And I was like, yeah, I told Steph about it. I was like, yeah, you know, like Sunday, I'm going to Summerfest Friday night. I was like, so I'm going to have a couple beers Friday night. She's like, well, you had a beer Sunday during the day when you were at the pool. I was like, okay. Sunday night through Thursday, I was like, yeah, I forgot about that.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to go 5 days.
Let's support that. I don't need to drink on Thursday at 3 o'clock.
No,
I'm good.
I'm good. It's our first time seeing Wani after Italy.
Hey, Spinks is here.
Yeah, you're going to be here.
I'm breaking my drinking fast on Thursday for Wani.
You are?
Yeah, I've been going not during the week.
See, Danny, it's funny. I'm doing no carbs for these 5 days. No carbs at all these 5 days because I've got a specific goal I want to hit on July 1. That's Saturday. So I feel you.
Big carb day Saturday
Yeah,
coming.
but you can't do that because then you're right back on the train.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, no, it's hard.
By the way, Shane, my brother did the 2-day water fast that you did last week, and he absolutely loved it. Thrived.
Love that.
Said he felt great, but he was very careful on the first day back in terms of re-entry. He didn't want to just, destroy the system and the progress.
I was doing another one and accidentally broke it last night with one bite of Pequod's pizza in my fridge. So technically I'm doing like a 3-day fast, including one bite of Pequod's pizza.
Maybe you just should have done the Pequod's pizza fast.
Yeah, that would be
which
good.
is very popular.
Delicious.
Only have that for 3 days.
I don't know why we do this to
I'm
ourselves.
so hungry right now.
Yeah, and I'm
been rumbling the whole
jonesing for a
time.
vice. It's not good. It's not
You're
good.
testing yourself. You're seeing.
I just want to be sure that I can turn off the switch.
Got to know. It's why people do dry January.
Yeah, but that sounds horrible.
Dry 1 week of January.
I'm just saying, I'm trying 4.5 days.
You can do it.
To not de-stress. Like when you get that kid to sleep and you
No,
walk
man.
downstairs, in my head, like the glass of wine is poured already. Like as I'm walking down the stairs.
In fact, there should be a button that you can hit.
There should be.
From the kids' room.
Yes.
That pours the wine. So by the time you get down there, it's
Yeah, I
ready.
know. It absolutely. But I really am. I'm 7 steps down and I'm like, can't wait for this glass of red.
The little half bird in the ashtray.
Yes. Exactly.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, we're all the same.
Uh-huh.
Do you think the Canadian basketball breaking news is over?
I think
hope so.
It's funny. I found out what it was. It doesn't matter. But I saw a bit of breaking basketball news.
So he wasn't lying. Josh Lewenberg from TSN Sports wasn't lying to us?
It was telling the truth. Somebody was named the coach of Canadian basketball. And I was like, oh, that's what our guy's covering.
Okay. Well, he'll join us to talk about Fred VanVleet and if the Raptors and Bulls can be trade partners next on The Score.
Tomorrow, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins the Bernstein at Home show to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts.
The Cubs.
No,
Well, we want to hear your exit today.
I heard about Bernsey leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
at 10:15?
All right.
Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
Can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear
Let's
it?
hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
And you're fired. All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism.
Go.
But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh my God!
So
that's amazing.
All right, so look,
you couldn't even wait for the break.
Concept of weather.
No, this is what happened.
Does he
We're
not
sitting
know how
there,
planes work?
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like that's all he's doing
During the segment
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
He's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way.
But
I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context too, because isn't he going for
It's like orientation.
Orientation?
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Ah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go
downstairs. You take over, okay?
Nick Nurse asking Gary Trent Jr. come over to set a screen. But Drummond stays with him. OG drives by Drummond on a kick out for Fred. Fred Van Vliet with a huge bucket and bucket. The Raptors led offensively by the 32 from Van Vliet. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Onions! Onions! Big time onions!
Rockford's own Fred Van Vliet had a career year, 19-7. We dream of a homecoming to solve the Bulls' point guard problems. They can't afford him. They would need the Raptors to play ball, and even then, it probably can't happen. But even if
I dream of it, Danny.
I know you do. I know you do. So we asked around. We were like, who's the best person to talk Raptors? And they're like, hey, you got to talk to Josh Lewenberg of TSN Sports. And he joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hi, Josh. How you doing?
Well, I'm hoping I can live up to those very high expectations, but I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. What direction are the 41-41 Toronto Raptors planning to go this offseason and into next season?
Yeah, well, we'll find out pretty soon. I think we're starting to get a sense of where they're heading. I mean, they've been pretty clear even going back to the trade deadline when everyone was wondering what they would do and which direction they were going to go in. I think surprising some people in deciding not to sell and not even to just stand pat, but actually go out and buy and trading for Jakob Poeltl, as everyone was thinking, all right, well, maybe this is an opportunity to take advantage of what was in a lot of ways a lost season and get in on the Wemby sweepstakes. in what was a really strong draft class, they said no. They still felt really strongly about their core and wanted to build around it. Saw Pirtle as a missing piece, that center that they had been lacking for several years. And I do think that that's sort of where they stand now. Obviously, Pirtle, like Van Vliet, is a free agent as well, but this is a team that, despite missing the playoffs in 2 of the last 3 seasons, still feels like they've got something here with this core. Obviously, they need to change the way that they've built around it. Depth was a big issue last year, and for whatever reason, just something seemed off. They've already made a significant change in terms of the coaching situation. Nick Nurse out, Darko Rajakovic in. So that, I don't think in and of itself speaks to the direction. One of the things that they liked about Darko is that he could be a fit depending on which path they choose. He has a player development background, which leads some people to believe that, okay, well, maybe there is a rebuild coming. But he's also been around winning teams and great players, and they think that he's the guy that could potentially lead a competitive team as well. So I don't think that really told us very much here, but I mean, the sense that I get going into free agency is that they want to bring their guys back.
Oh, Josh. So you land the plane with the senses they want to bring their guys back. But the truth is, sounds like you don't know either. Sounds like nobody knows because we're looking desperately trying to figure out who might be willing to go backwards. Teams do it all the time in the NBA. And if you are going backwards, it's nice to have like a former star in DeMar DeRozan with an expiring contract that you could showcase to people. Or hell, maybe even take Lonzo Ball's horrific money for 2 more years while you're going backwards. But sounds like nothing's definitive.
Sounds like no. Speaks.
Well, no, but it sounds like maybe no. So does anybody in town feel more definitive than you? Or when you talk to your media friends, is everybody still in the maybe camp trying to figure it out?
I will rephrase for your benefit then. I will rephrase. This is not from talking to my media friends. This is from talking to people around the organization, people around the league. And again, I'll be a little bit clearer here when I say that when free agency opens over the weekend, the team's top priority will be to retain Fred VanVleet and Jakob Poeltl at the price that it's going to cost. And I think the team has a pretty good understanding at this point of what it's going to cost. It's not going to be cheap. Fred VanVleet, again, from talking to people around the league, probably going to cost upwards of $30 million annually, maybe even more than that. And Poeltl probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million, which is more than the Raptors have to spend. I mean, obviously, their own free agents, they have their bird rights. They can spend whatever they want. But assuming they don't want to pay the luxury tax, and can't imagine that they want to do that considering they've never done it outside of a couple years when they were a contending team. For a team that didn't even make the playoffs last year, probably not something they want to do. So, yeah, I mean, this is far from re-sign your 2 guys and then move on type of summer. They've got work to do. They're probably going to have to be more active in the trade market than in the free agent market because they're not going to have cap space or any money to spend. I think they are open for business to some degree. Maybe that means Pascal Siakam is out there. We've heard, obviously, OG Anunoby's name over the last few years. They've got to do something here. But, yeah, I mean, simply from an asset management standpoint, they can't afford to just let VanVleet or Poeltl walk for nothing. If they lose either of those players, or certainly both of those players, for nothing, that would be a disaster for them from an asset management standpoint. So, again, I don't know what their long-term direction is, but I do know that short-term, their plan is to bring both of those guys back. Their hope is to bring both of those guys back.
Josh Lewinberg covers the Raptors for TSN Sports. We were dreaming of Fred VanVleet in Chicago, Mark Eversley doing business with his old team. What should we know? Because, Mark Eversley is under Arturas Karnisovas. They're very tight-lipped as a front office. It's not going very well here. Josh, I'm kind of curious, given that you know Eversley and you know DeMar, what your impression is of more so Eversley, but also just the Bulls in general from the outside looking in based on what you know about him.
Yeah, the Raptors are the same way, a pretty tight-lipped franchise and organization, and sort of everyone that's been under that umbrella, been around the Raptors, been around Masai Ujiri, even Brian Colangelo before that. I know Jeff Weltman is the same way in Orlando. My experience with Eversley is that's sort of the way that he operates as well, as you guys were speaking to. I don't know. Like, I feel like they're in a similar spot to where the Raptors are at. Like, they looked really good a couple of years ago, as did the Raptors. I know a lot of people were talking about Toronto, Chicago, Atlanta even is like, those are the teams to watch in the East. And then all of a sudden they take this big step back last year. It's not where you want to be, right? Like, it's the murky middle in the NBA. You want to be worse or you want to be better, but there's not a whole lot to gain from fighting for play-in spots. Of course, you're the Miami Heat this year, I guess. But that's not a sustainable strategy, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It was tough for Chicago, I know, this year because of the uncertainty surrounding their draft pick. It was a little bit tougher to just say, all right, let's bottom out and try to get the top pick here because of the situation with Orlando and with Vooch. And the Raptors, I mean, they basically made the same decision, is that they decided to push forward here. I know Masai Ujiri is always talking about the parity in the NBA, and maybe that's an argument in favor of opting against the tank, is that, like, things were relatively wide open this year. I mean, obviously with an 8 seed making it to the NBA Finals, Sacramento is a good example of it too, right? Where, like, they're a disaster for decades, and then all of a sudden they make this really controversial trade where they trade from an area of strength and address an area of weakness, and all of a sudden they're a major player in the Western Conference. So
It's
I don't know.
true.
I think maybe teams like Chicago and the Raptors are hoping that there's that one little move out there, or two little moves that can really give them a boost in the Eastern Conference.
Now we're all in NBA hell together. Josh Lewenberg from TSN Sports. Thank you, sir. You lived up to the billing. Thank
All
you.
right, guys, take care.
Thank you.
Man, that is the murky middle. Him speaking of the reality of the Toronto Raptors murky middle and the NBA hell felt so freaking familiar.
Yeah, that
didn't
was
it?
that, yeah, don't lose assets for nothing. Couple of moves around the edges.
Oh!
Avoid the luxury tax.
It just happened to Miami.
Yeah.
Just like shooting for the bottom.
Yeah, they went 41 and 41 last year. The Bulls went 40 and 42.
Oh my God.
Those were the 9 and 10 seeds in the Eastern Conference. They are the same. They are the Spider-Man meme.
They are. They're just pointing at each other in the room.
We look like each other.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
both of them seemingly gonna just like stay right there in the middle and hope that one little move makes them better.
I texted a guy around the NBA. I said, like, all right, so who's tanking? Like, who absolutely is tanking?
Because that's what I feel like the Bulls need to find is some team that's willing and open to going in that direction. It sounds like the Raptors are sticking in the middle. What'd you get?
Washington.
Yeah.
Said other teams will be bad, but there were teams that were tanking for Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Washington is the only team that is obviously tanking. Every other team at least has young talent that they're excited about building around.
Okay, so now I want to know what the Wizards have to do to reach the salary cap floor, because every team has to be at least at the floor. You know, like they grabbed Paul, but then they trade Paul away. Jordan Poole makes a lot, though.
So Beal is gone. Porzingis is gone.
Uh-huh.
Right? Kuzma, he's still there.
Yeah. So you're looking at pieces. You want Kyle Kuzma for DeMar's expiring deal?
I mean, yeah, Kuzma would upgrade your team significantly. Kuzma would be great. I don't think that they're good. I mean, yeah, Kuzma would be. I would be thrilled to have Kyle Kuzma. Guy's 27 years old, average 21 a game.
Yeah.
Could get a little bit better as a three-point shooter, but not afraid to take him.
They just flipped Chris Paul. Maybe they'd flip us Jordan Poole. You want Jordan Poole? No, I don't really.
No.
Who's this Daniel Gafford character? Tell me about him.
We had him before.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. So.
I got you. Yeah, no, they just dealt Beal. But that's the kind of thing that we're looking for, that you're dreaming of, to try and figure out if they have a couple other little pieces. But we need a longer list than Washington.
So a huge sports story is about to hit Chicago. Want to talk about it here, including if the league has made an indefensible error ahead of the huge story next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
I don't see it like, well, he's still out there. He's still TA. That's our guy. That's the spark that he's going to do things that aren't being measured.
Logan Maddox from Jacksonville State. Logan, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, well, I'm doing better than I was last night in the sixth inning after realizing what I said on live air. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
We've been having a lot of fun with it, Logan. Not gonna lie.
You handled it perfectly.
Hey, I appreciate it. If there's one thing I've learned in this industry, you got to be able to laugh at yourself when you make a mistake, and that's what happened. So if nothing else, we beat the number 3 team in the nation last night. I wish that all the publicity was about that.
Stop.
And not about my flub.
No,
but
you
at
don't.
the same time, I'm happy that, maybe that brought some humor to people on a Tuesday night.
Logan, here's how I know you're lying. Because you retweeted the video that went viral.
I did. I was like, well, here's what's going to happen. I need to acknowledge that it happened and let people know, okay, yeah, I'm going to own up to it. Because if I don't, I'm afraid of what the, response will be to me saying that.
Did you think at all about perhaps not saying that the next pitcher was bringing the gas? Did you think about maybe not?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Whoops. I didn't even realize I said that. God. Man. Goodness. Probably should have reworded that one. You got me there.
Yeah. It was just... Last thing, you can be honest. We're in the trust tree here, Logan. Are you a little disappointed that you're not getting more attention for it?
None whatsoever. Again,
the line cut out again at a really fortunate time.
Beating up Ole Miss, the number 3 team in the nation. But, at the same time, it was funny, and I'm glad that I was able to bring some laughs to some people.
You're the best,
certainly
man.
did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan Maddox.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right,
Can you just give us another one, by the way?
Oh, my God.
What an artist.
dank afternoon.
What about dank? Afternoons on the Score.
How excited are you for Connor Bedard to be a Blackhawk?
It's pretty special, man. Like, in the NHL, having the great transcendent player can absolutely change a franchise for 10 or 15 years. And it hits more in the NHL than it does in any of the other sports. I mean, Connor McDavid just won his third MVP. Like, so these number ones, if they're special, can really just catapult your team into relevance immediately. So it's pretty damn exciting, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think that like superstardom and elite athletes are always exciting. I was not living in Chicago for the Hawks dynasty. It's the only time in my life that I wasn't living here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I experienced it from afar. I would come back. I would go to the bars with my friends for the Stanley Cup games. I would watch them from afar, but I wasn't here for hockey mattering.
Yeah.
So it's all still a little foreign to me. And I love going to games.
Yeah.
But I don't watch it on TV and I don't follow the league at all. So like my care level is fairly low. But I've always said, like, hey, is it darts? Is it bowling? Is it dodgeball? Like, if it's the best of the best, I'll watch it. So if this dude's the best of the best, yeah, I'm in.
I hear you. You know, I went through the active hockey education program while working with Mac as the Stanley Cups were getting, as the team was being built. I mean, I started with Mac 2009 when they were next. I remember doing the topic of like, boy, there's no feeling like being next.
Right.
When you're next in line at the drive-through or at the bank, you've been waiting in a line, whatever the hell it is. But being the team that knows it's next, and that's what the Hawks were. And then they go ahead and they put it all together and they win, and then they don't, and then they win, and then they don't, and then they win again. So like, I'm excited to dive back in to hockey on the regular and Blackhawks on the regular, and learn the way that this particular batch that's going to come together is going to play. You got 9 picks. You got 9 picks in the first few rounds tomorrow night in the draft, right?
Yeah, I think Haugh said it was what? It's
9 picks in the first 99 picks.
9 in the first 99. And they're not obviously all going to play right away, or
no.
Most of them will.
They're not going to make 9 picks. Just from the little that I understand about it, they're going to have to trade some of these to probably move up, move down, whatever. Trade into next year's draft.
Right. But Kyle Davidson's done a pretty amazing job of like getting ready to do a full-on rebuild, and then you get the luck of this draw, and it's going to be a completely new and relevant team rather quickly.
So explain this to me from Mark Lazarus's Twitter account. Connor Bedard, the NHL schedule just came out. Connor Bedard will make his NHL debut October 10th in Pittsburgh, part of a 5-game Blackhawks road trip to start the season, which Lazarus writes, frankly, is bewildering to me. So his home debut will be October 21st. Is it the circus? Is the United Center unavailable?
I'm looking at the United Center schedule for October right now. Fish is there on the 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Okay. So, what about the 10th and the 11th?
The 10th and the 11th. There's a concert there on the 10th. The 11th is open. Could do that, but they're not.
Feels like that should be a home game.
John Mayer solo. Boy, that's an ATM show for John Mayer right there on the 18th. That's an ATM tour. Holy hell.
It's his second time doing it.
What plays stadium solo?
Yeah.
Don't pay anybody else.
Yeah, is it John Mulaney? You know? Like, man, that's getting it done.
He's going to sell it out.
Yeah.
But if it's 2 concerts back-to-back with a day in between, they're not going to tear down all their scaffolding and put the ice there. Like, you're not going to do that for one game, for one day.
Between the concert on the 10th and then I bet Fish needs a little time to set up and tear down. I bet that's the deal. Fish taking over for 3 days on 13, 14, and 15. Probably means the 12th and the 16th are out of play, and then there's John Mayer on the 18th.
They turn these stadiums around so fast. The Fish plays on the 15th. You can't play at home on the 16th?
You can't put a stage and lighting up in a day. Dude, I live right by Wrigley. I watch it go up for the Wrigley shows. It takes 3 days.
Well, I don't know if I think stadium stuff like this, like indoor stadium stuff, they can probably do it quicker. they start. I mean, if Jackson Brown's The Loadout is true, they're starting to tear it down before the musicians are really even, off the stage. So they can do it at night on the 15th. But
that sucks, man.
Spin zone for Blackhawks fans, though. You're going to let your superstar play on the road for 5 games first and get used to NHL speed before he comes home and plays in front of you. That's the way I'm looking at it.
And you can go 5-0.
As the massive hockey fan that I am, I've done a lot of thinking about this over the last 3 minutes, and this is the way that I see it going down.
And then go 5-0.
It would suck to go 0-5.
Yeah,
3-2 on the road.
Dude, my hoops drug provider. He unfortunately he's passed. So I'm looking for a new source.
I thought you went to Dr. NBA.
No. The provider of the drugs, like he's trying to fix it and take the problem away.
That's right. He gives you hoops methadone.
Unfortunately, my dealer has passed, so I'm looking for a new source of high. And maybe it's the hockey.
You're going to be Hockey Shane.
Maybe it's the hockey. Maybe I just take over and be better than Jay Zawoski ever was.
I don't know.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, good luck.
How many gumballs could we fit?
Where's my
one of
marsh
peg? I've got my marsh peg.
I know he does. I know he's got it. He got it from Maddie at the 30th.
Whose voice was that?
That was Mac, because he was there too.
His marsh peg. He has
Matt
his.
never lost his
I'm
marsh
in a band called Tributosaurus.
It's gotta
I like
say.
the fives, man.
I care about fives in baseball.
I give awkward, dainty mid-fives to Luke and Ellis on a Sunday night. I'm not morphing into him completely. Come on.
No, not at all.
I don't have a half bird in the ashtray.
Unbelievable. We divide seasons into stretches, but the manager of the Cubs did it for us. It's next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm getting killed on Twitter, Lawrence. I'm getting killed like I'm Caitlin Collins.
Did your source die?
The loophole was closed.
He will be after today.
Raj closed my loophole.
This is supposed to be Danny Parkins' day.
I don't have a schedule guy anymore. My guy thought he was still a schedule guy, and then he woke up today, and he was no longer the schedule guy or girl, and now everyone on Twitter is dunking on me, and it makes me upset. and
Danny's going to be lashing out in all directions.
Well, but then I come into work today, licking my wounds, looking for support from my Score family, and Spiegs is out here retweeting things about how it's Danny Parkins' day, and then Ryan Porth comes in and he goes, "Hey, got something to show you." I'm like, cool. What do you have to show me? He goes, "Kevin Lapka made this," and it's a graphic because apparently they'd spent a bunch of time making graphics for me scooping the Bears schedule like I've done successfully the last 3 years.
Is you with a hat that says press on it?
So he made it's like a cemetery with a gravestone with my name on it for Danny Parkins schedule scoops May of 2020 to May of 2023.
Think how hard he worked on it.
He sucks.
Well, he's just doing his job.
No,
you suck.
Sorry.
That's on point. Right? That's on point. But here's the thing. I feel bad for Danny. I feel bad for Danny.
No. Yes, absolutely. He didn't need to make the graphic with the gravestone. That's too far.
Yesterday, like after I finished doing the promo, and Ray is like, "Hey, should we put Parkins on tomorrow?" And I'm like, why would we put Danny? And he's like, "Oh, the schedule stuff." I was like, "Oh, okay." I said, "But will he have it by the time we're on?" He's like, "Well, he should have it." And I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, let's book Parkins for the show. Once he gets the schedule, we can make it like a big deal."
Yeah.
And then Ray was like, "Yeah, so we're not going to do that today."
Yeah.
Are your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
You found yourself in quite a spot on television.
Fun sitting on a TV set with Luke Canellis. He's easy to hang out with. And then at the end, I looked and sounded as awkward as humanly possible.
Thank you for coming on out. Great to have you, Lou. Great to have Matt Spiegel in the house.
Great to have you.
Great to have you, Lou, on your own television show.
Great to have you, Lou.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Marta. Okay, let's talk about the handshake.
The slap.
We're calling it a handshake?
Every other day, you battle, and it all winds up dissolving into this kind of sportsmanship. You always wonder when the tempers have to calm down for the handshakes.
What am I supposed to do there? What is my move? Am I supposed to assume, like...
Not do the, like, most effeminate, like, third knuckle, weak, dainty grab of his hand.
With my right hand.
With your right hand and do a little tug.
I'm Grill Vogel, and welcome to my videotape Business Hugs. What you have here is a bad hug. It's insensitive and inappropriate for the work environment. Now, here's what I would have liked to have seen. Mark places his palm on John's face and then goes in for the hug. As a sign of respect, John moves Mark's small finger out of his eye line.
It's like the courtesy reach out when you're helping someone get off a boat onto the boat dock.
Yes! My lady.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Carrington, my co-host and friend in Kansas City, he goes, here is the rule. He goes, black guys have enough rhythm to adjust to whatever you go in for. I'm like, that's a great rule.
They started dabbing again, and so they're still not shaking hands, but they progressed past, bumping elbows.
Dapping. Dab is a very aggressive way where you could smoke some marijuana.
I thank you for enlightening this boomer. I actually knew what neither one meant, so I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. I would dab or dap with you any day.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Tim. Here we go. The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks for hanging out with Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. If you missed some of Nico Horner, we're going to bring it back in about 20 minutes. He was fantastic today about Ian Happ and the London trip and this ridiculous stretch of games that they have coming up. Which we will get into here in just a second. You also can text and Twitch in your questions for one last thing.
Yeah, it's a really good connective Tuesday thing we have going on here on The Score as the flagship home of the Chicago Cubs. Ian Happ and David Ross and Nico Horner, and you'll actually hear from all three of them within the Nico interview that you mentioned.
Yeah, Dan and Lawrence get Hap every week on Tuesdays. We get Nico every Tuesday, and then they get David Ross every other week. Mm-hmm. So pretty cool.
And Cubs moves, by the way. We don't have sports updates anymore, so we should let people know.
There.
Yeah, Jared Young, the AAA first baseman, who's been absolutely killing the ball, killing it like Danny killed updates when he came here.
No, that's not what happened.
So, but Jared Young's been killing it, and a close personal friend of Nico Horner, as it turns out. But he is up and is not in the lineup. Trey Mancini's in the lineup, but he's playing DH. So Jared Young will be a first base option should Cody Bellinger need a break at any point.
And it looks like there is going to be a game, that the air quality is going to be good enough to play.
Yeah. And the Chicago Symphony is going to be playing Tchaikovsky across the street. And I've canceled my date with the friends and the kids and stuff. And yet they're still going to play.
Well,
what the hell? I guess it's only Tchaikovsky's only trip in this season.
Sure.
So you can't just schedule another one.
It was a good scheduling change, though, by the Orchestra League, right? He's going to come every other year now?
Yeah, every year.
That's the plan?
It's an unbalanced schedule.
Right. That's good.
Yeah, it is. Ricardo Muti at Pritzker Pavilion is a pretty special thing this time of year.
So why don't you uncancel your plans?
Because that family lives up in a different place, and they cancel. I made the right call.
Yeah, you don't sound tortured by it at all.
It sounds like you're in your head about this one.
You think so?
Yeah. About whether or not you should bring the plans
You
back.
know what? I'm in my head, so Danny should proclaim something about it.
Ooh, we're going back there. Huh?
Wait, he said tortured. I do sound tortured. You're
that's fair.
You're entirely
All right,
correct.
where's the trumpet? Where is it? Just bring it out.
It's across the street with the orchestra.
I don't have as many orchestra proclamations. Don't worry. You can have this take all to yourself. It's not a problem.
I'd be interested in one orchestra proclamation from you. If you had to whip out a proclamation right now about an orchestra, what would it be?
Whip out an orchestra proclamation.
They're good.
Challenged.
They're good.
Nice.
Orchestras are good?
Orchestras are good.
Wow, nailed that.
They tend to impress me with their talents and the music that they put out.
Speaking of proclamations, you realize that the Cubs over-under right now, if you wanted to bet it, is like 79 and a half. That's just under my 80, isn't it? Did you notice that? Hammer the over, people.
Hammer it.
Hammer it.
Hammer it.
Yeah, but the over-under is not considered a floor. It's considered a median.
Oh, whatever.
Which is where my initial protest came.
What are we doing here?
3 months ago. He's saying to hammer the over, though. So he's saying
hammer the over.
He's going to get to the floor.
Because I think the floor
the
is
over-
80, which means I think the number should be around 84 and a half. Something like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is what the Brewers number is. As of right now, Brewers are at 84 and a half, the Reds at 78, Cardinals 76, Pirates at 72 and a half. Everybody thinks the Pirates are plummeting right back down to earth.
Because they are. Because the standings would say that is exactly what is happening.
Our guy John Morosi, by the way, is saying that Andrew McCutchen might get traded. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? After what just
After
happened?
what we went through on opening day, not be able to get a ticket to see the White Sox.
Yeah, you guys talked about the emotional pageantry of McCutchen being back there. You were there and you saw that. Now McCutchen might get dealt. I don't buy it.
It'd be terrible.
He's 35.
I know, but
having his best offensive year since 2015.
Yeah, let's face it, folks. He's not going to be a part of the next great pirate team, which will be who knows when. Let's be honest.
Trade him and sign him.
Yeah, they could do that.
That's the type of guy they would sign back.
God,
right?
that's like the office dinner party scene. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. You have any idea the physical toll that 3 vasectomies has on a person?
I do not. Danny had one.
I had one. It was one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Is there much pain in the aftermath?
No, it was fine.
Okay.
It was easy.
You'd do it again?
Yeah, I would do it 3 more times.
Quick little penis cut.
If I had to.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's on little. It was easy. There's no problem.
All right, good.
In and out. David Ross, though, when he was on with Dan and Lawrence, talked about the schedule and maybe the urgency that comes with the difficulty of this schedule for the Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, the time, the wear on the body, right? I mean, you're definitely concerned about how players are going to react and how their bodies are going to feel. The jet lag is real, all those things. I think coming back, from experience and talking to some of the guys at the Yankees and Red Sox, the way back is the harder part, and how we've got important games to play. We've got 13 games ahead of us with some crazy. We got 3 night games, and then day game, night game, day game, and then day 3 o'clock, 7 day, night, day, all the way to just some crazy times coming to the All-Star break where we'll get a little bit of a reset. So it's just really important that we play well coming back, how to take care of these guys' bodies, their rest, and so they can go out there and perform at their highest level. And I think those are the biggest concerns for me.
Man, that is a guy who's looking at the schedule and getting annoyed anew at just the particular moment of chaos that this schedule presents.
Yeah, I assume he's not doing that from memory because he did nail it. It's 3 night games, a day game, a night game, 2 day games, a mid-afternoon game, a night game, a day game, a night game, and then 2 day games.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the bouncer. But here's the thing.
And one of those night games, the Saturday one against Cleveland, is a 6:15er for nationals. So it's
not all the exact same.
Right. So even that is weird and can throw off the routine.
And then change time zones only once going to the East Coast for an hour to end they end before the All-Star break in New York, which, then for Dansby and Stroman.
Got to go to Seattle.
Got to go to Seattle from New York. Assuming they go to the All-Star game. So basically the longest flight that you can have, and then maybe you get a day of rest before you start off the second half. Do they start the second half at
home against the Red Sox
okay, so
on Friday? So they've got a couple bonus days now with the Wednesday and Thursday off.
All right, so you get a couple days there in the back end. One, this is not relatable to fans. Oh, wow, your game's at 1 o'clock some days and 7 o'clock other days. It is a reality of what they do, but this is why they have sports science departments. They tell these guys, hey, this is when your nap window would be. This is when you should be sleeping. This is when you should be eating. And everyone has their own different, tweaks and when they do coffee and that sort of thing.
And not everybody is fully on board with doing what they're told.
Sure. But that's being,
humans.
That's being a professional, right? Like some guys are going to burn the candle at both ends and some guys are not.
Yes. For instance, I and you, not always interested in doing what we're told.
I hate it. I hate it.
You really do.
It's the worst. I mean, come on. I work too hard. But yeah, man, this is a moment in time for them where they play it's Philly, Cleveland, Milwaukee, and the Yankees. So only 4 of the 13 are divisional games, but it's 4 games in Milwaukee, Wrigley Field North, over 4th of July, where, you play well. What would be terrible for the Cubs is if they stumble into the break and then they use it as an excuse off the London trip. Like, we came back, we were jet lagged, the schedule times were quirky, and they went, 4-9 and limped into the break. And instead of being 3 back, they were 6.5 back because they lose 3 of 4 in Milwaukee. Like that's what David Ross feels like he's speaking against. And that's the urgency of the moment, because even though that second month of the season was as terrible as it was, they've righted the ship. Like, if you can somehow play 6-7 or 7-6 baseball in these 13 games and just hang out around where you are, take that as a win. But it would be very unfortunate if you go to London, you get on national television, Tom Ricketts goes on the radio, says, hey, if it was right now, we'd be buyers. And then you immediately go 4-9 and go from 3.5 out to 6.5 out, and the buy-sell conversation becomes murky again for the first couple of weeks out of the break.
Yeah,
that's the urgency of this stretch.
Yeah, and it's all part of the broader thing to get them towards that deadline, as you know, because it's interesting because coming out of the break, it's a 10-game homestand with a huge pile of winnable games. That Red Sox thing, and then the Nationals, who are absolutely struggling, and then the Cardinals for 4 big ones from the 20th to the 23rd. That'll be a huge homestand as they try and define the thing as well.
Yeah, for sure. But at least in that point, you're closer to the deadline, and the games are against worse teams, and you're rested. So if you play bad in that stretch against the bad teams, that's on you. There are no excuses that you could point to here. It would suck if it felt like the London series derailed this sort of thing. And I'm not even trying to speak negativity into existence.
Right.
David Ross is talking. Nico talked to us last week. He's like, this is really cool, but it feels like we're giving away our off days for 2 months to do it. Because I wrote it down for the conversation with Nico. It's 13 games in 13 days, then the All-Star break, then 10 games in 10 days, a day off, and then 16 games in 16 days. So other than the All-Star break, it's 1 day off. You know what I mean? For 39 games, it's 1 day off. And again, the All-Star break is a big, it's 5-day break for everybody. But that when other teams are playing 6 games in 7 days, you're playing 10 straight or 16 straight. So, this is what it is.
This is the life you've chosen.
Yeah, and you're on the Cubs. You play more day games than anybody else. You're on the Cubs. You're on national TV more than just about anybody else. You're on Tampa. You don't have to be worried about being selected for the London series. But you're also not as marketable, and you're not as interesting, and you don't have as passionate of a fan base on the road, and you don't get that juice when you're tired from showing up and it's a sold-out park every day. So I remember the White Sox had a quirky schedule early last year, and they were complaining about it damn near every press conference, and it got really annoying. I really hope that the Cubs play well at the beginning of this thing so that they don't bitch and moan about an unfortunate break in the schedule.
That makes all the sense in the world. Hey, one quick note before we move on to something. This guy, Alek Manoah, You know, this guy Alek Manoah, who finished third in Cy Young voting last year in the American League.
Did he start the All-Star game?
Yeah, he did. He started the All-Star game, was hilarious on mic in the All-Star game for the Toronto Blue Jays. He was third overall for Cy Young with a 2.24 ERA. This year, he started his season 13 starts with a 6.36 ERA, and Toronto sent him down to something called the Florida Coast League, okay?
The FCL?
Yeah, you're a longtime FCL guy.
Yeah. It's rookie ball.
It's rookie ball. Everybody's like 18 or 19 years old. He pitched today in rookie ball. He lasted 2 2/3 innings, allowed 11 runs on 10 hits. 11 runs on 10 hits, including a couple of home runs in freaking rookie ball.
So he's just broken?
This guy, that's a horrifying line. He was sent down on the 6th of June. So they let him just rest for a little while. They reworked some of the mechanics. They gave him a couple of days just to think about it. Let him get familiar with his catcher.
Max Muncy thing from a couple years ago. Remember that? Where he was just gone. He was bad, and then he was gone. And then he came back, and he was good.
Right. So it happens. But this guy, how do you go from that good to this much of a disaster?
Alek Manoah, famous for saying pressure is something you put in your tires.
It's a good line.
It is a good line.
How many tires that guy carrying around right now?
I'm talking about.
It's extra tires.
Oh, God.
What? Shut up.
You're just upset because he took away your hoops.
Again, he's responsible for his own hoops consumption. All right? How about some personal accountability?
That's true.
This generation's just gone soft.
I'm a puck guy now.
Pointing a lot of fingers.
Give me some puck. Icing.
He's lashing out.
Dump it. Dump it in.
Shoot it. Shoot
Offside.
it.
Well, puck luck.
On net.
Shade screaming during
You
a
gotta stop
power
that,
play.
man. Please. Please. It's very loud.
Line change. Line change.
You don't cheer for a line change.
Line change.
Shane's going to start hosting a podcast, Dump and Chase.
Uh-huh.
Caner.
It's gone, man. It's not here.
Bedardsy.
Bedardsy.
No, he doesn't.
I wonder what he goes by.
Oh, God.
What do you think his hockey name is?
Connor.
Conzi?
Cons.
Dard.
Conman Puck Boy.
Con man.
Dardsy. It's probably Dardsy.
Ugh. Ugh. Still love when Eddie O gave me my hockey name, though.
What'd he give you?
Parksy.
Oh, yeah, see?
Yeah.
That's good.
Saw he won $60,000 the other day at a horse race.
He was so excited, too.
But yeah.
It's adorable.
You think it was the $60,000?
Yeah, it's probably. It was probably a big part of it.
That's a great point, Parksy.
Oh, so good. So good. Nico Horner was fantastic and thoughtful and interesting and funny, and you should just listen next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air. Left field, back near the wall. It's got a chance. That ball is gone.
You said that you want to defend David Ross on his quotes on Christopher Morel. I don't know that there's this big path for everyday at bats. And he has 9 home runs in his first 12 games, and you want to defend the indefensible when you wanted him up here at the beginning.
I did.
So how are you going to defend your guy, David Ross? I don't know that there's this big path for everyday at-bats to the most exciting player in Chicago baseball right now, Christopher Morel. You have my full attention.
All right, good. Because, Ross is getting raked over the coals for having the audacity to say that. And you got to remember a couple things. It was May the 8th when he said that, and they called him up. Nico Horner was healthy. He got hurt that night. So it was before Nico got hurt, and the opportunity presented itself for more regular at-bats.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
And Cody Bellinger was also healthy, and so that was before that got exposed. The 3 outfield spots were set. Wisdom was still considered on fire after his hot start. There was no spot for him. There were some offensive numbers in the second half from Morel.
Did you hear about the 9 homers? How about that number? 9 homers. He leads all of baseball if you combine AAA in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's 20
in homers. It's 20 in 41 games? Pretty good.
You're an idiot.
Why am I an idiot? You're the guy defending the indefensible.
Because you're wearing Christopher Morel's style eye black on your face.
That's right.
Is this a thing now?
Every time he hits a home run, I'm coming in here and put it on. What do you think? What are these?
Tiger stripes?
Tiger stripes. I think this is a good look for me. I just took this black magic marker and put on the eye black.
Is that a permanent?
Under each eye. We'll figure out if it's permanent or not.
It might be permanent.
I don't know. It says made in Mexico and it says non-toxic. So that's all I needed to know to put it on my face.
Okay.
I stand with Christopher Morel as the designated hitter in the middle of the lineup, getting every day at bats.
All right, designated. I'm good with that.
Jed was wrong. David Ross was wrong. And if loving Christopher Morel is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
I feel you.
Spiegel on 670 to score.
David Ross before the game telling us, raving about his attitude, his work ethic, and this guy's a baseball player.
He is a baseball player. He comes on the show every Tuesday at 2:30, but it's been so damn good. We want to bring it to you on your commute home in case you haven't heard it. Tell people, tell a Cubs fan friend, hey, you think you like Nico Horner now? You should listen to him with Parkins and Spiegel every week. We touched on a ton of things here, wide-ranging conversation, but of course had to begin by asking him about the London trip.
Yeah, I mean, we're all so used to, baseball stadiums have, their own quirks, but they're kind of all a similar setup for the most part at the, higher up behind home plate, and then, maybe get some rows in the outfield, but nothing too built up. But to have the full surrounding feeling of this place and just like the size of it was, I don't know if it was captured on TV, but it was massive and totally different to stare out at the pitcher and see, tens of thousands of people behind the outfield fence alone. So that was definitely pretty unique.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like it didn't totally translate on TV. But the people that were there seemed like it was cool. What was your experience for the trip overall?
I mean, it's the most people I've played in front of, I think. I think that sometimes the crowds here feel like a little bit, especially Wrigley, because of just how steep the stands are. Like when they have the steep bleachers, it just feels like everyone's on top of you. So it didn't have that feeling.
Right.
But just the sheer numbers was just insane. The trip overall, though, like it was a lot, but I was amazed that we were a part of it. It definitely felt like something totally different, and something interesting was like some of the guys who played in the World Series or things like that said that like not so much the atmosphere of the game, but like the buildup and like the media and all the people on the field and all that was pretty similar to like a World Series or playoff setting, just where there's there's a Formula One car on the field, and then there's A-Rod and David Ortiz and just Pujols and all these people running around, and it was such a scene, and then you have to actually go play baseball at a certain point. But yeah, it was a good time.
Was it distracting?
I think it's just different. I mean, it definitely was. You just kind of got to be okay with things aren't going to always be perfectly lined up with everything that you need to play. But I think overall it was all set up perfectly fine for the players to have everything we needed to do our job. But yeah, some of it was a little different.
We were wondering if you wear number 2 because of Derek Jeter or anybody else, because Jeter was there all of a sudden for his first assignment. What is there a connection there at all?
No, not particular to a certain player. When I was called up, there was I'm not sure if there was other single digit numbers available, but I think that was just cool to have one that was available. I like to. I mean, obviously Jeter was a great shortstop, and then Tulowitzki. So he was a guy I really enjoyed watching. But no, the two, I'm not like super, like if someone came in or like, I have to have number 2, it wouldn't be the end of the world to give it up, I don't think. But it's a cool number to have for sure.
But single digit was a priority. What's that about?
Yeah, I think it just feels more significant for some reason. When I was called up, that was the last thing on my mind for sure. So it was cool how it worked out though.
But you'd sell that jersey for another Rolex or something.
Or if someone was just coming in and they were that adamant about it, maybe. But actually, I don't know. At this point, maybe I am getting kind of attached now that I think about it.
Give it up for Ohtani.
Yeah, that's right. I'll do a short list.
Perfect. Nico Horner with us. All right, I got to ask, did you make it to the Churchill War Room Museum?
Oh my god.
No, I didn't.
He was on a baseball trip, Danny.
I'm just saying it's a mistake. It's cooler than Westminster. I'm just saying.
He's working.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the main excursion was the Westminster Abbey. And so that first day that was like our day with the most time, and we got in around noon, and then we met at like 5 for Westminster Abbey. So we had a little time in the afternoon, and I didn't make it.
We talked to Willie Harris, Nico, who's talking about the bodies under the floor.
There's some bodies under that floor, brother.
Yeah. At Westminster Abbey.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean,
3,000 of them.
But it was a cocktail party? Like, were you guys standing around with drinks over those bodies?
Yeah, you're just standing on top of someone's skull drinking a mojito or whatever. Like, it's kind of funny, but no. Yeah, there's bodies in the wall, in the ground, in the everything, basically. They said anywhere you can imagine. I didn't really realize that. I mean, I knew of the place, but not the layers of significance literally there.
Wow.
Well, next time you'll go,
Yes.
and you'll go to the other attractions in London. But I know you liked the Dig Me montage that Tanny put together leading in. But so already on the station today, Ian Happ has been on and David Ross has been on, and they both independently said something about you that we wanted to play for you and kind of get your response on. We'll start with your skipper, David Ross, who was talking about your mentality.
He's hungry for knowledge. He is wired to kick your butt and find the edge any way possible to win baseball games, and that's what you look for in players. He wants to be out there every single day. He loves the game of baseball. It's just what he thinks about all the time. And I was talking to my daughter last night. We were watching some college baseball, the Gators and LSU college baseball game, and we were talking about getting your butt kicked that bad in a tight championship type game. And you just look at the character of the guys and who quits and who gives up and who wants to just cash it in, who the guys continue to compete no matter what the score is. And I actually pointed, she asked me who the guy on my team was that stood out, and the first person that came to mind was Miko Horner. That guy never gives up. He never gives in. He's always looking for an edge. He's going to play his tail off no matter what the moment is presented to him.
What do you think, Nico?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a clip. I mean, obviously I have a good relationship with Rossi, but, it's amazing to hear things like that, especially from people like him that actually have won at this level. I haven't really done a whole lot of that yet. And so that's what we're all working towards. And so I know he knows what it looks like. So if I can fit into that, obviously that's a huge deal, and that's cool to hear.
So if you're 20 runs back in the seventh inning, you're down 24-4.
He'd be yelling at me if I ran too hard to first base at that point.
It's funny. We were looking the other day at the Angels game in Colorado because,
oh my God, yeah.
Because they scored a run. The Rockies scored a run in the bottom of the eighth, and I'm like, I need to go to the box score.
They kept fighting.
Did they manufacture one? Did somebody steal in advance on a bunt? No, it was a solo bomb. It was a solo bomb in the bottom of the eighth. So yeah, he wouldn't want you to run hard down 20 in the eighth.
I'm learning to pick my spots a little better, but inevitably I'm kind of running all over the place. It's usually a good sign. If I have a dirty jersey and I've ran a lot during the game. But yeah.
So this is your buddy on the team, Ian Happ, who's asked to tell them something that maybe we didn't know about you, as we're just trying to get to know you a little bit better.
That's a really good question. You want to put me on the research team at 670 and I can dig in? He's a fantastic individual and human, and I think we all know that he cares so much about the team and about winning. Yeah, his family's brilliant. Both his parents are incredible individuals. His mom was actually in London. Got to say hi to her a little bit. She's fantastic. He's quite an outdoorsman, sneaky outdoorsman, likes to be outside, hike national parks, a little bit of fishing. That's some of the things that I think he really enjoys doing in the off season, being outside, exploring. Those are the way that he likes to spend his downtime for sure.
Is that accurate? What's your favorite national park?
Favorite national park? I mean, Yosemite is probably the place I've spent the most time, just from being in California, and it's cool in different seasons and things like that. But Yellowstone's up there. But there's a lot I haven't done. Yeah, definitely when there is time and people that want to do stuff to go and travel and just be outside. And I think it's a pretty cool way to spend your time, and definitely how I'd like to live in a place someday where I have a little more access to that. But I like what I'm doing right now. Pretty good.
Please don't give up the baseball for a while.
Yeah.
the national park system is underrated. Doesn't cost as much to go there and travel, and it's not as inconvenient as London. I was at Glacier. You got to go to Glacier, man. That's.
Oh, I know. My girlfriend's been. I would absolutely love to. That's a whole nother level. Just the scenery there and things like that. I'd love to make that happen.
I had the experience swimming in Lake McDonald. It was so cold at Glacier National Park, and I realized I could drink this water too. That's how fresh it is. I've never had the sensation of drinking the water I'm swimming in.
Yeah, I haven't done that either. Maybe that's a sign you're in a special place. Maybe.
Yeah.
So this stretch that you guys have coming up, you said it to us last week before the trip, and it kind of stuck with me that you were like giving up your off days for a couple of months to make that trip happen. It's 13 games in 13 days, then the All-Star break, then 10 games in 10 days, day off, 16 games in 16 days. So
I hadn't actually heard it laid out. Yeah.
So now that you have, how does that hit you?
Well, our immediate stretch coming up isn't too bad on paper when it's a homestand, and then the travel to Milwaukee is really easy, obviously. And then play at Yankee Stadium, which is exciting, and then right into the All-Star break. So that sounds pretty good. And then obviously after that, it's a good stretch. But that All-Star break really is significant, and especially if you're in a place as a team where you're able to add at the deadline and have some energy coming out of the All-Star break and things like that. I think it should be, if we continue to take care of things on our own end as players, like, be a pretty exciting time for the team and organization, and if we're heading the right direction during that time. So, playing baseball won't be much of an issue, I don't think.
Got to tell you, Nico, up 4-0 with Stroman on the hill, and the way the Cardinals have been playing.
Yeah.
It felt like that was going to be a sweep and an incredibly happy flight home and another happy off day. How's the mood after that one kind of fell apart a little bit?
Yeah, it was a tough loss, but it's just the reality of playing that much and playing every day. Things do go wrong, and Stroh's been amazing, and Stroh's going to continue to be amazing. And it's just a unfortunate game, but we expected to win that one, but we didn't. And I think there was kind of a nice reaction to it, where it's we should have won. We could have won, but we didn't. We still had a great road trip, and we have a lot of good stuff going. And you can both take things seriously and not beat yourself up unnecessarily for things like that. So, taking 4 or 5 on a challenging road trip, I think is pretty solid, and we'll move on from it.
Thought Stroman actually pitched well enough to get out of that big jam in the second. And there's a little news here today. Looks like Jared Young is over at Wrigley today. The first baseman for the Iowa Cubs. Have you heard that he's going to be joining the team today as a first base option?
What have you heard?
If he's at Wrigley, I don't think he's there to sit in section 112.
We have seen pictures of Christopher Morel and Matt Mervis walking in on the days that they've been called up. Let's just say it that way.
Seems to be a correlation.
Yes.
Yeah. Jared is a very special person to me, and this organization was definitely my closest friend in the minor leagues. We lived together in AA. Always spending time. We're overlap in Arizona and things like that, and I've kept touch kind of throughout. So he's definitely one of my closest friends in the organization, and just a really relentless and awesome dude has had a very just kind of abnormal journey through baseball, and deserves an opportunity at the highest level for sure, because he absolutely rakes. So I'm excited for him.
That's really cool. Yeah, he came up briefly at the end of last year, but at Iowa this year, he's destroying the ball at Iowa this year.
Yeah, he can really hit. And he's launching homers, like long home runs and walk-off homer, and just a guy that's incredibly easy to root for and loved in this organization. So he's going to be a lot of positive energy behind him for sure when he's out here.
That's cool. You said an unconventional path. What should Cubs fans know about him?
From Prince George, Canada, which is, if you look it up, it's way north, British Columbia. Not a ton of baseball players coming out of there. He went to 3 different colleges. Wow. Went to college as a pitcher originally, and then converted to a position player. Drafted in the 15th round. Cubs minor league player of the year in 2018, his first full season. Obviously, COVID hits, and that was really hard on a lot of minor leaguers, and a lot of people's careers were cut short or cut off by that, but he's kind of continued to hit and hit and hit. And when you do that, good things can happen. For playing first base, left field, man, you really, really got to rake, and he's done that. So I hope he gets every opportunity.
Just a couple more things here with Nico Hoerner on the score. So Hap was asked to join the 670 research team. Well, same question to you. What's something that Dan and Lawrence, our midday guys, might not know about your buddy Happer?
About Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like his stuff is a little better documented off the field. He's got his ventures and such. Should we know about him?
Yeah, he talks to everybody.
He does, and he's got the podcast. Was he someone that you looked at like when you came up at how to be a pro?
He's definitely when I was called up, he was a bit of a hard read, which I kind of like, but he kind of has that stoic face and doesn't really show a lot of what he's, whether he's feeling one way or another, which is pretty impressive sometimes. But he's just incredibly generous with like all of his time and resources and like knowledge he's accumulated, not in like an arrogant way, but just he understands so much that he's figured out that has helped him in his career. And he's just like very, very open to not pushing that onto people, but if people are interested in learning from things that he's benefited from, then he sure helped me a lot in a lot of different ways, both in my game and off the field. And just an easy person to learn from. And like, he is definitely one of my closest friends here, but definitely one of the people I've learned from most in this game. So I'm very, very happy he's here for a little while longer.
That's cool. Nico, your skipper talked about, and then you guys have talked about, a collective aggressiveness for the hitters since Anaheim, and it sure does look like that. But what does that mean? Because we hear be more aggressive and think that means swing earlier in the count, but it probably doesn't just mean that. What does be more aggressive mean to a hitter?
Yeah, I know. That's a good question. I think it depends on the person. I think it means just doubling down on your own strengths, whatever that is. I think it's doing things on your own terms. And it feels really different to go 0 for 4 in a day where you can truly say you were ready to hit every single pitch and saw the ball well and were attacking the game, versus an 0 for 4 where, they're pretty much, you feel like you're on defense the entire time and just reacting to what they're doing, and you're not really doing much with any conviction. So those things are hard to define for sure, but I think each of us knows in our hearts what that really means, and I sure do. And that's, I can go to sleep at night with myself if I feel like I'm attacking the game and being an athlete and doing things on my own terms. But when I'm playing defense at the plate and in between speeds or just kind of doing things on the pitcher's terms, that's when I don't feel like I gave myself my best chance, and that's what you can do.
Interesting. On Thursday, our executive producer, Shane Reardon, is going to be about 8 or 9 rows behind the Cubs on deck circle. What's a code word or something that he can yell out to give you some words of encouragement in the batter's box?
That's right. Yeah. Was it? Because sometimes I really hear people back there. I don't turn around too often, but I do acknowledge people when they say something that's like actually funny or, I don't know. What would actually really lock me in?
I don't know. I'm going to be like 30 feet behind you, though. So it's got to be something that only you and I and the show and our thousands of listeners will understand. I'm going on a hot double date. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be impressive if I can say something that really connects with
and then you give him like a little head nod. That would really help him out with his lady friend.
That's right. Which game is it?
Thursday night.
Thursday night
against the Phillies.
So we got a Taiwan Walker. Yeah, I mean, sinker, splitter, slider, get him up. I don't know.
All right, we'll think of something.
Sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
Get him up. Get him up.
Get him up.
So
get him up.
Everything's got to be low in the zone.
Yeah.
So he's got to get the ball up.
All right, sinker, slider, splitter, get him up.
That sounds good to me. If I do that, I like my chances.
There you go. That'll help keep you locked in, so he's not just like talking pickles or tequila or something.
Hey, Nico, watch out for that split piece.
Oh, man. If it only was that easy. I agree.
That's it.
If only it was that easy. You gonna play in the smog tonight? How you feeling about that?
I think we're good. I think I heard that it's within the accepted threshold of some term like that of of air quality. It's pretty nasty out though.
I was going to say that always makes you feel good, right? When it's right on the border of acceptability.
Yeah, good enough. Yeah, I remember in college we had some practices canceled because of fires, like up in Sonoma, Napa area. But yeah, I think we're doing like limited batting practice, like optional. I don't know if it's like optional. Is so funny though, because it's like optional, is it though? But like, are you just saying that because like the mandate, it means it has to be optional, but really get your work in, or are you actually concerned for my health, or like, what do we got?
It's like an NFL mini camp, you know? Is it optional or not?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
It's optional, but be sure you go 2 for 4.
Yeah, that's right. Like in college when we had 20 hours of practice a week supposedly, and we were doing not 20 hours, and there was optional practice. It's like, okay, yeah, sounds good.
Well, Nico, glad you're back and that you enjoyed the trip and the whole thing. And we'll talk.
That was awesome.
We'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, perfect. Talk soon.
All right, get him up,
guys.
sinker, slider, splitter.
Get him up.
Get him up.
That's right.
All right, there he is, Nico Horner, with us every Tuesday at this time on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
Not split piece like Shane said.
Split piece would work. Shane's gonna get the head nod. Find a crowd mic, break through, impress the double date. We're making magic happen here.
And show off Mr. Splitty.
It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's
Gabe Ramirez coming up after us until Cubs baseball. First of 13 games, 13 days, the weird start times that David Ross talked about. Don't let London turn into an excuse. Play solid baseball so the conversation doesn't go back to sellers or buyers. Tom Ricketts already said they're buyers as long as they stay around this spot.
Maybe you see a major league debut tonight after Ranger Suarez, the Phillies lefty starter, leaves the game. See Jared Young perhaps pinch hit for Trey Mancini or somebody else. Pretty cool to hear Nico talk about him like that, a close personal friend. So
yeah,
one of many reasons to listen to Pat and Ron on The Score tonight.
Inside your house. So you're not outside.
Yes.
Air quality. It's apparently safe enough to play, but not great. So,
yes.
If you're going out there, good for you and your risk tolerance. But I'll be watching this game on television.
And I'd like to wish the Chicago Symphony good luck as they battle Tchaikovsky tonight.
Yes.
I will not be in attendance to cheer them on. Have to do that from home as well.
Nico Horner was on the show today. What was our guy from TSN, his name? Josh Lewenberg. Josh Lewenberg from TSN Sports. Appreciate him joining the show.
He does listen to the 5 o'clock hour, so he's probably super offended.
I just wanted to thank him.
You should know his name.
I should. I just closed out my rundown.
Thanks to Charlie Montoyo as well.
Thank you to Kevin Lapka for the Twitch chat video stream. Thank you, sir. Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a clip.
For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
Yeah, it was supposed to be, all fun and games, but obviously it hasn't turned out that way. And if I had offended anybody, it was not the case. It was just friends having fun. And as I said, if I offended anybody in any way, shape, or form, I'm sorry.
The Score is Chicago sports.